Welcome to the second day of the EML playoffs. We'll have you with us for a long time today, hopefully, as we have 3 best-of-3s with important games for our teams. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining me as always, we have the lovely Alfama and Fresh. And yesterday was a really fast day. I think we're hoping for a longer day today.
That's what's expected, right? We have the top 4 teams facing each other, the really big titans of Europe. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, tuck yourselves in. It's going to be a long day. There's a world where we see all 9 maps today and we go forever. I think maybe Karma will get us back for such a quick one yesterday.
Yeah, obviously, I think yesterday was one of the shortest broadcast days we've ever had on the EML with those 4 maps in the 2 best-of-3s. Let's have a look at the bracket as well to see then how far we are in these playoffs, what has already happened, and what we still have, obviously, left in front of us. Because this is what we're dealing with. We have that double elimination bracket, and we saw the matches at the top left yesterday. Both 2-0s, as we said, and we'll be focusing today on match 3, 4, and 5. So 3 best-of-3s with a lot of action today between technically our top 4 of the league.
Yeah, so in low upsets yesterday, I think it really highlighted the clear gap between our top 4 teams and the rest of the league in our region. Now, it must say something. That every single matchup in between these top 4 teams were extremely close before. We've had some overtimes, we've had some 8-7, some crazy BO1s, and now is the only moment where that's it. We're going into BO3 territory. It's the moment where these teams are going to go and face each other for an invite at EWC, for SI points, for a lot of things, right?
We've been saying it the whole stage. I just want to see these teams head-to-head. You know, G2, Falcons, Virtus, Pro, Secret, relatively between every single one of these teams in the top 4 when they've played each other. For the most part, their best-of-1s went to overtime. So imagine how good best-of-3s are going to be. I cannot wait. I don't know what to say. I'm just so excited for this.
Yeah, I can't wait either. Obviously, we have the schedule for today with our 3 games. We have those top bracket games earlier, and then later, obviously, today, we'll have the winners of each game play against each other for a spot in the grand final. So what really is there to play for if we look at everything that these teams are playing for here today? As you already mentioned, it is those SI points, it is the prize money, but also for the top 5, the really important thing is that invite to EWC.
Yeah, absolutely, as you can see. So top 5, whoever wins their best-of-3s today in Game 1 and Game 2, they will receive that invite to EWC. And of course, after they've received that invite, it's then focusing on the big prize ultimately inside of the competitive calendar is the 6th Invitational. And those 300 points for first place, plus that €25,000 prize pool, are looking relatively juicy there.
Looking at this, you have 2 battles. You have the battles for the top 2 because it's the one that really matters. You have a difference between 300 points, which is massive. It's the stage that delivers the most ever since we've been watching this. And then you have the second battle. The second battle is not finish 6th. You don't want to finish 6th. You still want to play that international tournament. And so it's the 2 battles. Either you play for the top 2, and if you can't, you're going to make sure you're not that top 6 in the playoffs.
Exactly, yeah. Obviously, there's one more thing that we really want to talk about before we get our games going on. And for that, we're going to go sit on the couch because it throws us back to the interview we had yesterday with Pasha. It was a very long interview, but he gave us a lot of good insights as well on some things that have changed, obviously, with the come up of Siege X. And I think the most important thing for us in our esports is the change of the operator bans.
Yeah, I think it's really impacted pro play full force. It was probably the biggest change in Siege X at a pro level, and especially what really triggers people, I guess, is because you can now ban 3 operators on the opposite side, and that's going to be really key because now you can ban 3 hard breachers. You can ban triple wall denial. You can ban triple shields. And so that has a massive impact in the game, Jack.
And also, you don't have to play against your own bans because you do the opposite side that you're playing on, which means you can really try and be as disruptive as possible to the other team.
And yeah, effectively, you know, looking at what Pasha has been saying, honestly, he had, I guess, a lot of things to say about the operator bans.
Can I just ask very quickly as well about a specific map which you have been playing if we go back to the group stage, Clubhouse. So it's a map that you've been playing a lot. Is there anything that you feel on that map because it's not gone too well for you there?
Well, Clubhouse changed a lot with the new ban system, because you can literally just ban all the electricity, all the breachers, so you will have a very bad breach, especially when you breach with Hibana, it can bug as well. So like Clubhouse is kind of broken map in my opinion right now, it's same as Bank. Like new ban system is kind of screw the things there, but it doesn't like change the thing we drew our clubhouses hardly. Like we still play that map a lot, we like it, but we basically just can't win it.
Okay.
We just troll so much, like we keep choking. That's it.
We heard from Pasha there talking about Clubhouse and Bank, and these, I think, Leo, are the two maps that are so impactful with the new operator bans, particularly if you look at the attacking operators bans. Of course, for Club, you're going to see Ace and Fairmite being the primary hard breach bans. Fundamentally changes how that map gets played, and the same for Bank as well, which Pasha referenced. It's going to be Hibana and Ace again. All those hatches, those walls where you need long-range denial, can't do anything about.
Yeah, so you look on the top left corner of your screen and you see those statistics. It's basically hard breachers, it's shields. Now, if we want to focus and give you guys a real example of how impactful that is, let's take a Bank example, and let's take the best game that we've seen so far, I feel. It was Falcons versus G2. You look at that round 3 and you look at the impact of Alemao here flanking. So now, look at the aggression from Lair. He went into stock. Why did he go into stock? Because the walls of Kanto were not reinforced, were still reinforced and not opened. Look at that C4 from Stompen, from Paper, because the walls on Paper, they're not breached, because there is no range hard denial, because Hibana and Ace are banned. And look at Lair still lurking around square. The reason he's here, and he's comfortable in picking those guys, basically Lair and Stompen here, from the long hallway and then from Paper. Both of these players won the round in the 2v4, only because they're able to play in this position, this stronghold, because there's no Hibana, there is no Ace, which means they cannot breach Paper from the CEO windows, and they cannot breach the Kanto spot from Bank windows, the window rappel. So it means that now we've basically completely changed the shape of certain maps based off these new operator bans.
Yeah, and obviously with Virtus.pro and G2 playing against each other in this first best of 3 today, honestly, I just think our prayers have been heard. We asked for this game to be, a full overtime best of 5. We're not necessarily getting that exactly, but a best of 3 between these two teams, given that it went 8-7 in their first instance in the group stage, should be absolutely amazing to look forward to. When we look at Virtus.pro as the first team in this matchup, we saw utter dominance yesterday. A 14-2 in the span of a best of 3 over Matchgo. That's insane.
Yeah, honestly, the level on this team is absolutely crazy. I think we've seen this team evolve throughout the seasons, right? But we're always missing that evolution of adaptation, of aggression, of maybe playing the meta operators. And then throughout the stage, we see them growing, we see them evolve. And that's why I think we've seen a new iteration of VP that is so consistent right now.
Yeah, they're consistent. We've known them as probably the most consistent team in Wild Siege for a very, very long time. They've added in new flair, they've added in adaptation, they've added in,
new map,
new operator pool. It's all the things that we've really wanted to see out of Virtus.pro. They've started adding it in, so they're looking more and more dangerous.
Yeah, and speaking of that adaptation, a good example that we saw on the new map even was one of their attacking rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's think of one of these ones. It was yesterday on Lair, and we saw VP play for the first time in a really long time a new map. That was Lair. That was really cool. And what did we notice here, Jack? We noticed a really cool attack. And let's take an example. Let's take a good look at it. It was round 7, the very first attack that they do on this bomb site.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. So actually, they go for an operations take, which I guess is what is standard for a lot of people in ranked. You're going to see the Fuse here, always playing on the Fuse, so still an old operator, clearing it out. But they notice that the Bandit is inside of sight, and they will not progress past the hallway. So what do, Leo?
We see joystick rotating, and we see a drone here. We see a drone in the corner. Now, that Shepard is calling for joystick to go and backstab all the way on the other side of the map, the bomb site. They've pressured operations, but look at joystick. He gets a free pick and a second one based off that drone.
Yeah, and instantly, this is the bit that we love. The constant adaptation just to move the attack all the way around, and then Dan, as you see highlighted here. So Dan stays as the backstab, but the whole attack gets shot called to move now to attack the R6 room.
Now, one thing that is very key at this moment, as you see, Dan is left on the backside because they don't want to give up that control. He's going to be backstabbing the team. But they've adapted because now the first layer of defense is Azami that they need to kill. And look at the way they're going to do this with Pasha here and with Shepard.
Yeah, so Pasha notices that this army is stuck in the corner on the bomb chassis, calls Shepard all the way around to the display window, tracks him with the Deimos, nades him, and now either the player is going to die to the nade, to Shepard, or to Pasha.
And now we've mentioned Dan. We've mentioned Dan backstabbing, right? What is he doing? At the same time as the execution goes on, at the same time as the nade is sent by Deimos and Shepard and Deimos are tracking that Azami, Dan backstabs and gets the kill. So at this moment, they all go in and look at the instant reaction. As soon as Dan kills that player, look at what Always is doing with the shield. He's going to challenge Step, push him away with the shield so that he can then go and have a safe plant spot. And then the rest of his teammates are perfectly ready to then go and watch his flanks Perfect adaptation.
Yeah.
It started in Operation Stack,
Yeah.
and then they pivoted based on the opening and the gaps found by Jack.
Yeah, exactly. And this is so nice to see from Virtus Pro, actually, is that normally we see them go through plan A and just do plan A, plan A, plan A. Here, they went instantly to plan B, opportunity spotted, and won the round off the back of that.
And they've done it on a new map. So that's the new VP for us. It's adaptation, it's a bigger map pool, it's an aggressive lineup.
Yep.
What can they not do? We're seeing them fix all of the issues that we saw before that was basically holding them back. And it's super interesting for us because it's exciting to see them reach that level. And we expect, I guess, that to be, the breaker of the ceiling of their international
I was
performance.
about to say, it feels like a punch through a ceiling there for VP.
Yeah, obviously still there's so much to play for in the playoffs, so maybe even they've got more up their sleeve to show us later. We have to talk about their opponents for today, as well as G2 is a team that they're playing against today. And obviously for them, finishing the stage in the very first position in the leaderboard really shows that it paid off what they did with the roster change.
I think after the previous 6 months before this stage, I don't think a lot of people would have expected G2 to be the #1 team. But they came out, they made the roster change. I think they've matured significantly as a roster, even since that reload event. And actually, they just carried on in a momentum where they were in a flow state. They had the confidence, they'd take anybody to whatever map and they'd win.
I think the biggest and the craziest thing to me was, for so many years, G2 felt like a mercenary team. It did not feel like a team, actually. It felt like big names, but they were struggling to have that big chemistry. And what changed for me? Personal relationships.
Yeah.
When they brought in Stompin, look at that bromance. Look at that tweet from Doki. Look at the proudness of the older brother. That bromance is becoming one of the most lovable one of the history of CG Sports.
Yeah, for a lot of people that know Doki, I don't think we would have ever seen him welcoming in a young prodigy from North America into his home, into his life, but also going on that kind of big brother arc that we've seen him on. He's the one that's guiding Stompin, living in a new country, living in a new continent, not even a new country, 18-year-old, moving across the world to join a professional team with all the trials and tribulations and pressure that comes from joining G2 Esports. And it's a credit to Stompin, but it's a credit to Doki as well, becoming that big brother to him, essentially.
And if you're wondering the results of that, let's just take a look at how Jinxie was reacting to the last match that Stompin played in the stage.
That timing, he was gonna peek it.
Okay. Oh, stop it! Oh, 16 kills, 16. Come on. That shot was so clutch. 17 kills.
Stop it.
17 kills. Wait, stop it! Stop it! Behind him! Stop it! Stop it! Flick!
Kill goes. It's a chain.
No! Stop it! Oh my god! He has 18 kills. He has 18 kills.
It's all right.
Suddenly now, all the players are in an angle.
Stop it! One more for 20. One more for 20. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
What an amazing reaction. Honestly, you can say what you want, obviously, but someone supporting their friend, obviously, that has moved overseas that they always used to play with, to me, it's just always a really nice thing to see. Obviously, we've seen that from Jinxie on his co-streams. I think it's. Do you think it's time maybe we bring back the Jinxie cam today as well for a round today? I reckon he'd be happy
I think
about
so.
that.
Yeah, let's get the Jinxie cam back.
I think we need the Stompin POV. I mean, guys,
we're getting it a lot because he's getting so many kills anyway, to be fair.
Let's be real. You just witnessed your best friend move to Europe.
Yeah.
Drop 20 kills almost. It was 18 kills. Drop it against who? Against Falcons. On bank. So against Falcons, the historical leader of Europe. And then on bank, the one map where they had a 33 win streak, by the way, and Stompin was the one that broke that win streak by dropping 18 kills.
Yeah.
Everything was perfect for me.
There was actually a really beautiful moment right afterwards where Jinxie actually called Stompin on his stream as well, and it basically said how proud he was and stuff. It's, it's so nice to see. And Stompin's just... It's like nothing phases him at all. He's just coming into this league. He's just going about his business. He doesn't care about all the white noise. He doesn't care about us talking about him. Obviously, he loves the support, but it doesn't affect him at all. He just gets on, does his thing, and he's bloody well good at it.
Yeah, I remember we even did, I think, a illustration where we analyzed the way he plays in clutch situations. He's very matured, very composed, doesn't expose his body too much, but then applies phantom pressure. He has a good reconnaissance, so where he can get aggressive, but overall seems to be a very passive player that gets a lot of kills. It's very impressive to see an 18 years old with that maturity, and it's been delivering results for G2. Once again, I think he really was the missing piece to that roster becoming an actual team with him coming in and replacing Uno, Alemao is back on the IGL role and he's loving it and he wants to do it. And then he has 4 amazing fraggers to follow that leadership and that vision. And that's why this roster right now has improved tremendously compared to the other stages.
And do you know what's actually crazy from all this? We speak about 4 players on G2 a lot. We speak about Alemao as the IGL, an incredible amount, right? We speak about Stompin as the import. We speak about Lair as he's been probably the best player for G2 across the first half of the stage. And Doki was the best player across G2's second half of the stage. Who are we missing there, by the way?
Laz is stepping up a
Who
lot.
is stepping up and just quietly going about his business, getting the kills he should, in a role that maybe suits him a little bit better now. And he's having a phenomenal stage, just kind of like the anchor, but in a good way of this team.
Yeah, flexible.
He's like the reliable one in this team, and he's just going about his business really quietly.
And Blaz, I know him since I was 15 years old, by the way. I've known Blaz for 10 years. I was part of his first underage team. I recruited him when he transitioned to PC. He was extremely, I guess, an entry then.
But he was a prodigy for a long time. Remember when he was in Challenger League and that type of stuff?
And he got picked up by NA, dropped crazy numbers, but he always had this thing in him that he played, I guess, very safe. He got a lot of kills. And it's the first time I see him transition to a flex support role that it's perfect for him. It's tailor-made for him, and in that roster, he just thrives.
It feels illegal at this point because we always talk about this, right? Like G2 picking up the star player roster, and with the potential that we have with these players, I mean, I guess we're looking at another iteration of such a big star roster. I mean, you're talking about all the players in there. Obviously, we're talking about really young players having made that move internationally to go and play this game and already having those, star potential things at such a young age is absolutely incredible to look at. But you talked about the personal relationships between the G2 members being a really good thing for them in the stage. It's not just between the G2 members. I mean, it's between them and the Virtus Pro players as well. I mean, we're looking at a tweet from Doki where he mentioned, I'm sitting in a team speak with some players. They're playing this game together. I have no idea what's going on, but it's just pure passion.
And that's the thing is, in terms of nobody understands a word anyone's saying. Obviously, you've got, a Frenchman, 2 Russians, and an 18-year-old North American kid, Zach, of course, being Stompin'. And they're just playing a game together, post-game day, vibes of the EML had been high, and they're just vibing with each other. And this is one thing to note about these 2 teams. They are very, very good friends outside of the server as well. They respect each other as really fierce competitors, but they have great personal relationships. We see that at every event between these 2 teams as well.
That's just something we expect from teams that have been playing together for a really long time. I just love that the rookie coming from NA is getting to play with guys that have been here for 9 years on another game. I just find it really funny.
I'm like the let me in meme. I want in on that.
I totally understand that. Obviously, I'm really looking forward to the best of 3 between these 2 teams. Obviously, we talk about the relationships between the teams, with the teams together, and the fact that this was a 8-7 for G2 in the group stage. I'm only excited to see where this best of 3 will take us to in regards of the maps, and obviously hoping for a really close matchup, because in the ideal situation, each team would win their own map pick to then go to the decider. But when we're looking at Bank, it's being brought back. I hope to see another barn burner of a map there.
Jack, quick question.
Yes.
I understand here. The VP bans Night Heaven, Skyscraper, leave open Lair. I get it. Why did G2 ban Clubhouse?
Because it's their permaban. It's literally their permaban. They'll never play it. And there is a risk, even though VP have lost on that map, that they would take G2 to that. Because of that, they've had to leave open Bank, which they played on in the stage, and G2 won, but it was a barn burner. Curiously for me, that second map of Lair, VP won it yesterday. It was a map that was clearly attacked, a clearly attacked map in terms of VP's map pool, but they won it. And I actually spoke to Doki, and he said, we thought Matchco were horrible on that map. We're not worried about that result whatsoever, so we're going to take VP though.
To be fair, G2 has been amazing on Bank. They've destroyed Falcons and stopped a 33 win streak on it. Then on Lair, they've been an amazing Lair team. And despite that result of yesterday, we only saw the defender side almost from VP because they won 5 rounds in defense. And then that decider, obviously border, strong one, strong firepower. That's a really good map veto. Top level on every map for both teams. We're in for a really good show.
Yeah, knowing you two, I think you could talk about days and ages about the other maps that are coming up. But obviously, we'll have some time for that in between the maps as we will be heading into our first best of 3. The game is ready, so it's time to send it to our casters, Fluke and Demo.
Thank you very much, Anne, and the team in the Fortress. Yes, we are going hurtling in towards something I am sure all of us are very excited about, Demo.
It's the big games now. That's where we are inside the playoffs. Obviously, yesterday happened, and it was certainly a very short day. Let's put it at that.
What do you mean? Someone,
well.
I think it was Fresh, put it in as a message that yesterday was 1/3 of an APAC North playoff day.
standard. Classic.
That was the time comparison. So let's see if we can have a little bit longer. I mean, as they rightly said, these two teams met on Bank not long ago. It went all the way. It was 11 or 12 attack rounds won. Barely any defense rounds.
I think if you look at kind of how today's going to go, we're back into the realms of it's the top 4 against each other. You know, we had the luxury of that during our final regular play day, where we had Falcons versus G2 and then VP versus Secret. Similar thing again, where we have those 4 teams playing against each other here today. We kick off with VP and G2. Obviously, the desk had mentioned about how you know, G2 stomping, everything's kind of working for them, bringing in, you know, this rookie from across the pond, making things happen. I think the confidence of this G2 team, I haven't seen them like this since SI23.
And how did that tournament go for them?
They won it.
Oh yeah, they did, with an amazing lower bracket run. Who could forget? But if we're highlighting recent history, as I said before, when these two teams met, it's not also just to sort of comment on specific form of the teams. And yeah, it was, you know, halfway through the season, a little bit later than that. It wasn't exactly the beginning of the season, but we were missing a couple of names that have been massive recently. Stompin was only managed to get himself onto 4-12. We, well, saw how well he'd played the last time this team was on Bank. Dan and Joystick as well, both -7 for it. And recently, those 3 have all just been phenomenal. So, are we going to somehow take what was an already phenomenal game and step it up another level? It starts with Virtus Pro on their attack. Clash Kaid are gone. There's a Jinxie box. I know the desk called for it. We get to see him droning around. Just keeping an eye on everything that might be out and about, I suppose.
I was going to say, just to let everyone know, that's not Jinxie playing the game.
It's not Jinxie playing the game.
It's Stompin'. So, yeah, just don't be surprised if, again, Jinxie's going to be loving this one. Because, again, he wants to see how Stompin' does. Who right now is actually doing quite a good job at just gaining early information there for G2. You see that? So, because nobody's over towards Square, naturally, the brain of G2 should be thinking, okay, they're going to go for lobby take. They're going to go for windows. They're not really interested in trying to go over towards Square because there just isn't really any pressure. There is Dan, who has kind of slinked his way up by himself, and nobody, I don't think, knows he's there. You know, the door's been shut. I think he came in from the mid floor. He could maybe look at getting a backstab on.
Well, it's sort of setting themselves up here for that chance at the fight on the backstab. They're trying to weigh up their options on towards the windows, on towards any potential control there. You've got obviously Shepard making his way in, putting the pressure on towards Banana. And the Trump desk on the side. It's the fire that'll keep Blaz slightly out of perspective here and slightly out of contention for any of this aggression. The Bees start to pop their way in towards Janitors, but it's still just a measuring game, and G2's being very cautious. They're not handing any of their bodies over towards them. They're not getting themselves entirely thrown in at this point. They're making sure that, yes, you're getting some read and reveal of information, but you're also not really getting any direct players. There's the break onto the wall. They're going to try and maybe play against it. Cook the man, but they're not stuck. They're hurt and fire, but they're able to just slip their way out. Doki finally finds the first. On towards Pasha, watching against from the long desk, swinging onto the windows, just misses the head of a second on the windows themselves, and you know, it's sort of this anticipation game that's pushed all the way up towards box, but Doki gets the triple. And at this point, Stompin's just watching cams as Doki's cleaning up the rest of the map. Almost got another slip round, but instead they've got to go top square at this point. But the utility cost that they've got left, it's 2 smoke bolts. And that is really it, Demo. The swing round the side gets Lair a kill of their own. And with 15 seconds and a 1 versus 5, I think it's fair to say, pretty clean opening there for G2.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy we got the Stompin' POV. Echo cams the whole time. We're just winning that round for G2. Stompin' knew where VP weren't, therefore they knew where they were. He was checking square, yeah, nobody over there. They were looking over towards lobby, yeah, nope, nobody pushing lobby. Everyone was on those windows. That is where the push was coming in from, and it was so easy for G2 to position themselves correctly so they wouldn't die to windows. In that bomb site, you can get cut off really easily if you have people in the windows, and then also people pushing by a square or coming in through lobby, because it doesn't really leave you with many safe positions to sit. VP are only pushing from windows. They're not applying any pressure from lobby. Sure, Dan was over towards square, but he didn't really do anything.
No.
VP needed to do a lot more there than just sit in the windows and hope that their util dump would work.
Well, I can break that down. It didn't work, Demo. It didn't quite. It was sort of hoping that something, as you said, the util dump would come together, but it was very easy to avoid for G2's sake, right? They just had to step a little bit further back. You said, yeah, exactly.
Just move to the left, safe as anything. So yeah,
it's like, oh no, oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm all right. I'm right here. And yeah, no pressure inside lobby directly. Yes, they started pinging a couple of bolts across the top towards the CEO area, but and Stompin, as you said, had the eyes on it. They were never pressured from that position. They could just sort of back towards it. Oh, there's a Blackbeard about to find a fight. Dan did get executed elsewhere, so they've lost the Deimos, and they've lost Dan quite early. So Pasha, pretty bruised from that engagement, doesn't suddenly want to be swung around the back. They're inside the start, inside above the side even, open. And the C4 will just combo with the Echo drone. Well, that's one way to make sure that Monty's cooked. And okay, VP, they were slow in the previous round and stuck for a while. They were fast here and destroyed instantly. Joystick's dead on the far side, cooked out by Lair. And at this point, a second failure to launch and land here, Demo, even with the double shields.
Yeah, it's horrendous from VP. I don't really know what they're doing. The Blackbeard's going to try and get rushed down, and he will do, as the cover's there, and G2 have just won the round within a minute. Okay. VP. Can we maybe take a timeout here? Because that seemed very head loss. So VP, they've went for 2 shields, right? And this is something that we've mentioned this stage. They brought the shield play into their game, which they never had before.
Yeah.
G2 on bank, they always hold open area. Every single time I've seen them defend that bomb site, they will always roam in that mid 4. It looked as though VP were shocked that they were there.
You and I had a fair share of rounds. I love that little combat. I mean, I don't think he would have been able to get out of that anyway, because to turn his back to that C4 and deploy his shield, they're just going to get shot in the back. But I still like the little combination. Echo on this map, sort of freewheeling as an info read. Great, very powerful on those sites. We are being a bit mobile, and you also, most importantly, when you are playing that Echo, as demonstrated in round 1, when we saw Stompin in that position for the whole round, you have to be somewhere safe. You have to be somewhere where your back is to a wall, that you don't suddenly get sort of pushed aside. A bit trickier here on this site, because they could try and cut directly. Back to no shields though, and also no timeout. Virtus Pro. Well, 2 rounds, 2 kills. 2 kind of different ways of them falling apart, but they've got to make sure that they don't suddenly find themselves pushed aside. Lair and Doki, between the pair of them, 7-1 after the opening 2 rounds, Demo.
Yeah, they've started off very, very strong, and that is not good news for VP. Obviously, VP, but look at Pasha, who definitely has been the player of the stage. No doubt about it. You need to start getting into the game. Whenever you've got Doki and Lair, and speaking up, and there he goes again, Doki. Another opening pick takes down Pasha. A shush as well.
It's supposed to be a shush.
He's just finessed that into the top corner.
Oh, okay. G2 starting off as strong as they can, and Pasha, if I'm going to talk about performances last time when there were these sort of teams butting heads, he went 18-10. I couldn't quite tell you the full read. I don't remember how strong he was in the beginning, but the game opened with Virtus Pro winning 5-1 on that opening half on their attacks. So definitely a lot worse than it was. They try and swing in and mount some of this pressure on towards the top office, on towards the CEO desk, slip their way in. Onto the walkway on square. There's a bit of a jiggle fight, but two people on the same angles. It's a bit of a risk. The joystick has to push his way up. There's always the chance of this.
Oh, brilliant.
Stomping with a C4, perfectly watched Fire Observer. Now they're forced further and further back out the corner, and then they just keep swinging on it, Demo.
As much as what VP are looking pretty for right now. G2, unbelievable. The comms, the communication, everything is working so well for them. They were holding down in towards Janitor. You have the C4 downstairs. The comm is, oh, there's a guy pushing me. Can we C4 him? The goo mines are going to hold him back. Wow, I'm so locked in right now for the G2 team. I am so massively impressed with them. It's going so well. 1v4, no problem to them at all.
There has to be a timeout. There has to be a timeout.
I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do right now.
You just have to cut the game and be like, okay, square one. Like, we have to roll our way back. 3 kills on the side of Virtus Pro over the opening 3 rounds. 2 of them have been on Lair. There are 3 G2 players that have not died yet in the opening engagements, which says 2 things. 1, Doki on that sort of lead position, and yeah, they're a very mobile team, G2, but Doki on that lead position is popping off. I think he's like 5-0, maybe 6-0 at this point, but the sort of backline players that we've seen from these opening rounds, the ones sitting on the Echo drones, the ones playing back at the site, they have not been pressured at all. Stomping in that position over there on Archives, playing underneath, not been pressured. Doesn't have to worry too much, gets a C4 kill. Adam out, playing the sort of smoke role, not being entirely directly pressured. Yeah, he's not a million miles away from the fight here, but they still have to get through Lair and Doki to get to them. Sort of failing on both fronts here, and no timeout, Demo.
It's absurd that they haven't went for it. I mean, you need that right now. You need to try and just calm things down. You've got 3 kills to your name after 3 rounds. That's it. That's all they have. Oh my.
10 seconds left.
I mean, as much as VP, yes, have looked back, I just think G2 right now are on form. They're on it.
Oh, it's been brilliant.
They want it. On top of their game. Yeah. That's the main thing. It's the praise G2 rather than we kind of talk about the misfortunes of VP.
Well, I think it's also always worth sort of stating where if you are looking at the last time these 2 teams met, I know I've referenced it a few times, it was 2 5-1 halves before we got into overtime. Okay, like, anything is possible. We might get the exact reverse of the game we had last time, where it's 5-1 halves to defense either side. You just don't know. So, you know, it's always that sort of setup here. It would be surprising, but always possible in the wonderful game of Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege X. 3-0. G2 and stomping back on the drones. It's this sort of enjoyable way of using the Echo drones on this site, just sort of flying them around. It's big cavernous spaces. You can get yourself quick and easy reads on quite a lot of the approach, and the approach is sort of similar to as it was before so far. Seems like Virtus Pro is still trying to run the numbers, put some pressure on towards stock. They're a bit concerned about what might be coming out underneath them. But otherwise, Demo, is this sort of worrisome flashbacks to round 1?
Again, we know the Echo's going to be there to provide the information to G2. G2 will know where they're coming from, and again, it is going to be Windows. One thing that would, of course, help them is Dan can get in and actually destroy the Echo camps. You know, he is the IQ at the end of the day. He's going to be there, that gadget, for that reason. Asher, though, will finally get himself onto the scoreboard. We'll find that opening pick onto Lair, who is that Azamian operator that you'd love to have still alive with some of those concrete barriers in towards that top floor. Still, minute 10 left. No move from VP. They fired a little bit of util, but that was really it. They didn't fully commit to it.
Detected a
I think, should they maybe have went for it? Because it's kind of a stage where you're kind of wasting utility for what purpose?
I mean, at this point, yeah, they've got 1.5 of Alamau, but the Warden can still sort of play quite well against the potential chance of those smoke bolts that can come through. They've got this Doki black backline to worry about. The flashes start to come across Doki's front. They've cut themselves in closer and closer, getting some control over the swing to make sure there's nothing on the back end of it behind the Kiba barricade, and that will force out any player that might be in stock. Pasha rotating his way up towards top white, and Joystick gets Doki a 4 versus 3. They've got the man advantage doubled down now, and well, it's Blast that starts to fight back. 3 versus 2. Stompin gets caught out. The battle on the top does fall, and Virtus Pro find themselves a route through to a round win.
Much better from VP. You can see that they actually attacked it from different areas. A guy coming in through square. You had a guy pushing up through marble stairs as well, which was a big thing to look at. Yeah, just overall, much better from VP. That's what they should have done the first time. It wasn't just the one-way attack where they just hoped that the util would carry them through it. They actually had to go out and pick their fights and win their fights, more importantly. Yeah. Way you win Siege, you're not going to win Siege just by hiding behind utility. You have to go out there and get your kills. Everyone.
Don't tell Tim.
Oh. You've done that a lot to me. I say something and you're like, wow, that's great.
I'm so sorry. It's like a gut reaction to say something stupid after you say something smart.
It just sounds as though, like, I can say, did you know the sky's blue? And then
no,
you go,
get out.
Exactly what you've just
get
done.
Out of
it seems to happen quite a lot to me this day.
Well, based on your pearly words of wisdom, Virtus Pro, they've gotten around. And to be honest, it was a decent adaptation. Suddenly they've went from, what, 3 kills it was before the round. It wasn't that a single player popped off. It wasn't that a single force showed up. As you said, there was movement around the utility and movement around most of the map. They put some pressure onto white stairs, which I don't think they did last time round. It sort of drew Stompin into an engagement. It drew a couple of kills. It put pressure onto those janitor and stock players. They couldn't just sit there as a backline that they did the last time.
Oh, okay. So last time we were at the basement, we didn't really see the basement. It was all in a mid-floor room. Obviously, the thing that you have to look at from the VP lineup is no shields whatsoever. They had brought in 2 of them the last time. Look, Monthly has been banned by G2, fair enough, but Blackdirt isn't getting a look in. G2, oh dear. Laura down, and we know it's a very heavy roam game. That might have actually opened up the site potentially for VP to try and take it quickly.
I mean, you lose the smoke this early. Yeah, you've got other options for slowing and delaying, but it's also a drop of Lawyer. We talked about how well they've been able to get themselves into this game and the rhythm of it, and then since then, unfortunately, cast the curse, and they've disappeared off the face of the earth. Joystick has to just sit. There is this potential part of him, as he played yesterday at Matchco, where he kept on just pushing into the site, getting some kills and getting these opportunities. I don't think he feels fully confident doing the same thing here against G2, but if he sits and he waits and he survives in server, all of those G2 players will have to start falling back. It will help the other VP players do things like this. Catch them on the rotate. Oh no, it's Doki who gets the spray round. Even under the call, the Deimos is removed. Doki still slips back to sight. And Alamau does find the end of Joystick. Okay, I said they had the right idea, but sometimes you got to account for the variables that they can just shoot you in the face. Stompin can lie back, set the world ablaze, and wait for the approach, because now with a minute, always Shepard and Pasha have to try and see if they can pull this together.
This is a very explosive start. I mean, a lot of the util is gone. Obviously, the smoke just dying. And again, some of the Goyos as well being popped, so it does give VP just a little bit of time, but G2 have went for the triple down almost. They've also got that the Chanka that Stompin is on, who, again, can play that denial. Still for VP, it looks as though they want to try and get a plant. But as we know, it's going to still be really difficult for them. I think a lot of the pressure is going to have to come down to Pasha on this backstab, dropping down through elevator in hopes he can maybe try and take out the Tachanka.
It has to be the Tachanka. They've got a C4. You've got more than enough to just win this out from this position. So Pasha has to get the kill, but Doki's aware, and Doki locks that down. At this point, it'll just take the single swing. They do get the C4, but Stompin hits the back. You know, Shepard's gonna still stick on the plant and get it cemented, but does get one on his flight out, but Stompin gets that reliable finish to it, and well, who else do you really want on your back line right now rather than Stompin?
You fly across from the other side of the world to sunny Glasgow.
Beautifully sunny Glasgow.
Yep. and you think, oh, this guy, you know, he's, you know, top player, top killer in the console scene. Let's stick him on hard sport.
Stick him on Django. You flown halfway across the world as a kid, living your dream of playing a video game competitively, and Doki makes you have to play Tachanka? Come on.
I will argue, though, I've said it before, Doki, for the past year, he would be playing like this role, where Doki thinks he can play all of these operators who I don't think are that good. Like, Tachanka isn't a fun operator to play, right?
Yep.
And certainly someone of Doki's caliber should not be on that because he just can't play it. As much as Doki likes to think he's a very flexible player, he's a one trick. Yeah, he does good what he does good. And that is play the aggressive operators with good guns, and he'll perform, okay? I've told that to his face many, many times. Whenever he went through that phase, remember where he was saying, oh, I love playing Ace. Ace is such a great operator. No, not buying it. Don't even think about it. You want an SI hammer, playing Ana every game. Don't try and tell me that's Ace.
Yeah. I was going to say, but that he's saying that for other people to go, oh, I'll play Ace then. And he's like, oh, no.
That's the thing.
I've got to play Ana.
Doing Doki's role last year, but to such a better level. So that's it. Stomping is better than Doki. Facts.
Print it, post it. Yeah, Doki, I mean, to be fair though, Doki's doing Doki things pretty well today. 8-1. The only round that he's died in has been lost by G2. And he's been more than happy to freewheel his way around the map as Tubarao. The C4 onto a window, but as he gets revealed, would rather just slip away behind the castle barricades and find himself a new semblance of safety inside the back of the site. So, obviously, we've had this site a bit back and forth between the two teams. The last time Virtus Pro took it included some other levels and aspects put in it. This is a new one. Again, Dan getting underneath inside Archives, starting hitting up through the floorboard itself. Might try and cause some distraction for G2. They're getting the read out, but it's a Flores drone that's going to remove the barb. And still that decent growth here from VP as Dan finds the first.
And VP is taking again, just playing those windows with that util. Last time we praised that VP were hitting this bomb site from different avenues, and again for Pacha, it's going to be a simple backstab. Nobody watching that walk up in through lobby. Still though, the trades are back in G2. And it is going to be a 3-on-3 with, again, I think the remaining players, yeah, all of them on the windows. So that little bit of extra pressure that they had from the staircases is gone now. They're back to square one.
Well, Shepard somehow gets the kill there onto the Capitao. Maybe just couldn't, onto the Capitao, with the Capitao onto Doki. Maybe just couldn't find a cool way to step out of the fight. So at this point, with a minute, they have plenty of time to try and wrangle out the two remaining players, Lair and Stompin. We hear the start of a cover. Ooh, and a risky keeper move doesn't quite draw the attention, but there's one. 52 seconds now. Shepard and Joystick just trying to find the pinch onto the final player. He slips his way out. Great flame. Great bit of motion. Forces him on the long route round. How aware is Virtus Pro is going to be the tell. The hot pings come through. Stompin has to pick his moments perfectly. Joystick does get the connection though, and just over the top of the site. 2 rounds of 4-2 for G2. But to be honest, for the side of Virtus Pro, from how they started demo, I think they're pretty happy with 2.
It recovered well. I think that's the best way to put it. Wasn't the greatest of siege halves from VP. We know they can do a lot better. It's good to see though that they did learn from their mistakes, especially in towards that top floor. They lost it the first time, then they were able then to win it twice. G2 going with the repeat, which again, even G2 going for that bomb site 3 times and losing it twice. I mean, that'll be annoying for G2, where they could have went, you know, for the open area bomb site again, which worked well for them. So yeah, strange to see. I think for G2 and the way that things have kind of went for them, that round, it came down to really good util that time from VP. I mean, how can you play it around that Capita? You know, if you don't have the correct operators to go against it, those flames are going to hit you hard. The radius that it covers is massive. VP played it really well, able to pick off one player, and then also using the second one to get them into sight to go for that plan. I thought was very, very smart. So yeah, good seed from VP. G2 just and maybe just lacking the denial. I mean, Capita was brought every single round for that attack, and nobody really thought maybe some ADSs could be nice inside Janner to help the guy. I don't know.
No. Well, to be fair, we complimented them quite early on how easily they avoided it. But at that point, Virtus Pro weren't putting any other pressure elsewhere, really. As soon as they started adding that extra element of pressure, whether it was underneath, whether it was from top white, or as we saw, coming up spiral, that player doesn't have free movement in that terrain. You suddenly have a second angle that leans into it, and suddenly that Capital bolt becomes as lethal as it demonstrated in that previous round. But G2, will they prove this to be a game of two halves, or can they try and start this one with the strength they had before? As we said last time, they're against Virtus Pro, as Virtus Pro managed on them 5 attack rounds. But it's been a distance and a difference since then, and G2's had some pretty heavy games on this map, as we saw against Falcons, where they got themselves even halves off the top of my head. I think it was 3 attacks they managed to land.
Look at the two lines of approach for both teams compared to each other in the previous half. G2, not as much util. You know, obviously VP were bringing in Capital, we're bringing in Grim, for example. Zof was a big one as well. G2, a lot more playing with the kind of guns up. You know, you're bringing in the Ash, you're bringing in the Ndokubi, the Lion there as well. You've got those 2 universal operators to support going for the picks and trying to see if they can find these kills. VP, on the other hand, they've brought on a Maestro, for goodness sake, so a massive amount of information is trying to be laid down for this top floor.
Either side of the sofa, will they get the timing right here? It's a dangerous position. There's a player directly above them, but they have no idea that Pasha is currently sat here waiting. He's trying to get this snappy moment, but he needs to be almost gifted it, because as soon as he misses a couple of shots, they'll get a close down. But in the meantime, the longer he waits, the more people are going to die. Blaz gets one. Moves away from his first engagement, drifts around to find it, but the call comes out at the worst possible time. Doki's able to get himself some safety, and then, it's Blaz even, gets the lockout. Doki was just putting the pressure on, and now with a crossfight, there's the drop onto one. Dan hops right back out. Did get Blaz in the same engagement, but they have a minute in the 3 versus 2 demo.
Almau know that he missed his own sense gadget. He didn't block off the actual door that he needed to cover. He got the rest, but he left down that opening. Now for G2, they're stalled out ever so slightly with losing Alamau, who is again looking for that plant. Now for G2, we'll see if they can pick it back up and go for this plant, but still they just don't have the information. They have no idea where these 2 remaining players of VP are.
25 seconds. They're trying to find a simple route through, but the breach. Oh, it's just an engagement to win out, and Lair and Stompin then do. I mean, G2, they'd obviously done some of the work. Get out of there.
Who's that?
Who is that sneaking in? Someone beloved, I'm sure.
I think it's Blaz's girlfriend, who actually I've seen on social media. The guy is well fed. I'll put it that way. She makes him some amount of food.
I love people whose social medias is just great cooking, because I cannot cook at all. So I live vicariously through people who are very talented at cooking and going, wow, and they've listed a recipe that seems so easy to follow. I will never be able to do this. Tack timeout is finally called from Virtus Pro. 5-2 is a big divide, especially when it's after the divide of the half. So now they've got to try and find a way, because to be honest, it was suddenly a 5 versus 3. Then 2 kills kind of traded out at the same time, and then 1 got tacked on from the misplay of the gadget. So a 3-2 from where they were at wasn't horrible, but can they do just enough to get that final 15 seconds into their favor might be what they're trying to work out.
A tough round though for Pasha. He probably thinks, wow, I should have done more, shouldn't I, in that position, but he just needed to force a play. You know, he waited way too long. Duffy calls again, that operator. So good at the moment, you know, just for that little bit of active information where you can be just a touch lazy if you want to, because you know you have that universal call to play off. not saying GT are a lazy team. Well, sometimes. Certainly Alamau, for example, just swings in without seeing the door clear or not.
I was trying to piece together what happened there with the Blaz-Doki exchange, because Doki was the player on the pillar. I think Blaz swung out the breach and shot down, but then the same way that they got a kill, or swung out from the breach area, sorry, not specifically the breach, they were the player behind the sofa, but the same way that Alamau got killed from just the long watch from Banana, I think that was the way they killed Blaz as well. They were just watching the same angle, so they got 2 from that same swing. Wasn't enough, unfortunately. Instead, we find ourselves obviously rotating around on the site, not going down to the basement just yet. They've got to try and make a perfect rotation land, so pull themselves onto open instead.
Alamau went on Ash. He's probably seen his KD and thought, hang on a minute, this something needs to change. I'll get me off the sense, get me on the Ash, and he's looking to see if he can get up to his old tricks. Very classic position though for Alamau on this bomb site for the open area. He was just outside copy window. The amount of times where I've seen that guy jump in that window and get 4 kills, it's happened more than once. It's happened quite a few times. So certainly it is an area and certainly a player that we look towards to make those big plays. And oh dear, a messy engagement, but Pasha ends up winning it against Stompin. Almost gave Stompin away in there, by the way. Alamau's been taken out. I think he got taken out from copy window. Had to have been.
He did get
into a 3-on-3.
He got 1 kill before he got taken out. Now it's a 2 versus 2 because Doki is inside the side, just throwing grenades and forcing the motion. Suddenly just Dan left in a 2 versus 1, but where is Blaz? Is Dan going to be able to isolate this fight first before support can show up at this point? They're just tucked in the corner. Now they're expecting it because the pings have revealed that yes, the man is in, slipped his way through. Okay, a 2 versus 1, still hitting them. The hot reads putting the pressure on there, but Blaz gets the end of it. They had Dan in a box, and his best hope was to just spray against the hot pings at that point. But otherwise, G2 seems gets stronger and stronger as the game's gone on here. Virtus Pro, maybe just how they started a little slow is coming back to haunt them here, because we do go into G2's map next demo, don't we?
Yeah. That's such a classic G2 round again. Seen that so many times before in fight. They just go for the calls and then they just try and drop at the site as quickly as they can. Doki was just able to move straight in through, I think, top square, straight in through the hatch and then into sight. And all credit to Doki, he won his team that round. Yeah. He loses that engagement against that remaining guy inside of open area. That is a 1v2 for Blaz that he's just never going to win. Blaz is in Narnia, nowhere to be found. Still plenty of active information for VP to play off. You have to give credit to Doki. Held his 1v1, won it very, very well. And yes, send his team into a 6-2 lead. Massive buffer zone now.
Doki 13-2. The record still stands. If Doki dies, the round is
5
lost.
seconds left.
Which is quite a nice thing to sort of have going for yourself, but a different level of pressure. But to be honest, you know, we highlighted, I guess, in multiple different instances, how supportive Doki is of not only his teammates and the sort of uplifting of Stompin, but also the fact that they were playing late games with some of the players here on VP. So there's a lot of pressure from him from both sides to be outstanding and upstanding in this, and he has been. And at that point, you sort of, you know, whether you're the central figure of other people's plays or not, Doki is a man who loves that main character energy. Steady drone and clear over the top. They're going to see if they can try and hunt Joystick. He's got the chance to drop on the hatch if he wants to get out of here, if the pressure gets a bit too hot. But if he can waste a couple of drones and draw a bit of attention, maybe even some other utility or a player, well, he'll be very happy with the work done in the open office and can finish for the day. But too early to drop as of yet.
Changing max.
Oh, he disagrees.
There he goes. Yep. And that is all of them back into sight now. Got only one player not necessarily in the bomb site, but hey, still pretty close. And that is going to be Dan, who, since I've said that, has also retreated down in towards server. So he'll be now over towards the staircase. But this is good for G2.
Yeah, it was great. Patrick was trying to bait them into the waiting shotgun of always. Just sort of sat there and they're like, no, 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 I'm not chasing that Echo drone. Get the hatches open. Oh, but Dan! You could see Doki was sort of looking for the fight, but it's a great gun in Dan's hands to be able to thread those sort of needles and just do a huge amount of damage as slugs tear your head off. Blaz is still getting the hatch done, but Loira screams his way through, hot droned in, almost gets the head of Dan as well. Pops the Goyo canister, just sort of sent it, but they needed somebody to do that demo.
They needed somebody to get a kill back after losing Doki in the fashion that they did, where you're not going to be able to trade that kill back onto Dan. So somebody needs to make a play. And Lair stepped up, as he usually does for this team, and he made that play. Now, obviously for G2, it's going through this stage of getting rid of all the util, primarily those Goyo canisters. And that's really all VP have in terms of the hard denial. You know, you don't have a smoke, you have the Chanka. Yes, you've got the Echo. How far can those Echo cams get you? Probably one stun and then they should get shot. But maybe that's all they need is just one.
They're spraying through. Dan gets out of there and they're just covered by a glass in the middle of a smoke. Where is any action here, Virtus Pro? Pasha's gotten killed. They're going to try and push their way up green and try and retake the verticality as they've got to. Alamau, they have a bit of safety because the hatch itself is locked. It's a full send to the top rope and a bit of a cut in the middle. The rotate round. Cut on towards Archive, stomping. He's got a heavy fight to do here, and he's put himself in a really nice position, but they just drift on by. There's almost one, always so hurt, but Stompin's still alive, and as long as he's alive, they can't just get the control of the site. There goes Pasha as well. Blaz is winning out. They have to push and kill him, but Stompin, he's just holding down. Just Alamau gets the kill on the back. It's traded out, but too little, too late. G2, they take this first map, set themselves up in a very strong position. We had a quick day yesterday demo. G2 seem like they want to have a quick one today too.
Oh, VP, where was your denial? Not even a C4 in the right position. Just wasted util for that basement. I mean, credit to G2, they seen the gap. They thought, hey, that Goyo canister is not going to extend right beside the doorway. Let's just go for the plant.
Well, it's a quick moment, but we'll still go to a break before we're back with the desk to talk about it.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Well, a star for G2 in this matchup where the SI points, the prize money, and the invite to EWC are on the line. A 7-2 on Bank. We've seen this map before between these two teams, and this time around, it wasn't even the map pick of Virtus.pro.
No, it was the map pick of Virtus.pro. I think that was the problem, Annie. It was the map pick of Virtus.pro. I think fundamentally, yesterday we pulled up a graphic where we said we are really worried about Virtus.pro's map pool. We were proved wrong yesterday in the fact that they played Lair and they won Lair. However, we have been proved right today that they felt that their best map available against G2 is one that they've already lost to G2 in the stage. Now, what does that tell you in confidence terms? It tells you that your players are loading into that lobby, seeing the map and thinking, this opponent has already beaten me on this map. Oh, what is going to happen? And then, not only has this opponent already beaten me on this map, G2 had already beaten Falcons on that map in the stage and ended a 3-year win streak. G2 love this map. And that's a limitation of Virtus.pro's map pool, and I think we saw that with just how dominant G2 were.
And that Earther dominance, you see it on your screen right now. Check on your left side. Not a single player on the side of VP is in a positive KD. On the other side, crazy moment, a crazy stand-up player in Doki, but also just one big thing for me. Look at the rounds in the middle. 4-2 split in defense on Bank, that's crazy from G2. Why is that? Because they banned the Hibana, because they banned the Ace, the one that we mentioned, and it completely reshaped the way Bank is being played. When VP transitioned to defense, what do they ban? Did they ban the average?
Nope.
Not a single average.
The Monty.
And then 3 wins in a row from the side of G2.
Yep.
Honestly, masterclass. Honestly, it's amazing to see G2 play like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really impressive, obviously. And then, I mean, you're mentioning a few players on the side of Virtus.pro going negative. There was one on the side of G2 that really showed up today.
Doki stepping up once again. He's having his best stage so far, I feel like, with G2. He's so consistent. Look at these clips. Like, it's actually insane. Like, one taps with the DMR everywhere. Look at this. I mean, he's in a fight with me right now. just like boom, one tap. Yeah, there you go. Honestly, like, thanks again to our production for putting this package together. It's actually really beautiful to see with the free cam, and I'm a big fan of that. But in general, just bigger fan of Doki. He stepped up not only in the game, also out of game, being the older brother of Stompen, being welcoming him in Scotland. Look at this, 1.44 kills per round, almost 90 cost. Like, honestly, it's a team with full of individuals, but unlike Falcons in a certain sense, they also do look very much like a team and always play together.
And working together, yeah, that's absolutely it. You know, there was even an attack where there was a sense execute where Alamo had messed his sense up, you know, they didn't get the execute off, and they still found a way to work it back through that round. That's what we're seeing out of good teams, is when plan A goes wrong, plan B is still there, and you've got the individual talent on top.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking at the 1.44 kills per round. That's extremely high. That's actually incredible. It's just something I think with Doki when he plays against Virtus.pro, because back when they initially played in the group stage and it was at 8-7, he was also the MVP. He was also dropping, like, what was it, 18 kills or something? To get close to that now in significantly less rounds, it's insane.
It's that little bit
3 players on the stage, I think.
Absolutely.
Doki?
Yeah, top 3 third rated player across the whole stage for the league stage. But it's also that little bit of extra inspiration. Like I said, these are very good friends of his. It's a little bit of extra motivation just to beat them. And obviously there's a lot on the line inside of this game. And, you know, pressure makes diamonds, and Doki has stood up today.
And I think so far we've mentioned the kills in the game. We've mentioned the impact of bringing Stomp in and being that leadership figure for him. I think a third thing of that has to be the shot call and the energy in the game. I don't know if you check every single time after the round, who do you see yelling and going, let's go guys, let's go boys. It's always Doki. And hyping up the team, being that energetic voice in the team, it means a lot. It's hyping everyone, it's boosting the confidence of everyone. And at pro level, that confidence translates into round wins.
It's kind of nice because G2 has often been a team, I think you called it mercenaries, where they didn't really know where they were at. They feel like they've really found the place, and especially Doki.
It's looking so dangerous. I mean, if you're a Virtus.pro fan, it's looking very difficult for them to get it back. After this was, in fact, their own map pick as well. Like we said, G2 have won out that first map. Can they do it in 2? We'll find out after the break. Welcome back to the Europe Meta League broadcast, where we're going to set you up for the second map of this series. And in order to explain it very well, let's bring up the map feature once again, because we are in the best of 3 territory. We have just seen that first map. It was Virtus.pro's map pick. They lost it to G2. And obviously, with the way that the Virtus.pro map picks are so predictable sometimes, G2 saw the opportunity of Lair and picked it.
And you've got to ask yourself, how did VP ended up on Lair? Well, because we're in a BO3, because they cannot ban 3 maps anymore, and they're stuck in playing new maps, right?
Yeah, the 4 maps they will generally ban: Nighthaven, Skyscraper, Lair, and Consulate inside the best of 3s. You can only ban 2 before somebody gets a pick.
So Lair is here, and they've played it yesterday, and they started defense exactly like they're starting defense now. And it was a really good map from them. Now, why am I saying this is going to be a really good pick from G2? I already mentioned it before. It's a good G2 map. But just how good is it for G2? It's a 9-win streak for G2. And put simply, ever since Lair was introduced to the pro map pool, they have never lost it.
Never.
They've beaten M80, they've beaten Liquid on it, even more recently, 7-2, 7-4 versus Wolves and Wild. It's one of their best maps. And this is why I think when Doki speaks to you in DMs and says, I'm not very scared of what we've seen from Matchco on that map, because basically VP played against a terrible opponent yesterday, I can understand a little bit more why.
And I think adding on to that, once you've got a handle on how you can play against VP and how you can beat VP, the map in a sense is almost not relevant, because you know that your team play's got to be better, you know that your execution's got to be better, and you will know how they play, how I would say at times it can be slow, it can be a little bit rigid from Virtus.pro's playstyle. As much as they've worked on it, the fundamentals are still there. So I think G2 will just be coming into this oozing confidence.
I mean, obviously, yeah, given that they've never lost this map before, that's amazing. We see it so often from G2 as well. They're not scared to pick into an opponent's map, even if they're really good at it. And we saw it yesterday. Like, obviously, Virtus.pro had some really good showings on that map, but surely that also gives information on what G2 should be doing today.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll have watched it. They'll have seen it. Absolutely. I mean, I think Doki even tweeted about it. I think he called Matchco putrid on that map. He really was, you know, he was saying, like, we are not worried. We are not scared. We've got the confidence. And we've seen G2 do this across the stage. They took Virtus.pro to bank in the regular stage. We said at that point, that's one of Virtus.pro's best maps. And they did it to assert dominance. They won it, and we just saw what happened. They did it with Falcons. They took Falcons to bank. They beat them on that map.
Yeah.
It must be filling them with so much confidence that they're just not worried whatsoever.
And obviously, coming back to VP showing Lair yesterday, we saw Matchco struggle to enter a doorway for 3 minutes. I don't know if you remember. Like, they literally had no way to problem solve.
No.
So why is it interesting here, guys? Basically, first time we see VP play Lair. Once again, play the full defense side. So 6 rounds in defense where they show every setup they have. And they can only change so much in the matter of 24 hours. So now you're coming into Lair, one of your most comfortable map, and you've seen the entire defense strats from VP. And what's the side where VP starts today? Defense again. So you can see all of the defensive setups. You can prepare your counter strats. And that's the kind of G2 that we like, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you're Virtus.pro, like we've talked about these guys, we've talked about them. Cyborg is a word that gets mentioned a lot of the time when we talk about this squad, in their ability to just get back on the horse, just get back on it. The map 1, you know, if this is a lot of other teams, you losing your map 1, not even just losing, just getting absolutely humiliated on your own map pick would really affect a team in a best of 3. I trust the fortitude of this team that you see on your screen to just get back on it. They've got their experience. They know best of 3s along. They know anything can happen. And in theory, they have won this map yesterday, so they are still feeling good on it, despite all the factors as to why we might think G2 are good on this map.
Yeah, obviously, we're looking at the Virtus.pro players right now, still looking very much calm, cool, collected, despite obviously how important this game is and how many SI points you're going to get from it. The prize pool money, the invite to EWC, it's so important relying on this matchup. Now, especially for the Virtus.pro fans in the Twitch chat, what do they need to do to make sure they improve on this map? Obviously, they played it. One of the factors we talked about, they had this time in the shadows to cook on these new maps, on this new Siege X. Surely there's a bit more depth to their Lair.
I'm going to be quick here. Starting in defense, be disruptive to the side of G2 by being aggressive early round, like they were yesterday. They were very disruptive. They were preventing the guys from entering the building. They were confident. That's the kind of confidence we need to see early on in this map to bring back the confidence for the rest of the matchup and maybe go to a map 3.
All right, so the good thing is obviously that the first half will tell us a lot about the chances of Virtus.pro in this matchup. Starting out on defense, we'll bring it back to the casters, Fluke and Demo.
Thank you very much, team in the Fortress. And will it be a 2-0, or will we see a Virtus.pro Lair where unfortunately Doki eats their words about how good Matchco were on this map and find themselves suffering the same fate?
putrid, I think Jack mentioned. Like, what a word that he could have used to describe his opponent, say. But that is him. You know, he's been like that for years. He always has something to say about his opponents. I think you'll probably do it at the VP, because I think they've already mentioned the relationship that VP and G2 have, as that kind of respect amongst each other is very full. I know that Doki has been playing with the Russians for years now, you know, playing at all sorts of games of them, like really weird games as well, like games that are kind of, you know, like those games where they come out for like a month and then they just disappear. He would sit there and play like those types of games of them.
I think it's that sort of... we need like a book of Dokiisms, I think. I don't want to harp too much on the long term, but I can even talk the short term. It was what, a week ago, where he mentioned, oh, we're great, we never have a timeout, and then we had the longest tech pause I think across any region. So eating words is almost the back end, the epilogue to Doki's book of Dokiisms demo.
Yep, it's be a big book, a lot of chapters in it, I think.
What are your... I mean, to be honest, there's probably a follow-up coffee book about... Oh, instantly. A follow-up coffee book about your demoisms.
I'll see where you're going to go with this one.
Okay. This is when I really need Fresh, because I'm sure he's got that all written down. But there are demo phrases that will always come into it, right? There's that's so good!
Okay. Is that it? Just one?
No, I'm currently desperately scrolling, because now you've put me on the spot. There are more. Why can I not remember all of them?
There is there is a 6'8" giant you could bring in will help you.
Oh, that's so good. What?
Yep. Anything else?
Can't be a player on his day. Observer Easy has just clarified that it's Northern Ireland. Make the play or the play makes you.
There you go.
Yeah. I am getting the lifeline. Quite a few people from the talent group have started messaging me your demoisms now.
No.
No. I need to wake the sleeping giant that is easy. Not easy. Ollie.
You need Ollie.
Yeah, I need Ollie. Ollie will have a manuscript.
You'll learn in time, don't worry. We'll give you time.
Yeah. So, talking of time, obviously we're in a tech pause. We're just building into this with a bit of drama. A bit of sort of emotion. Are you on the edge of your seat, Demo?
Honestly, I don't even have the seat. Standing up.
I usually do stand up when a game starts. So I haven't stood up yet. Spoiler alert. I'm just enjoying the sitting down and the cool for a moment. As are our players. I'm not entirely sure what the current hold-up is. Obviously, we've just had a maintenance. So I'm really hoping things will be smooth, and I'll get some word soon as to where we will be. Apparently just a slight crash, so this should be a quick theoretical pause.
Nothing too crazy.
Okay,
just fairly run-of-the-mill stuff.
Let's put some perspective on this map then compared to the last one. In your book, what do Virtus Pro have to try and do here that they could not get done on Bank?
Team play. A lot of the time I noticed that they were getting picked off and no response at all. I think G2, their team play was on lock. They were gelling really, really well. They always liked to work in twos. If one guy was doing something, somebody would be in total sync with that player. That's the main thing that I kind of noticed with VP. It just didn't seem... It just didn't seem as though it was together, you know, and that's always a key thing that we look for. You'll look at lower teams than the kind of bottom end of the table this stage. Teams who had really struggled to get kills and trade each other. You know, a lot of the times they would win rounds based on one guy having a pop-off round, and as we know, that's not really how you can win games, you know, these days. It's just by relying... Well, maybe Falcon's a little bit different considering how Shaiko and Co did yesterday with some of the clutches they had on Consulate, but still, the point stands. You cannot rely on clutches or one big player popping off every single time. You need to have a well-rounded team who understand each other, and you just play off that. And I think G2, you look at Bank, I highlight the open area round that they had. Alamau jumping in through that copy window. He knew he could go for that because Doki was always going to be with him, dropping in through the hatch, ready for those trades. That's exactly what happened.
Well, we are in and off to the races. 3 of the 4 bands are shields. Fair enough. They're in a very good place right now. Clash gone alongside the Monty and the Blitz, trying to limit some of the approach and the pressure that could be applied here, especially over sort of the top floor. If you're looking at getting control of the walkway above Rocket, if you're looking at taking that ops room pressure, or even just sort of charging in on top green and forcing pressure onto the other side, on towards the R6 room side, just not having those as a problem to deal with is a big boon. But Virtus Pro, they get to start on their defense this time, and yeah, okay, the last map, it didn't quite go their way throughout all of it. They didn't get any defenses at all. But new map, new day, new moment, new team. Who dis? Virtus Pro. That's who.
5 seconds remaining.
Obviously, for a map like Lair, still relatively new in the grand scheme of things, but certainly has seen a massive play rise now during this stage. A lot of teams going here, and teams almost, I think, understand the map very, very well. I think we've seen a good level of Lair so far this stage. G2 have obviously shown that they'll play this and are quite capable and comfortable in playing this map. VP, it was a new surprise for us yesterday. One thing the reference is that yes, VP, they did win Lair yesterday, and it was a 7-1. But look at who they were up against. Yeah, big difference between G2 and Matchko. We know that.
I think it's the weird thing to sort of say that Matchko obviously have played great games throughout the split, but then they didn't look like the same team we'd seen throughout the split yesterday. It was a sort of unfortunate, downtrodden bit of energy from a team that was otherwise quite energetic. G2, on the other hand, in some sort of books, have a similar energy. They're just a little bit more rehearsed, a little bit more practiced with it. And there's Doki getting the first start as he means to continue. Screams his way up Rocket Stairs, gets the second Doki. He's already knocking on the door of sight. I said it might slow down the control here on towards this end, but as Loira gets one, there's a trade out blast, and another gets himself two. It's a blind Alamau. Dan's cooked by stomping, and what a way to open the pace here.
Alamau and Doki, these duo plays have been going for has been excellent. You know, the Ying being used to get his way in towards ops, using the util at the same time. Doki backstabbing in through lobby, up the staircase, finds that opening pick. Great info as well. See, there's a yellow ping straight onto that warden as well. So really easy kill for him. From there, they have the man advantage. Doki being able to call out that he's killed, obviously, that warden. It then opens up the player jumping in through the art window. Yeah, just, again, for G2. That's the way that they want to start things. Similar to Bank, same intensity. Hit them hard, hit them fast. Don't give them time to think about what's going on. Doki performing well again. Yeah, again, for G2, it's just great start.
Screamed their way in, just sort of rested and took control, and unfortunately we're back into another tag pause immediately, which is probably going to frustrate GT more than anything. It's like such a big burst of energy. It's like we're playing American football and they've done a play, and now they go back and we have a little bit of the break of momentum. Look at the playbook, look at the plans, cook up a new one. Still G2, almost a bit of shock and awe there. We've seen teams spend a long time trying to juggle that position. Blaz just frustrated with the draft. Have we seen Blaz's cat recently?
No.
Okay, I see the cat tree and I'm just sort of wanting. Bring out the cat. Probably actually outside the room. Imagine how distracting that could be. What car is that on Doki's background?
Is it a BM?
It looks like a BM.
Yeah. He's actually just, I think, passed his driving test as well.
Oh, Congratulations.
So, you're driving in Scotland, just be careful.
Look out for a BM. In fact,
don't let Stomp and Drive be on the wrong side of the road.
Okay, it's a dream car, and yeah, I mean that would be tragic. Can Stomp? To be fair, I've heard that, and this is entirely speaking tangentially, and I don't want to start an argument in chat, but I probably will. Driving tests over here are a lot harder than driving tests in America.
Oh, they drive like through these little orange cones, don't they? That's it.
Yeah.
See, like literally.
Guns gets capped.
Yeah, wait until they have to try and, you know, the instructors ask you to overtake on a cyclist in front of you to driving test. That'll make you sweat, I'll tell you.
I've got the full read on the exact car. I'm assuming Fresh at some point has asked Jack. It's a BMW M4 3.0 bi-turbo coupe. Or a coupe.
My mum works in a BMW car dealership.
Well, maybe they can sell Toki a car. This is like, okay, yesterday in the tech timeouts, you have Tim talking about his bleeding garden and then tweeting at himself on an ult, which is still hilarious. And I'm excited to get a message from him in however long the delay is, however many minutes about this. And then we're talking about your mum selling Toki a car. Could you get a good finance deal on that? What's the APR?
I'll be honest, I don't know because I don't work there. I mean, I could go and ask her.
Let's keep talking. Is like a Mackey's breakfast in the background there of Stumping?
A true American breakfast day.
Tough to beat a good Mackey's breakfast at the right day, you know. Sometimes it just lines up. In fact, it wasn't even Stumping's camera. I don't know why I said Stumping. I was talking about the driving test.
Yep.
It's Lair. At this point, hopefully be back in soon. Not entirely sure if it was a similar issue as towards before. We'll hopefully get word soon, but obviously I'm sure most of you are aware we have played a very delicate balance today with a timed maintenance that I believe, I'm not entirely sure what the exact notes on it are, but it's probably worth looking up just in case there was a, I know it was a castle fix. I don't know if it's just generic.
Outback as well, no?
Is Outback back?
I think so.
Oh dear. Kind of wish it wasn't, to be honest. Okay, yeah. There was some changes to dual front, which surprisingly this isn't in. And then some generic bug fixes on things like that as well. So nothing that should cause too many problems, Demo. How else was your day, friend?
Yeah, it's rain's back. Sun's gone, which I'm thankful for. Because obviously I think me and you, we've kind of had it rough the past few weeks with the heat trying to cast. It's not pleasant. So the rain's back finally, which, yep, glad off.
I've heard that it's just a very quick lobby remake, so we should hopefully be back in soon. I think there was just a slight problem. It's weird to think that we have already had a round of this game. Because the round was like a minute long, maybe. It was very quick. And instead, here we are now. Unfortunately, still sort of sitting. Yeah, the opening kill was at 2 minutes, and then it wasn't much longer after that. The rest came through. G2 pushed and pressured. Doki and Blaz 2 kills each. Stumping got 1. Alamau put the pressure on the side, and Lair unfortunately died. But all of them had an impact on the round. All of them were part of the cost. Here we go. Beautiful team effort here. The drive up the stairs. Obviously, Blaz getting traded on his own death as well, as there's been many in CJX. Then the swing there from the open breach. It was, in some kind ways of putting it, as we're beautifully back into the game, Demo, it was a very simple take.
Yeah. Again, using the Ying, using again, the teamwork that G2 have.
10 seconds
and
left.
For VP, just a little bit disjointed players by themselves, no trades, which is like I mentioned before. It's trade game for VP. I mean, they didn't do well in the kill department anyway. You know, VP, a lot of them negative. And sometimes that's what it comes down to. It's just not showing up, not getting your kills. Certainly Pasha, who we've mentioned before, we've highlighted. Where was he last game? The shell of the player that we've seen this stage.
Yeah, I think that's that sort of worry about everything there, is you're looking at how much pressure needs to sort of be picked up. You're looking at how much work needs to be driven in by these teams. And when it falls down to individual players, as Pasha has had some brilliant, brilliant moments throughout the season, you can't sort of bank on that, but you could potentially bank on this. Alamau snuck their way in. And this was, again, I made a comment of Joystick kept on doing this yesterday. Slightly different approach this time round, as they've made a bit of noise getting in, and there's the trick against it, and well, they'll get the breach. There's the call out, which won't quite slow it down. Plan A, unfortunately, hasn't quite worked out here, Demo.
And now it looks as though they're going to try and maneuver their way towards the dark side of things. And from that single wall being bandit tricked, it's something that G2 were not expecting. Can't get themselves in. They're currently VP are sitting inside a server, but still time yet though for G2. Nobody's dead yet. Different change of pace here. VP, see how tight they are. This is what I want to see for them. Surely that we're going to see some trades. You know, that you always got that kind of square formation where one player is being supported by all three and vice versa. You're always going to have somebody right beside you for a trade. Joystick, he's going to be on the hot seat because again, that window. Is it going to be able to work? In goes the warden. Oh no, whiffage! How's he messed that up?
The coverage of the smoke, and there's the swing round. 2 kills, but Blaz is down. Now as they're trying to find across the angle, Stompin just get another and another, and it just feels like another and another. You said there was a request to Pasha to pop off, and an ace, a clutch situation would be just that. Can't even get there first though. G2. It's like there wasn't even a break.
Oh, Joystick. He's Warden. The flashes don't affect him. That should be such an easy swing, but he just misses his magazine. Just misses it entirely. Oh, VP. I mean, as I said, kills just were not with from the bank. It doesn't look as though it's with them in there. You know, he needs to get this kill. He needs to get that kill.
I mean, you know, it's as weird as it is to say, still another second quick round. And even when the initial approach didn't quite work, we talked a little bit on the last map about the ideas of sitting behind utility and hoping that it works, right? On a problem of offense, it can sometimes be that problem of defense as well. You're sort of banking that, oh, this has started to work. Oh no, they've just swung. They've put the pressure on. That's what G2 do. It's sort of what Matchco didn't do yesterday. And it allowed Virtus Pro to take those swing moments and wing them and have more confidence behind them. Yes, it's a must-win fight, but also you know that G2 is going to look for fights actively. If their thing's falling apart, far from the end of the slow for them, we find ourselves back towards the top. A very different approach here. The role of the Maverick, maybe to just try and drive against the Bandit on towards the Master Office wall. Keep an eye on Skybridge, make sure no one pops up from behind, and surely they're not just going to let them swing their way up the rocket stairs again.
Yeah, I think you have to make sure you bring in the trap operators, isn't it? The way the G2 are playing, where you have got these guys kind of lurking around in the shadows. I think traps are a necessity for VP. They've got the Fenrir in. And that's really it, though. But look at the barbed wire, though. 6 pieces of barbed wire. You could say overkill, because then maybe you're lacking some other bits of util here and there, but still, ain't nobody getting up staircases without somebody knowing. So, yeah, good from VP. You've brought in the correct counter to the way G2 play it. So maybe G2 are going to have to look for a different alternative, because just Ryan and Doki walking up a staircase, I don't think it's going to work for them this round.
Drone is active.
Stay clear of the blast!
Well, they have themselves the Skybridge control and smoked off to slow at least an immediate swing round as we get some angles on towards top green. You can see G2, they're running the numbers, they're trying to adapt and trying to come up with an alternate plan here. said, they're more than happy to do that, and they're about to hit barbed wire and a shotgun. It's not the easiest or the cleanest thing to swing into. We've seen some lack of awareness even on the swing here, on the little cubby section, but as Pasha takes a chunk out of Lair and something takes a blow from somewhere else, Virtus.pro, they're being a little bit more active on these angles now. What I sort of called about of stepping themselves in and being confident behind it. A couple of shotguns, it's hard to be less confident than that. Here is Stompin, slowly creeping their way up, waiting, no, not quite, for this immediate swing round on the engagement. Always more than happy to meet one angle, but it's Pasha. Trades out, picked up. There's always for the second punch. Virtus.pro keep it locked down here on top green.
Yeah, great trade. Keeps the numbers advantage in favor of VP, and even more so as that swing from Lair. Doki has been able to get up that same staircase as what it was the last time, but look at the difference though. Doesn't have his teammates with him. Alamau and Doki have to try and win this 2v3. I have mentioned how I think the teamwork for both of these players today has been exceptional. Look at the util though from Doki, has all 4 of his arrows still intact, and of course those smokes will be able to combo with that flash from Alamau.
Hoping, fishing and flirting with danger, but didn't know how close they were. Shepard gets Alamau, 7 seconds and one more for the road, but not enough there. Virtus.pro locked it down, 2-1.
Yeah, better trade. I mean, the shotguns over towards Skybridge, holding down towards storage. Yeah, worked really well for them. Better trades, making sure if somebody was going to die, there is the trade initially there. And that's exactly what happened. So, VP, great job from them. It looked as though that G2, they kind of thought, we probably can't get away with the same play we went for last time, you know, abusing the Ying. Let's see, maybe we can go to the other side of the map, but hey, it was really well held by VP, as we've seen. So we're gonna have another tech pause, sadly, but when these things happen, we just hope we can get these rectified as quickly as possible. But hey, at least VP, they're in the game anyway. That's the first round on the board.
Fortunately, yeah, as is the nature of a broadcast day when things are updated, we're still teething things out. Apologies. Said the word entirely wrong there, but I'm going to roll with it. We are in another tech pause. I guess for how quick the first map was, unfortunately, this one isn't able to share the same fate. 2-1 now. 3 rounds, 3 pauses, 3 moments to think for the players and sort of sit on the edge again. It's almost, I sort of made a comparison to sports where you take a break and then rethink your plans and go back over stuff, and it's frustrating in a game where you want to build up that active momentum, right? You want to build up those active answers to it, because the players just have to sit, just have to stew, just have to walk around the room, hopefully find their cat and bring it onto the broadcast. That's my hopium.
You're really just waiting out for this, aren't you?
Listen, I love cats, love dogs, love all animals. Apart from spiders, they can go.
And flies, you like flies buzz around your room?
Well, they're not in my room, Demo.
No, but there's one fly around my room at the moment, and it is annoying me.
Okay, well then I hate that particular fly.
That one fly.
I hate that guy.
I'll get rid of him in a bit, don't worry.
Yeah, there's animals that I dislike. I'm not gonna, I can't say I suppose. There's, to be fair, I've met, it's tough to trust a horse.
Tough to trust a horse.
You never know what they're up to.
Right.
Do you?
Sorry, how am I supposed to respond to this? Very left field. It's very out there, isn't it?
Bet Ollie would have a response. I want Ollie to pose the question to Lynx. No, actually, I don't want that. I want Ollie to pose the answer to Lynx entirely unprompted and goes, well, I could trust a horse, and then just go from there. But Well, I think what we'll have a quick look at as we get ourselves back in is, hey, how about some wonderful acting from some of the players in this G2's R6 share video?
Easy, teammate.
Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left. I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need.
Got it.
All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1. Cover me. Jack. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, call! Get off your cams. We need help. Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me.
Shut the fuck up, Jack.
What? Is he okay?
I've been worse.
Well, I mean, round of applause. I think the drama, the action demo, the swearing, it had it all. Had
I don't think I'll be winning any Oscars, but hey, at least they made a nice video.
Beautiful set design, the special effects. Christopher Nolan, I heard, was part of the process. I don't know what part. Maybe they emailed him and said, no, stop emailing me, Doki. It was art, really. If they asked you, if G2 called you up and said, hello, is this a demo?
I'd say no, wrong number.
Hang up, go back to playing ranked. Yes. Immediately back to ranked. You don't have time for this.
Yeah.
G2, just don't call demo. Just learn your lesson.
Keep going. Right, okay, I picked up the phone. Okay, hello G2, yes, it's me.
Listen, we've got this new R6 share skin, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah. And we know you're a big fan. What we want to recreate is the recent cinematic where they're going to run in and save you, but you are going to be dressed as Dokkaebi, and they're going to put you on the crane thing and lift you up. You know, like the thing that is in Dual Front, that is in the cinematic. They're going to put you dressed as like Jack.
Sorry, me as Dokkaebi. Have you seen Dokkaebi? Have you seen me? There's a few spot the differences there.
Listen. We think it's a real good casting because we, Doki, Jack. Do you know Jack? Sorry, this is.
Sadly.
Yeah. It specifically requested you play the role of Dokkaebi. Alamau is going to be in it as well. We could not afford Stompin's rate. Even though he's on the team, we can bully him to play support roles. We could not get him for this. Anyway,
can Sir Boss come back?
Talk to us later. We're working on that. Talk to us later. We've got to hang up. We're back in to Rainbow Six Siege. Beep. Phone hung up. We're back in to Rainbow Six Siege. Thank you for bearing with us. 2-1. If you missed the scores on the doors, George Doors, it was 7-2 on the first match of Bank, which was Virtus Pro's Bank. G2 started this map very quickly. 1-2 rounds, and and then lost that most recent one. Virtus Pro locked it down, Demo.
They did. Better from VP, but they need to keep it going. Need to push on from that. But they've decided to actually go for the third bomb site choice of the map, not opting for basement. Instead, they're going to go for bunks, which we've seen bunks played out very differently, I think, from a lot of different teams. Mostly on the attack. I think defense, like, you kind of have to set it up, you know, above all that kind of stuff. I think for the attacks more, that's where we see more variations. We've seen teams try, again, challenge rumors above. We've seen teams just try and go direct into the bomb site. We've seen some break sense play, for example. We've seen players use Kafe, try and cover off vertical angles from above. Yeah, we see it a whole host of different ways. So I think for G2, that's who are more interested at. What is their attack going to be? How are they going to approach this? You can see right now for VP, all of them are off-site. You know, all of them are in towards that top floor, using all of that vertical pressure that I'm sure they've opened up with their myriad of shotguns that they have. For G2, how are they going to do it? Based on their lineup, it's not going to be fast because they just don't have the operators. You know, you're not seeing even a smoke grenade, for example. Like, no smokes in this bomb site, I think, pretty risky as well. Those come in handy. But you just naturally assume that they're just going to try and go above.
Yeah, it's a multi-step process here. The first step is getting that wall open, getting themselves sort of locked in here, but without that verticality or without the bold maneuver to sort of go in and cover yourself, which they obviously do not have. They aren't rolling with the smoke canisters. They've got flashes, which means that they're going to try and swing some corners up top in G2 fashion, get some kills at the same moment. Oh, Lair, they are putting full faith. The distraction will work elsewhere. Laira's going for the plant, the cover of everything, the air jabs to stop the swing round, and Lair, is he going to connect it? No! He was so close. You could see Joystick moving around on the back, just got the final angle. It's a drop out there in the final throes of it. G2, they took such a gamble. But this single position, they could not get Joystick to pay anywhere else attention. They could not cover the sound enough. There wasn't any smokes to obfuscate the position. And it was all on a BP on the back line at the same time. There was obviously the call on the Dokkaebis, but not enough to stop it. And risk, no reward, Demo.
Yeah, that's the risk, isn't it? You've went for it. They've tried to basically flash off the guys on the vertical so he can try and go for the plant, but all it takes is just that one little glimpse and VP will be able to kill him. Flaz somehow finds Joystick, who actually exposed himself to his own Azami, but oh, there we go. A great trade though with a C4.
Twice!
Doesn't matter though, still okay. Still a 2v1 in favor of VP.
He almost got the plant again, but Pash just swung the angle again. The margin on both those plant attempts was within the final second. And I don't think it was Virtus Pro waiting for as long as I could be wrong if you go to a replay. I think the first one you could see Joystick getting into position and then taking the fight. That one again, if it was a post plant, it's a very different situation. Alamau just cannot find a single safe place to plant. All these BPs just reading all this information. 30 seconds, trying to bait the fight above him, but Virtus Pro Demo, they're not entirely fishing for it. The close swing there does get the end of one, but now he's just got a plant, and Shepard just has to time the drop down. I mean, who else? Cool, calm, collected. Shepard.
You two, you played with fire and you got burned. And I looked at the lineup and thought, they don't have any smokes. They can't really go straight in for the plant. They've tried to do it with flashbangs, but just, yeah, not enough. BP just had to play what was in front of them. They were switched on. They didn't I mean, obviously, I think if the diffuser got planted, we'd be sat here just questioning VP massively, though, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
But they stuck to it. They got it down.
Look, you can see Doki here. Look how close it gets as well on Doki's plant. And it's just very, very thin margins there. But it shows that they weren't a million miles away with their idea, G2. Even trying to get it to land another 2 more times. But close isn't historically remembered too much. You'll remember the what is it, the top center of the screen. It's 2 apiece. Virtus Pro, they've got an instant response, leveled themselves up immediately after what was, I'm going to say, just a tumultuous start. Very quick rounds from G2, unfortunately punctuated by some tech pauses and some problems, but we're here now, we're rolling. And VP have been able to sort of make the best out of an uncomfortable landing into Lair.
G2. What is their approach going to be now for their basement attack?
Frag out.
And interesting, the VP did not choose to go here straight away after winning that top floor. They went for that mid floor, and it has paid off for them. So now they get the basement. And their lineup is going to be a little bit of roam game, a little bit of denial as well. But looks as though this boy is actually going to be pinched out here, though. They know exactly where Pasha is, and should just be an easy pick, and it will be. Yeah, Pasha trapped over on that side of the map, and an easy cleanup for Stompin'. No trade, though. No fight back for VP.
Another hour maybe stopped that trade game coming out. It's actually one of the statistics between the two teams where, wow, as Stompin' locks out Dan. 5 versus 3, they're in a good position. Both of them generally pretty good at that sort of trade game of getting deaths traded. The opening kill is something where Virtus Pro have usually been quite good at getting a response. G2 less so, surprisingly. I think it was 7% around there as opening kills got traded. Always gets Stompin'. Removes the Rara, but she's done some of the big work above. She's been able to, yeah, got his 2, got things isolated at this point in the great use of that up for Fuse now. There's one C4 less to worry about, and that was actually the only C4 to worry about. So they're pretty confident just destroying as much of this as possible. About to start reading some of the pressure inside the site, though.
Reloading ammo.
Now for G2. Case of moving down and clearing away some of that utility. Oh, Blaz. Oh, dear. Gets picked off from the Vert's joystick. Has been gifted a freebie. Actually, maybe the lifeline now for VP is getting that kill back, and Doki steps up, but he gets taken out by Always. G2, they've crumbled within a matter of seconds.
It's strange and surprising, really. Just a sort of failure to land, not really something that's happened to them too much. The positions Virtus Pro are finding, whether it's red or based on the information that's driving them, as always, gets his third for the round, leaves just Loira alone, but they know exactly where he is. He has 22 seconds. That's not going to... Okay, it is going to cut the kill there on towards Shepard, but always had the cross peek, and Virtus Pro, great positioning there in the dying throws. They lost the top fights, 2 of them, very early on, but the hold was just apparently a step too far for G2 to crack.
G2, I don't know how they've lost that. They've done the hard work, they've cleared the roamers, they've got the vertical pressure above, they've got that man advantage, and then people start going off and doing their own thing. Yeah. Blast should never be dying on the vertical. And then what was Doki thinking? Just ego challenge by himself. No teammate around him for a trade. Hopefully we'll see it here in the replays in a minute. This. And just what? By himself. What? Right, didn't see that. What's he doing? That with a pistol.
You didn't see it? Neither did Alamau. 3-2. Virtus Pro, for the first time today, are in the lead on G2's map. It is their defense side on Lair.
10 seconds remaining.
But it's also that sort of idea of, obviously, with how Lair has gone for this team yesterday against Matchco, they were pretty confident on their defense. They were able to lock out 5 of the 6, and then they went on just 1-2 attacks pretty cleanly. It was, I think, a bit of a slower start from standard books, but then they still just swiped the sort of end of the round. They obviously won't be able to do as well as they did yesterday, but the fact that they were able to get decent attacks put together yesterday, they'll have a different defense to try and puzzle apart. But this is where that reading of G2, we talked about, the desk talked about how, because this was played by Virtus Pro yesterday, how much prep has G2 done, how much knowledge? Well, maybe back to the start of where things did. It was a simple take across the top, smash open the office wall, and then swing their way in up the stairs. Might they be trying to angle for an op stake here again?
Certainly with that Ying ban that came in from VP, It will limit them for going for that operational take. Lair, which is good. Still, Bathroom is where it's going to be lingering. So, yeah, Doki actually in the same position. So, the thing is with VP, it's because they lost that player so early on. It's not as though you need the Yinger to have to try and force your way through it with Util.
They know.
Yeah, he does. Easy for Doki. And, wow, G2 again. Hit it fast. They hit it hard. They get that first pick. VP just gave away all pressure towards this top floor now. And G2 got themselves in the building. Have got themselves in these strong positions to start looking at, okay, what's our options here? Where can we go from where we are? So, yeah, good start from G2 again.
So Dan is trying to isolate the ops player. It's obviously been able to keep it their way across, but if they can try and get the swing on them early when they're going out of ops and swinging on towards rafters, then they can try and turn that into a little bit more of a, you know, sort of individual 1 versus 1s in a tight space here on the swing. Joystick on that shotgun is going to try and make mincemeat of anyone that tries to push the bathroom side, hold on to that angle, and worry again that they can try and win that fight. The cover comes from our 6 room up towards the window. Dan does get Alamau, so that's that first fight I talked about. So now Dan can sort of propose himself as a potential another 1 versus 1, but Stompin gets the cross. Now it's a 2 versus 1, and it's just an execution as Stompin cuts it all the way. The pistol gets Stompin low. The shotgun gets Lair down in the blind, but he doesn't have the confirm on it. Another rotate, another cross angle, but he didn't expect the other bathroom, and it is an even half.
Wow, Stompin and Doki, they see the opportunity to try and flood site and go for that plant. Done a great job at that. And Dan, he tried his best. He really did try his best, but we know that Azami, the position that she wants to be in, is towards the desk inside a Master. But with the Capital there, he can't play in that position. It forces him back into a much easier position for them to be able to kill him from. And that's exactly what happened. So again, the Capital working really well for Doki, using that util to clear away that very strong power position. Yeah, but I think G2, just with the opening they had, that first pick that Lair got from back, I mean, you have to say though, it was too much of an easy kill for Lair to get. He should not be able just to kill a VP player just by shooting through a window.
Yeah, I think it was, well, I guess we didn't get the true taste of it, but where the rotation was, we had a player on that position outside bathroom last time that was caught by Doki, that sort of cross angle. Maybe they wanted to be a bit more aggressive at first, and rotten timing on the pass. It happened. It's just another moment of it happening here, but 3 apiece, so there's some decent homework done. It's a much different energy, a much different divide as it was sort of yesterday. As I said before, when this was played out and put together by Virtus Pro.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Here instead, where it was a very strong handle on the opening kill game across the entire game that they played. Yeah, it was a 7-1, so it wasn't the deepest game. They only dropped the opening kill once. Virtus Pro against Matchco. Here, 4-2 currently for the side of G2, regardless of the result. G2 is sharper at getting in on that early engagement. I'm wondering how that's going to translate here to the second half of the game. It's a big map, it's a big space, and sometimes, as I said, G2 haven't been great at getting the response when they lose that opening body. Will they be more attentive towards it? As always, on the Blackbeard, charges their way towards.
Always on that Blackbeard, an operator that you just have to look towards always in the current meta of how strong he is, and the shields at the moment. We know the headache that it does give the defense. I think with the nades, I mean, look, I think you've asked me before, how do we stop this guy? Take the nades off him, honestly. That's the big benefit that he has. It's the fact that he's almost like a one-man wrecking ball, isn't he? Where he can clear away barbed wire, traps just in front of him. You don't need to call a teammate over. Like, one thing about shields is, you know, if you've got like Fenrir traps or, you know, Alamines, whatever it is in your doorway, you need somebody else to come over and assist you with that. He can just nade it all off and do it himself. However, losing him in that fashion is shameful always. What are you doing?
I mean, an early loss to a Blackbeard is maybe the most devastating thing on this push, but also look at how good Always has been over the past 3 rounds. This is where that data's from since the last rehost. You know, they were the sort of difference maker. Here, no longer. They can't get that clutch out situation. G2 they also have a lot less stress to deal with here. They can sort of sit back, rest a bit, and enjoy some of the space. Blackbeard was played, you know, against Virtus Pro quite a lot. They dabbled with it, and seemingly the response was much better yesterday. Here, steady approach, swings round from the bathroom. They're trying to hope to catch somebody before they drift away, but G2, they've pulled themselves back, all the way back towards green. They do find Lair, but Stompin gets the trade out. Puts the pressure back up towards green, back up to support Alamau. Not going to leave him entirely high and dry, as Alamau's doing his best to draw attention. He's got 3 different angles, and 3 different Virtus Pro players to open up at this point, and he's just trying to contest this verticality from position to position, blocked by his own scope there. Unfortunately, he could not quite see the movements being made, and Pasha gets stomped as well. Suddenly, clicked fingers, and Virtus Pro have been able to just eat their way across. They have the pings on a player who's a bit suddenly surprised, but can drift out. There's Dan down, though.
D4.
Perfectly played and placed against it. Gonna get them back up, but Demo, 10 seconds. The kit needs to just drop the hatch at this point. They have no other option. They're gonna try and get the swing and the cover. Dan does win out, and Pasha has the cross angle, but oh, G2, could that have, should that have, was that theirs to win?
Oh, absolute horrendous mess for G2. Players needlessly swinging whenever the timer was with them. I mean, VP, it's almost VP didn't have a head. You know, it's like that headless chicken, where the chicken lives for way too long than what it should. What's the record for the longest chicken to live without a head? Whatever it is, VP's topped it.
I don't know if the observers just told me how long.
Let me see. It is. He's called Mike. Mike the Headless Chicken. 18 months.
Wow.
How did it eat?
That's a very valid question. How did it do a lot of things? Pretty decent survival rate there, but I mean, it's close. Second as Virtus Pro's rounder. They lost the Blackbeard, lost the second in a sort of trade engagement there as Joystick goes down. But yeah, I guess they sort of complemented the ability to go and support the player and pull themselves up. Stompin made the move, said, no, we don't have to hand this over. But Alamau, okay, Alamau's death was a little bit unfortunate in some regards. His positioning was off, so the sort of chassis of his scope just blocked out the exact rotation the player was making, which is a shame. But then the loss of Stompin on towards it, the difference was 10 seconds at that point, and 10 seconds and a hatch drop in a 3 versus 2 is tricky to land.
Setting up sequential breach.
Let's hope Always can stay alive, because even though they did win the round, I think Blackbeard were doing great to really take that top floor in a much better fashion. VP doing the general lackey work of getting these walls open. It will be impact tricked though by Lair. They're gonna have to use that last element charge now if they want to try and get into that bomb site, of course. Will be an uptake though, which this may make things difficult though, because if they don't have that main breach fully open because the impact trick, and they're gonna want to try and get this other wall open towards Master, they have to try and pick. Do they want to have the main breach fully open, or do they want to have that inkling into Master from the wall beside Operation?
Trying to buy themselves as much time. It's a fight here onto the bathroom window, ready for the swing. They've got themselves a bit of width on the angle, and as doors start to close, Alamau closes Joystick. Gets the first, swings their way down, just buying themselves as much time as possible as a second comes out, and again, we find Virtus Pro at a man deficit, and there's no coming back from this one. I say, Stompin gets another double, leaving just a Pasha underneath, tracked and revealed to their opponents. A flawless from G2. Ties things up, Demo, once again.
You can see that it's all about fighting for Skybridge there for VP. They've brought in their Aurora for that specific reason. You block off that door into sight. It gives you that kind of one-way traffic that the Blackbeard can just run down. Doesn't have to worry about getting shot from the side or peek from behind. But the biggest issue is those players in Bathroom down way too quickly. The players from Bathroom are the key in that environment. The Blackbeard is there to provide the pressure. The players in the Bathroom, they're there to get the pinch. They're the ones who should be getting the kill as that Blackbeard forces them out. But if you lose that Bathroom player right from the get-go, then it's really easy to deal with a Blackbeard if there is two of you and you know where he's pushing from.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
You just double up. That's exactly what Alamount Stumpin did because there's no other pressure coming in from VP.
Ooh, so we are trading rounds at a strange pace that time. It was a back foot that was pushed to have fallen over. Virtus Pro did not get a second to rebalance, to refine their footing and sort of reassert themselves in the round the same way they did previously. But here we go. From this growth. Oh, well. That will find us, I assume, background to another tech pause demo.
He's crashed. I blame the landlord. I don't think that's Stolpen's fault.
Well, it might be that that's where Doki took his headphones off to go and flick the fuse
I've never
box.
seen a landlord move that quickly to fix an issue.
I know, to be fair, actually, that's why you know it's not a landlord problem, is because of a real landlord. Shout out to landlords in the chat.
Doki's actually went down to ask for his rent. Gone. Doki's gone. Did he get himself a new iPhone? I see an iPhone case sitting there.
There is. We saw that the other day. I think he's...
It is. He must have.
There's also a phone sitting on top of it.
A burner phone, perhaps. What's he up to? What's he got 2 phones for?
Just to answer security questions for his ranked account.
Well, certainly yesterday was quick. I think we're making up for it with the tech pauses today, aren't we? How come we've been punished and those two schmucks yesterday got away with it scot-free?
You know, they do have an appearance later on today as well, so... Oh, wait, is it them or is it... Yeah, I think it's them later on today.
Yes, them. Yeah. I think Dev Mart is still recovering from his APL week, which he lost the plot a little bit this week, didn't he? We gave him extra time to recover.
I think it's like I love the OS group, the ones that have to do it. Even Rob, they had a long shift this weekend. They had a trial by fire, and you could sort of draw a graph of especially Xenox and Guz's declining mental state as the weekend continued. At one point, they were reading the Twitch chat, and Pengu and I were both in it, and they called us both first-time chatters, which was surprising. It was my first ever broadcast.
First time chat. I mean, he's just you are what you are. If that's your first time chat, you're a first time chatter.
So, hey, how about we watch another R6 share video demo? You ready for that? Doesn't matter. Yeah. Let's have a look.
I love how one is always unhappy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
punk kid. Did you just hear Leo for a split second?
I also heard
I really hope
an
the
Ant Chortle
broadcast.
as well.
I hope that came out on the main thing because listen, people look unhappy. Leo, you look unhappy a lot of the time. I feel bad about I don't know if it was entirely my comments, but I said do you remember when we were doing an EML Playday and it threw to us and I made a joke that Leo always dresses like an emo, and then since then he's like spruced up and added color to his wardrobe. My bad, Leo. You dress however you like.
Well, he's a bit rock and roll now. He's got he's got tattooed, hasn't he? Yeah.
He has. What was the final tattoo design?
Forget.
I thought it should be Jack's face. Like we were talking about, like Steve-O's tattoo on his back.
Yeah.
What's that?
That was for Des. What's he munching on?
Like berries.
A pot of grapes. What is that? Strawberries.
Strawberries.
This is the new one.
He looks like he's talking about it. Are strawberries a brain food? I feel like the combination of strawberries and then using your mouse and keyboard. I hope he's got hand wipes.
He definitely doesn't. I've just seen him rub it on his shirt, I'm pretty sure. Still no cat.
No. I'm heartbroken.
We don't want to see him. We don't want to see him. Move on.
Whoa, whoa.
He's got nothing to offer. Yeah, woo! Stomping, woo! Back to Strawberry Boy.
There he is. No. We need to do like a food review of all the time, like all the different foods players have eaten on camera. I remember once there was back when it was called EUL and was an EML broadcast, where unfortunately there was a massive internet outage over a big portion of Europe and Britain, and we filled about an hour and a half, including a live food review of what our dinner was, and the broadcast truly descended into an insanity.
Yeah.
I think there was poetry readings. I think Milos read a book. There was a lot of memes of Jack's face when we started just playing with filters on the cameras. Things happen when you have tech pauses, and I'm worried that we're going to start heading that same way, Demo.
A big tech pause. I remember that well. I mean, that production team had a blast just putting all the different video effects. But yeah, I think it's difficult just for everyone, for players, staff team, ourselves, the viewers.
Demo, let me just stop you for a second. You're right. It is difficult for us, which is why I think we're going to throw to a quick break for all of us. Go get yourself hydrated. We'll see you back in after this tech pause. Thank you for bearing with us. See you soon. Whoa, 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 we are back. Thank you for bearing with us. I hope you got hydrated. It's been warm out, Demo. Is it still warm where you are?
No, it's actually okay.
Why did it sound like you fell?
No, just squeaky chair. Chair's getting old. Do a new one.
What kind of chair? Wheels?
It's got wheels. 5 of them. Oh, the fact that you've mentioned wheels now, again, brings back to the 6'8" giant. Is there more doors or wheels in the world?
What? Oh.
Yeah, so one he always asked. He asked that maybe twice a night. Is there more wheels in the world or is there more doors in the world?
It's a never-ending question. How do you define a wheel?
Excuse me?
So, you know how you have, like, you could have a door of a cabinet, right?
Yeah, those count.
Yeah, okay. So, if you have a drawer of a cabinet, do the wheels on the drawer count?
You're gonna have to ask the expert in this question. This is my department.
I'm just throwing that out there. You know how if you've ever built something from IKEA, and you have the little wheels on the drawers.
From where?
IKEA. It's from Sweden.
Like that. You can't mention Sweden here. There's a lot of Danes working this product. You can't mention them.
Why does it set them off?
Maybe.
I'm British and I have to cast primarily French siege players. How do you think I feel all the time?
What do you think that feels with you?
Yeah, true. They're like best friends or something.
Some serious drywall work.
Anyway, 4 apiece. And that is a bit of a freeze on towards the breach, but I don't think anyone... Oh no, they were trying to trick it. Just caught round the side and... Well, trying to do a little bit of crime there with the drone. We'll get that popped open, so... No, the drone wasn't able to do the crime that it wanted. Captures the Banshee. Doesn't capture anything else, and that'll just be a quick removal. But to be fair, what we saw on Bank was sometimes when those bits of utility to alert them to a Virtus Pro approach were removed, like the barbed wires by Flores, suddenly G2 kind of got punished pretty heavily from those angles. They have, the hacked cam inside the site. That's going to cause problems.
No, I still think G2's in a good spot, though. See, the Maverick ban's really paid off for them because they've been able to stop that main wall getting opened up, and with VP only having just the Thermite as their hard breach, and now they're going to use the second Exo Thermite, maybe, on the front quarter walls, and hey, this maybe gets them in. I don't know, it's still risky. Look who has the diffuser. It's going to be Pasha.
Well, they're in. They're going to see if they can try and find a plant in the smoke, but a C4 is the only mystery, and then a big spray on towards Always. Took a risk, but Loira, we could just see a sliver on the door, and he's gone out fishing, but it's that a little bit too adventurous there. They lose Loira. I mean, obviously they've lost the Glaz and the Kali. It's a big operation, but the utility cost as well. No more smokes, no frag grenades. It's just going to have to be send it with what they've got with the final 50 seconds. Do they try and opt and push above, take the fights, or just hope they can find a sliver and a place to plant? G2 tried the same, and it just didn't work. They've got themselves a bit of motion in, joystick round the back, there's some awareness either side of the walkway, and the catwalk becomes a bit of a traded fight here. Blaz and Stompin double up and drop. A single player leaving just the 2 outside the breach on green. Just miss. The fight of the player stuck inside, but Stompin's there for the shoulder of support, and Dan pretty damaged. 15 seconds, none of it seen.
Yeah, easy round for G2. VP, I mean, a poor attack, has to be said. Only bringing in just the Thermite. Whenever you know that G2 have went for the Maverick ban, they're going to be playing with the wall denial. Yeah, Maverick is great at getting that exterior wall, as he is with most exterior walls in the game. If he's off the table, it's obvious what G2 are going to try and attempt, and only bringing a Thermite, and then the way that you're going to remove the bandits off is a Kali. That's never going to cut it. And once that main wall outside doesn't get opened up, it allows that site player to be so much more safer. And you see what Lair was able to do. He just danced around the bomb site, in for the smokes. The C4 was there for him. Yeah, just an attack from VP, which For the caliber of this team, they should know better than to try this.
It almost becomes that same sort of aspect of the force that we had from G2, right? I sort of made comment that they went for, in some ways, a similar game, but they did a little bit more of a send it, send it, send it strategy. If that smoke had been a foot to the right, there's a chance the C4 probably still would have connected. Maybe wouldn't have got the second kill. Lair didn't need to go out fishing. They're in a risky position, fine, but they hoped that they could try and get a bit of reward. Maybe didn't expect another player watching from the bottom of green. But that time, as you're right, you know, sometimes trying to force that position, that play, they seem to not really have an option on a plan B other than let's send Joystick up and hope he can get a kill from Ops. Unfortunately not is the answer. Always back on the Blackbeard, 5-4. G2, they're within touching distance of a progression through the bracket. Virtus Pro, though, want to keep us fighting, want to keep us and push us towards that third map, a very aggressive potential border.
Oh, watch out, Laura. Be wasting that, and he's going to be in some early engagements here. One of them is Blackbeard, who will take minuscule amount of damage from that C4. Right now for G2, it is going to be that extension, of course, in towards that top floor and in towards that mid floor. Look at Alamau. He's on the Oryx. I mean, Oryx doesn't really bring a whole lot to the table as an operator, apart from a very good counter to shields, but it's not as though the shields have been an issue for G2. Wouldn't say always on the Blackbeard has been the make or break right now for VP. He's done very little, and he continues that trend, and somehow he gets picked off again.
Now as the calls start to come out, a very narrow position, Lair! Oh, that is filth on your screens, and he's getting one more. What is he doing? This is his post. He will defend his post. He's hoping to keep the clip farm going. The crossfire is theirs to punish him on, but a 1 versus 3. Shepard, everybody to find. He's had some clutch rounds before, many times, in fact, even earlier today, but with a minute 10, he's sort of just checking his way closer and closer in via lockers. As you can see, G2, they're just rotating their way back down. Can't even really get the proper sight lines on towards the approach. Blaz is ready to pop up on the fight. Stompin has the cross angle. Alamau has the other. 3 angles. And a great view of it here from the observers of what is likely to be an on-contact execution. Thinks better of it. Now he's got that as an option, is using his time wisely, rotates his way around, but this will all be heard and sort of said, look, we know you're there. Just fired a couple of bullets to put that fear into Shepard's head and make him rethink his options. This is his worst route in. And this is exactly where G2 want him to be shepherded to. And this is why. 3 angles. He could have got 1, but unfortunately, probably was never going to go his way.
Lair, demon. Literal demon. It's as though his eyes just turned a different shade of dark purple and black. A demonic mark appeared on his forehead, and he just went crazy. Fluke, the position he's in is a suicide spot, by the way, right? He is playing there to get kills and die.
Yeah.
The fact that he's been able to kill the Blackbeard as his opening pick, and considering Blackbeard has a bulletproof shield in his face, you have to be thinking, what's Always doing? You look at the util around the feet of Lair. There's nothing. He has a mute jammer, and that's really it. A simple nade would be enough. Like, the position he's in, a nade and somebody in the window kills that guy. Obviously, I'm going to sit here and say Lair hit incredible shots. Yeah? Like, those are life shots, as we like to call them. But still, VP don't know what they're doing. No. They didn't have a Scooby-Doo what they were at. I think Shaggy knew more than what they did.
How deep does this how deep does this Scooby-Doo reference all go?
Just they should always be dead.
Velma, be dead. They were Velma without her glasses.
G2 as Ascot.
I couldn't imagine it. I don't want to imagine it. That man is his Esco. The Esco is that man. 6-4. And the only monsters and ghosts and ghouls, unfortunately, are just being revealed to be G2 at this point. They are one round away from sending themselves another step closer towards first seed and all those delicious, precious SI points. The job isn't done for them even today. I believe the following game will be them versus Whomstever, covered at the end of this. But at this point as well, what you're sort of looking at the throes of, they separate themselves from a grand finals by one potential game. They're in a great position, and then they get to sit back, watch, see the fight between, you know, Secret and Falcons that will follow this. They get to, you know, it's always the argument of, do you prefer to go back-to-back on best of threes or have that break in the middle? Sometimes it's just a sort of luck of the draw of the flick. It's the fact that G2 got the first seed is the reason that they're on the top and Secret were in the lower bracket. But all of these top 4 teams, as you said, have the potential to be dangerous.
Here we are. Essentially the final hurrah for VP in this series.
Reloading.
Oh, Pasha, he's seen a leg. Couldn't connect with the full kill. Oh, but still finds Stokey on the verge. And VP, what a start. 2 kills, always pushing in for the breach. Maybe we'll find one in a minute left. Or a minute gone, sorry. 2 minutes left. And VP are just in the driving seat.
Why is just sending it on this site been so far so successful? There's an important fight that Stompin is not able to get the full connection with. There's the track on the back. They know that somebody's trying to put some pressure in. Alamau's under a lot. This is another important fight as Blaz goes hunting for the Deimos. The calls are there, and the pistol was ready, but not quite ready enough. So now they're underneath with the C4. They have that vertical control. VP, if they want to try and get a safe block, they're not going to find it because Dan is gone. That opens an angle that Blaz could try and play from as well. It's another bit of phantom threat and pressure if they leave it. Virtus Pro, maybe if they'd snapped shut on that early opening, they could have been able to get something to land, but instead went to a step 2, and G2 perfectly in that little pocket, that little window of space, found the confidence to lock it in. As I said, Blaz, he's underneath, waiting, anticipating an approach here. He has full control. Virtus Pro, we said they sort of struggled with a plan B on the previous round, but they couldn't quite get it. Look at this margin. Joystick, do you know? Wow. No, you do not. And at this point, he could hold it, he could leave it, he's gonna move on. Rotate his way back up. And,
oh dear.
I mean, at this point, yeah, they're worried about it. They do win the first engagement. Oh, they win the second. Alamau doesn't have the smokes to stop this. He's got to win the fight on the right first. Goes to stop the planter. He gets it locked in to the shotgun for the second. He knows the player has to swing him. He knows it has to be close. There's Alamau in the dying throes. Gets that dying throat of the round, grasps it, and clutches it out. And what a way, G2, they move their way on. They progress to the upper bracket final. Virtus Pro, it's not done for them yet. They'll drop down into the lower bracket. But Demo, you and I will drop down into a break.
Riders and Dash together.
Unbelievable.
Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big E.T. finds a huge 4K and Gitro. They're back. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1. They've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blackout.
Oh, what a game for G2 here. A quick 2-0 victory against Virtus.pro, and in what a way as well. Like we mentioned, in 2 maps already, going into Lair, seeing that opportunity, spotting it, and taking it as it comes.
Started like a house on fire as well, I will say. Back-to-back flawless rounds on the attack. They'd clearly done their research on Virtus.pro, and obviously we then had a little bit of disruption, and Virtus.pro managed to find a couple of rounds back in it, but I think it was clear to see. G2 were confident on this map. They were taking the risks. They were being aggressive. They were playing together as a team. You can see perfectly from this top-down point of view there. When Stompin picks up a double, that's a double kill for Stompin. But there was 3 players, all going for the same guy, and that's what the teamwork is. It's been so good.
And even that round where Blast brings it back, by the way, it was a 5v3. He gets a triple kill there by being very smart, playing his flex support role the best possible way, going to play aggressive with that Mira as soon as they're down and they are having a man deficit.
Yep.
And even if you look at the first, the 3 rounds in a row that VP won in that defense, almost all of these rounds were extremely close, where either clutches, either 2v2s on side, and always on the back also on a few plants that were supposed to go down and were denied at the very last moment. Nothing to be ashamed of on the side of VP. It was just clearly overall in this matchup, we're looking at the G2 that was the best team out of Europe.
Look at that highlight there. 4 people peeking the guy at exactly the same time.
Honestly, we're just looking at a complete team with incredible individuals, with a strong leader, with a strong sense of what they want as a direction of playstyle. And we are not tired of saying it. We're looking at the strongest G2 has been in a long time.
Yeah, and I think a funny thing we mentioned as well, obviously the bank, being brought out by Virtus.pro, showing confidence that they might have the chance to beat G2 on the map that G2 previously beat them on. But speaking of that confidence, there was definitely no lack of that on the side of the G2 players. Like you said already as well, Jack, peeking, playing aggressive. They were doing that all today.
Yeah, I'm a huge believer that you make your own luck. And I think G2 have gone through actually some of the hard yards now. They found a team and a cohesive unit that works well. And they're always going to have the players that take the risks, that get aggressive, that do those things that, it's very easy to call you out for and say, oh, it's a bit aggressive. You take, for example, in that Lair game, where Laira's out there playing smoke inside of the garage in the basement. And he's just peeking, he's quick peeking, and he's going constantly, and he's getting aggressive. He gets a 3K and peeks 1 more. But that's what G2 are going to do, and that's what they're going to go through the processes. But when these players are confident, when the teamwork is working and synergizing so well, you make your own luck that you get away with so many of those engagements.
Stompin, Doki, both on 20 kills, 40 kills in total for the 2 of them, almost 1 kill per round for the 2 roommates. I mean, I don't know what these guys are doing, especially in their house. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what they're eating. I don't know how they sleep. I think they were on the golf course today. I don't know what's going on. 40 kills.
I know. It's crazy.
Honestly, the bromance in the 2 carries in-game. It's completely crazy.
It is. Obviously, it's amazing to see that between these 2 players just there, but really that teamwork is what we're seeing from G2 and what should make the G2 fans really excited. Obviously, these are some big objectives ticked off for them already. We're talking about the SI points, we're talking about the prize money, the invite to EWC. This is huge for them.
Yeah, and for once, they're expected to be there because of their current form, not because of their name.
Yeah.
And that for me is the biggest story.
Yeah, it really is. It's more how dominant they've been across the stage. I think every G2 fan will tell you that they expect a wobble at some point and they expect G2 to have to do a miracle run. This is not. This is G2 leading from the front, and it's been so good to see. When they will have started and looked at this year over the long term, first goal for them, EWC. Second, that's now achieved, done. Second goal, 6 Invitational, obviously the major, but 6 Invitational as well. And that's what they're fighting for in the next few games that they've got in the bracket. But they're doing it with ease, and they're doing it with an element of class that we've not become accustomed to for G2. We've talked for a long time about how Falcons own this region, how secret are the challenges, and G2 have been in that top 4, but not really, really challenging. Whereas now it feels like they are the front runner by far.
Yeah, it is really good for those G2 fans out there, and they must be particularly happy that we get to speak to G2 as well, as we should be joined by LMAO on the broadcast. First of all, congratulations on this victory here today. Some good aside points, the invite to EWC. How are you feeling?
Yeah, yo guys, thank you. Feeling good. Excited, nonetheless, to be back in Saudi. Last time we really fumbled the tournament. I hope next time we can do a better job.
Do you think you're currently in the best form you've been in a long time? Because I guess that's our take here on the desk.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. This roster is just the best, I think, we've been in G2. Maybe same level as the SI champion one.
What's the reason for that, Carl? Is it adding in stomping? Is it role changes? Is it just that finally you've kind of all got that hunger back?
I think everything. I think maybe like also switching the IGL again. Like maybe Lair was feeling like holding back by the IGL thing, so he was not like performing as he was before. So maybe Rio tournament wasn't like that good for him, and now like he just destroys every game. So I think that's one important thing. Stomping again. I think we pick up the best player available, like maybe the best player in the world. I don't know, like I feel like him, Lair, even like Doke has been playing good, and he was not playing good for so long, and now like he's just destroying every match we're playing. Me and Blast just like a little bit far behind him because it's just hard to keep up with this. But yeah, I feel like we're very complete, and everyone is just so good on this roster. I don't know, bro. It's hard for a team to beat us, I think.
Nice.
It is amazing, obviously, to hear. I think something that the guys have been complimenting you on as well with this team is that the teamwork seems to be so good. Do you agree with that? How do you feel on that?
Yeah, I think like our comms are so good right now. Maybe in the past we used to panic a lot, and I feel like maybe one of the reasons was like we were not so good maybe previous year. So we knew that if we throw a round, it would probably cost the game. And now I feel like we are very relaxed, and you can see because there are some rounds we do some mistakes, we trolled, and like it doesn't really affect us because I think everyone in the team knows we are gonna still win the match. And then like round by round, the comms are just like chill, relaxing. Everybody knows what we're doing, and we just secure round by round.
And even rounds that you're supposed to lose, look at that last round. You guys are down to a 3v5.
Yeah.
Blast goes downstairs to get aggressive, and then you clutch. Can you tell us what's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, I think even Blast said after the game, if also Blast just stayed below after he killed 3 guys, they couldn't plant the bomb, and we would win even easier, I think, on a 3v2. But I mean, I feel like we deserve to win, I think, this 3v5 because we trolled also maybe a 5v3, 5v2 on basement and some other things. So it was even. Maybe we could have closed like 5 attacks, maybe 6 attacks. Like we couldn't map the wall the other round. So we did troll a little bit, and I feel like this clutch on the last round was more like to, I don't know, to balance because we deserved to win a round like that we trolled in the past. So it was good.
Fair enough. And in terms of the maps as well, LMAO, you saw Virtus.pro win very, very easily on Lair yesterday, but you was happy to play them on it. What was the reason for that?
I mean, Lair is just maybe our best map. I don't know, like I think we are 9-1 on Lair. I think we
10
only
win streak right now, I think.
10 wins, 1 lost, and I think the only lost was to ITB, I think, like last year, to Kendrew. I'm not sure, but like I think the only time we lost Lair was against Kendrew, and after that we just beat every team on Lair. So we're happy to play at least they don't ban it, and they VP always just do the same bans and same thing, so it's kind of easy to prep. So.
How easy was it to prep? Because I'm presuming that you guys also knew that you would be playing Bank against them again, and you would know what the bans would be. You've already experienced that. Does that make it easier for you, I suppose, as the IGL and the coaching staff?
Yeah, it's easier. Like, of course, it's easier to IGL against CP than IGL against like a more crazier team because you don't really understand what they're doing, especially in Europe. Sometimes you just don't really understand what the other team is doing. But I feel like against CP is kind of easy. But we just actually got surprised by them picking Bank because like we beat them on Bank, then we beat Falcons, and then they picked Bank. We were expecting maybe like for third ban, I don't know, like, but them picking Bank was actually insane.
All right, that's good stuff from you guys there. But you ticked us a really big, important game for today. But the job's not done for today because you still have to play one more game, either against Falcons or Secret. Who do you think, or rather, who would you want to play against later today?
I prefer play against Falcons. I feel like the game is easier than Secret. Secret's more like chaotic a little bit the rounds. They kind of play like similar to us. So I would want to play Falcons just because I think it's easier. Yeah, and I think they're probably gonna beat Secret. So.
All right, well, we're going to have the next game obviously to find that out. For now, LML, once again, a big congratulations and thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you guys. See you.
Again, a little insights, obviously, on the processes in this team, the map picks and everything as well, and talk about the stats on that.
Yeah, it's kind of silly that we judge G2 very often about the vibes within their team.
Yeah.
But when that team enters the flow state, because they have so much talent in every single role, they genuinely feel unstoppable. I think the issue has been, like Carl said, we've not felt this way since the Six Invitational winning roster. There's always been some kind of issue or clunkiness or whatever, whereas that doesn't seem to be there this stage. I think this is a time where you could genuinely get excited about G2 in terms of this roster.
Basically, you get excited when the individual pros and the individuals on your roster are just a cherry on the top, right?
Yeah.
So right now the fundamentals are there, and they are there because they have a concrete game vision on how they want to play the game. They have all the elements in that roster and the right players in the right roles, but also they mesh well together.
Yeah.
And everyone plays to the same win condition. It seems quite clear whenever they're playing, and also they don't panic. You saw that in that 3v5 in the last round. So when you look and you take all of this into account, this explains why they're dominating the region right now. They're back on top of Europe. They were already in group stage. And now comes the moment where if Falcons beat Secret, we will have a BO3 between G2 and Falcons, between the previous kings in Europe and the probably new kings in Europe. So that's going to be a really good matchup if it happens in playoffs.
Yeah, and also them mentioning, obviously, this is really close to that SI winning roster and how much potential LML sees in this team is a very big thing to say as well. But obviously, as we said, they'll still have to play another game later today to determine the spot in the grand final of the EML. But before, we have to find out who they're going to go play against. And that could either be Falcons or Secret, and we'll find out after the break. It is our second game of the day between Falcons and Secret, and once again a really important best of 3, just like the one we just had with G2 and Virtus.pro. Again on the line, the surprise pool money, it is the SI points, it's the invite to EWC, and the funny thing is, obviously, when we talk back about the interview that Users did with us yesterday, it's not an uncommon thing for them to play against Secret. They find themselves playing against Secret so many times, and this time around in a best of 3 where things are really important.
Yeah, it's a question of these two teams being the most dominating teams in Europe for the past year, but also a question of somehow them always finding each other in quarterfinals at every major that they've participated in last year, and it always is a question of Falcons beating them, or previously BDS.
BDS, yeah.
And then when we asked Yuzus yesterday, he said, well, I don't know why we win, but we just do.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously what's going to happen later in this matchup. Before we do get to that though, obviously we've had a lot of talks about the Tier 2 circuits and the Tier 2 tournaments we've had in obviously CHX, and the way that it provides that step up to the current EML that we're playing. We've seen that happen with Matchko, we've seen it happen with Wild. Matchko, obviously, who will still be playing in these playoffs. But the most important thing is the Combine, as we spoke about yesterday, is still fully going on. We're seeing teams make it further into the tournament. And the most important thing about the Combine, the best part of it potentially, is that it has that offline LAN final that you could go to as a viewer. And I've been there in the first 2 years. It's a lot of fun. Obviously, this time around, it is in Dusseldorf. It is not in Cologne, it is in Dusseldorf. And the fun thing about that as well is it is at the Ubisoft office in Dusseldorf. So you're really going to get a cool look behind the scenes almost there.
Yeah, it looks genuinely insane. Like, I was pricing up going because I want to go as a spectator, and genuinely very reasonably priced in terms of the travel, the accommodation for the whole weekend. Tickets are still on sale. Like, you want to experience some Siege, before we get out for the major over in Germany, get yourself there, because it will be genuinely incredible.
And then just once again thinking of like the Tier 2 tournaments that give you the experience. Now it's not only about that competitive environment, it's not only about getting your name out there, but it's also giving you experience on stage in front of a crowd with the current setup that looks like professional players. I think for me this is key for players. We all started playing in LAN events before getting picked up in Tier 1. I think this is very key to building that experience and confidence to you. So it's going to be a really cool Tier 2 event. That's going to be nice.
Yeah, and obviously the premium tickets where you get that real look behind the scenes at the Dusseldorf office unfortunately sold out, but you can still get tickets. At the bottom right of your screen, you'll find a QR code to scan to find tickets remaining for obviously the Combine finals, as we were talking about. I just think it's really nice as well, given that it's a smaller venue than what we normally see with the major. That doesn't have to be a bad thing. It feels very cozy. It feels very nice, like being able to speak to everyone, well, almost everyone that is there at these events. Obviously with Game Catering organizing that, they always make sure it's a great event. And like you said, the travel cost to get there really isn't that big.
Yeah, no, it's very, very, very reasonable. Like I say, seeing people from the community, you get to meet some of the players. These are ultimately the stars of tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
We could be seeing them in EML, 6 Invitationals, etc. next year as well.
Yeah, we love to talk about the stars of tomorrow, but how about we talk about the stars of right now as well, because we will be heading into our second match of the day, obviously between two big titans in the Euro Meta League as we find ourselves in the current day. Now, we talked about these two teams playing against each other a lot. Let's put that in perspective as well, with some graphics in just a bit as well. After we look at the Secret roster, obviously the players that are on this side here, we've seen them really step up, but it wasn't enough to really put themselves at the first spot what we were hoping from them.
Yeah, they had an initial amazing start in the stage, right? They seem to be some of the best, I guess, probably the best team in the stage on the first few match days. I think they looked very dominant, very much like VP. And then both of them dropped the ball. Both of them then were caught up by the historical best teams in Europe, right? The G2s and the Falcons. I think mostly looking at these guys, we still see a well-rounded roster. We see the value in Mowgli and Noah bringing up in that roster. I think we're just waiting to see, can they break the ceiling of these absolute top international level teams such as Falcons, such as D2?
Yeah, I think so. I think, the addition of Mowgli particularly has been absolutely incredible for this Secret roster. There is a little bit of chaotic energy in the way that Secret play, and I think that can lead to a little bit of inconsistency though.
And let's see the numbers then about these two teams playing against each other, because as we mentioned, it's not just best of ones, it is best of threes. They find themselves playing against each other all the time. And I guess the positive thing, if you look at it, if you're a Team Falcons fan, is that quite often they actually do come out on top of this matchup.
I mean, quite often. That is 5 times at least out of the 6 matchups. It is an utter domination, Jack, from the side of Falcons.
Especially when they were BDS, they were just gatekeeping Secret. Secret had a real opportunity last year to make semi-finals and finals, especially those 2 games that you see at the major, in terms of the Manchester major and the Montreal major. But BDS, now Falcons said no to that.
And I mean, if you look even further down, even at the Manchester Major, so that's mostly like a 6-loss streak, and then in the middle of that, only one moment where Secret was able to upset Falcons. And if you really want to take a look at that, it was all the way on border, because they brought for the first time double shields, and I think it's worth for us to just take a look at that again.
Yeah, Adrian puts the pressure on. The smoke is there. There's the blind on the player and the drop down. Beautiful blitz that's pretty healthy. That's going to try and move in and get some of this pressure in. Driving through the beepers as Bride does get the endo 1. There's the second. A 2 versus 2.
Very afraid to be going up against Bride. Over the top there, but as he drops down.
And out of nothing, there's every...
What a bully.
Yeah. I do really remember that. Obviously, there were interviews afterwards with BDS as well, or back then BDS, where they brought out shields and they're like, yeah, we don't like playing against these shields. And it goes that far that even a few months later, over in Rio, when we talked with the IGL Summit, these guys were still talking about it.
If you're doing any setup upstairs, Castle is always good on. And you can maybe Castle off bathroom.
When they have Armory, Archive, Fontaine, Office, and East Control,
it's too much.
The key is literally you retake CC with Valcam and push up metals. And one holding the side hatch.
Very specific.
And after, it's border. At the end, if you don't win your gunfights, you just lose the game. So
That's true.
Unless you have shields.
Oh, I remember this one.
Ooh, I remember that. And sure he did, obviously, with that being the only game.
From getting flashed and rushed by Blitz and the Monty.
Yeah, honestly, not a fun flashback to have, obviously. We've all been there in Steacher. We get the shield rushing at us. You're like, I don't know if there's really much anything I can do about this. But looking at the positive side for Secret, obviously, we want them to take down Falcons. We want them to turn that tide around. And there could be one player instrumental to that takedown potential.
Yes, so we've mentioned the big pickups on the side of Secret, right? And if we look at Mowgli, I think he's been the standout player for these guys. If you look at Secret in general, they were one of the best team in entries in the world. And the best player in entry there is Mowgli. Mowgli has been insane in that. Plus 15, if I can see well. I don't have my glasses, so it's kind of worse.
Plus 15, yeah.
Plus 15 kills in entry. It's absolutely insane. Knowing how many rounds you convert off that opening engagement, that's 15 rounds you could have won thanks to Mowgli only.
Especially given that he takes nearly 30% of his team entry engagements, as you can see there, 29%. This is really good. However, I will say, when Mowgli plays against this Falcons core, it does not go well whatsoever. Actually, if we take a look at his stats against the Falcons core, this is Falcons and old BDS combined. -27 in KD, -10 in entry. In fact, when he played in this stage against Falcons, he did not take one singular entry engagement. That is the best entry player in the world, hiding when he's against this Falcons roster. I don't know what it is, but for him personally, he significantly struggles against Falcons. And when he's so pivotal, when he's so important, so influential to his team, that can't be allowed.
And we love to take a look at the stats, right? But when you're in the shoes of a pro player from time to time, you're not going to care about it. But surely when you happen to have a really bad game, every single time you play the same opponent for 6, 7 games in a row, surely at 100% he knows that in the back of his head, he always drops the ball against this guy. So at some point here, it has to become, it is a pattern, it's very clear, we can all see it. It's got to become something in the mental aspect of it.
Yeah.
And so he needs at some point to break the ice. He needs at some point to have a mental reset when he plays these guys. Now could be the moment. And if it's not the moment, then Secret is going to struggle hard because Mowgli has been a pivotal player for their win rate so far.
Yeah, obviously this has to be playing in the back of his mind if he looks at his performance against the core of this team. And, what could be playing part in that is obviously he's playing against a team of partially his French brethren. If we look at Falcons, obviously the core of that roster still being French. And when we're looking at them, obviously, you know, some individual moments on this team, we keep on talking about it. It could be really, you know, up and down for them. But yesterday, it was amazing.
I mean, it's the Shaiko, it's the Lekefak, it's the Bride. Not you know, singling out Salt and users who are amazing players, but in the sense that these three guys, especially Shaiko and Bride, Mowgli has been watching these guys develop throughout the years as the leaders of France in CG Sports. And one in particular was Shaiko. Shaiko yesterday, Jack, was unstoppable.
Yeah, absolutely. He has got back to his old self. We highlighted actually how he'd had quite an inconsistent stage, how there was 4 or 5 games where he'd actually got negative in terms of EPS, and then he's pulling out 1v3s like this. And this is also great utility play, by the way, from Shaiko. This isn't just gunning, using the Legion goo mines to basically...
IQ player, baby.
Yeah. But 35 IQ player, according to Tengu. But using the Legion mines to navigate 1 versus 1 versus 1s, he's laughing. He was sensational yesterday, and he's going to have to be again today. Of course, let's just remind ourselves what the stakes are. It's actually going to be EWC, invite on the line. 6 invitational points, money on the line, bragging rights for Europe. G2 are putting up a direct challenge to Falcons right now. If Falcons are going to make the step up, he's going to be at the helm.
Yeah, for me, the biggest one probably is, obviously, these guys have been dominating EWC, but they've been dominating Europe. So G2 would be in a position, if these guys drop the ball, to be losing their seat as the kings of Europe.
Yeah.
And with what we've seen from them at Reload and the recent struggles and the many grand finals that they've lost, now is the moment to wake up.
This is the game where I genuinely feel that Falcons will wake up and they'll put in that dominant team performance we've been begging for.
Well, I really hope to see that. Obviously, we do have a best of 3, so there's a lot that can happen inside of this matchup. Let's take a look at the map veto as well and see where we'll be heading to for our matchup. As we are looking, first map of the series will be Kafe. How are we feeling? Take us through.
Not really surprised to see the Kafe pick here. I think it's very, very strong map for Falcons over there. Also strong map for Secret whatsoever. The Lair is a little bit more interesting to me.
Okay.
Yeah, in the sense, I think Falcons have been looking amazing on that map so far.
Yes.
So it's
7-1 Gen G.
Yeah, and you see Secret going into that. That's probably going to be counter-strat from yesterday. And then that maybe is what gets you excited. At least it gets me excited, but we usually get excited for the same things. Bank.
Yeah.
Decider.
Well, excited? I'm flabbergasted. I'm flabbergasted that Secret let Falcons play on Bank. They must have taken a lot out of that G2 performance, seeing G2 beat Falcons. That being said, Secret themselves are an exceptional Bank team, and the new operator ban significantly lends itself to that, because we talked about how important banning breaches is if we get to Bank. If you ban breaches, you leave all the shields, all the yings, all the bullshit open for Savage to exploit. So Secret are no mugs on Bank, but Falcons love the map as well. And yeah, excited is actually the word.
I actually think that the new ban system might be also a really big counter to Secret's playstyle, in the sense that in the previous game that we've seen from these guys, it was an 8-7 victory from Falcons, but they didn't need to ban that many shields. On the maps that we'll be playing, I think especially using the double shields ban, banning Monty and Blitz instantly, or the Blackbird in there, that's going to limit the shield factor on the side of Savage, and we might just see a little bit of Ying play there.
Oh, who knows? We might actually see that indeed. And the double shield bans as well, as you mentioned, which might be instrumental to the way that Secret love to play on this map and any other kind of map as well. But the good news is that the game is ready, so it's time to send it straight back to Fluke and Demo for Secret and Falcons.
Thank you very much, Anne and the Fortress team. And yeah, this is going to be a big brawl. It's a day of big brawls, really. We've got a big brawl after this, but who's going to be the team that gets to step foot? It starts here, Demo. Secret versus Falcons. Can teams overcome their demons, or can the demons just kill everybody that we know they can do? 72% of you think that this is in the sort of bag for Falcons.
Yeah, I think for good reason. I always feel as though that obviously the Falcons team have kind of been like the big brother effect to Secret. You know, it's kind of like Secret think they're really good at a video game, and they've asked their big brother for a 1v1, and the big brother's been waiting for this his whole life.
It's like a cracks knuckles moment.
Kinda. Especially for like Mowgli as well. Like obviously Mowgli is still very new on this Secret roster, but he was not as always a newcomer to the league. Mowgli has never beaten this side.
Well, it was us casting, I think, when they met in the league not too long ago. And Mowgli again suffered during that game. I think it was a sort of point and comment because he'd been really, really good, really upbeat, really optimistic. And then it's just something about this game where it's not about this team. Usus is like a deep fried meme with that camera. You see how, what's he playing from?
Want to hear the stat?
Always.
Mowgli has played against this Falcons team 12 times in his career, and he's never beaten.
Hey, today is the day. Today, who knows? Today might be the day. Is today the day? Damn, we'll find out. Now, in terms of how these two teams have shaped up throughout the sort of at least most recent games and setup, Secret, they found themselves a bit even-handed. I'm not gonna say a quieter end to a season, but from where they once sort of advertised having some of the, you know, top 10 players, it drifted a little bit. We've seen, I guess technically even less though, from the side of Falcons. Shaiko sort of sat, I think, 6th overall for the players. You've got Joom, who's been phenomenal for Secret. Potentially going to be a counter towards that, but it starts here. And with a big fish outside, EFAC catches nobody. The Clash on the roam, having a sort of fun time trying to find people. They've obviously got the long wait until pressure starts to come here, and you're wondering if time being slowed might be just, well, Secret struggling to get immediately in. Getting everything cleared, face checked, pre-firing their way through the bathroom to make sure they don't hear somebody go ow on the other side of that wall, but nobody's home.
Good for EFAC though, just to kind of gather information, and if nobody's over towards Bakery, then you kind of know what take the Secret are going to go for. It seems to be our traditional take, where you will, of course, go for the roam clear, take in towards train, and in towards raiding. EFAC's taking a lot of damage. I don't think he was aware that Joom was lurking on that window, and yeah, still alive though, but not the healthiest of flashes that you would love to have. What are you doing, EFAC? Oh dear.
I don't know if EFAC knows what they're... just huge risks there, and really didn't expect Secret to be in the positions they're in. Secret, they've got the top 2 floors cleared. They're going to start just progressively pushing. The shield is alive. That's that sort of big cost right now, but it really will not take much. And if they're deployed, you know, the side of a frag grenade, the side of a Capital bolt, and EFAC's round is over. At this point, though, there's still the pressure of fishing here, Demo.
Oh, I think I can see the vision from Falcons. Look at Bride. He's on the Ella. Ella's the player inside VIP. They have rotated Solotov over towards Kitchen. Are they maybe going to try and counter the Monty plant using an Ella mine? Is that the idea here from Falcons? I mean, it's obviously very risky, but it will work pretty well. It'll obviously bash Savage out of his fully extended state. And of course also stop him if he tries to go for a plant.
Well, finding fights and aggression up towards him, just going to cover off the swing on the double door, and there's the drop. Savage, he goes with the fight against Bride, as Noah's able to find out Shaiko now. He hasn't quite been able to get it, and a missed throw means that they'll slip their way on by. Now the fire is buying them some time on the double door. Is it time enough to plant? It will tick out at some point as Joom gets users. Here's the go, but they've already in position, I say, for the cover. It's a post-plant situation, just misses the Monty. Solotov, he knows he's going to be under pressure soon from the swing of bottom white, but the cover is there of 4 versus 1 Falcons. Unfortunately, left things a bit too late there, and Secret cleared enough space, cleared themselves the round.
Yeah, clinical from Secret. Nothing too crazy that they went for. Again, shields and that man right there on your screen. Definitely, I think, is he top shield player in the league? Has to be. Because, I mean, he's been playing them for ages now, of course. And he does so well. See, Savage, if he can get himself in and get that plant down, you can't get rid of him. Once he's stuck where he was, just over towards bunker, pulling out all the positions there for his team. Really easy for him. You know, what do you do against him? Just not much. Just stands there, looks at you. Look at him. But yeah, good start from Secret.
Stop worrying about grenades.
1-0. Secret have themselves off to a start here. But how long can they keep this pressure up? How long do you think until Falcons sort of step in and you know, start to push back and start to try and find a drive there. It's
10 seconds left
at this
before
point a bit of a false start in some regards towards Falcons. Secret had a good idea, a good read and good positioning, and they're able to punish it off the back of it.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
A thought from Falcons that you sort of piece together with the Elemine, but unfortunately, you know, even if, to be honest, if that throw had connected, I don't think it really would have been the deciding factor there. It might have come down to an engagement just after that, which could have been, but it itself wasn't. Here, up towards the top, and I'm curious what use we'll start to get from this early aggression towards the site. They almost got someone on the reinforced there.
Falcons immediately wanting to switch up their game plan and first go for this mid-floor bomb site. And looking at the bans for Secret, you know, those bans are obviously very centric around being able to take the top floor control really easily. You know, Castle and Azami are both great operators for denying window angles, because again, they're a portable form of cover. Does leave, though, the Falcons with operators like the Clash we did see earlier. Shaiko just 180'd onto Joom's head and takes him down. That also is quite a big blunder in the util department for Secret. That is their soft destruction gone. The Ram as the first death is not a great way to start if you're Secret.
Well, what else can they do? The Ram, with the importance and all that verticality, you're thinking about what they really have left, which is pocket breaches at this point. But it's the swing and the pressure here, the cross against the barons of the middle of the bar, and trying to find some semblance of safety on the other side. It seems like Falcons actually, they're pulling out. They're not going to sit around and wait and find out what's coming next. Instead, they've got that early pick. They can pull back. They can regroup around top white and the hatch, but Mowgli gets 1-2! Mowgli! Pressure onto Lumber.
Setting C4!
And now, at this point, they've been able to flick the switch and put the pressure back in. A shotgun up white stairs. I mean, it's a risky gambit there. He's sort of pulling the pin on it and trying to put the fear on the Lumber player here, but 40 seconds. EFAC does get Mowgli. The C4 doesn't get a second player, but does then find the follow through nowhere. And the C4 then back and forth, Demo. 30 seconds to a piece.
Oh, it's a cage match right now. Both fighters just slugging blow for blow. Savage, he makes the first approach into the bomb site alongside Adrian, who will not go for the plant. This is all on Savage. You give the cover. There's one, not two though. Bride quicker on the trigger. Bride with two. A 1v2 for the clutch god of Falcons.
I mean, what else can you expect from Bride at this point, right? You always talk about the masterclass and the talent of all of these players and all of these rosters and the situation there, but that round felt a little bit more like Falcons were tuned in to Secret's approach. Obviously, the early pick onto the Ram on that side, on that hole, is going to make things a lot nicer, and it's from a fight on a window. Oh, the Joom. I mean, okay, kind of filthy when you show it from that angle. Then here, two back from Mowgli, building himself the confidence, loses out on EFAC, is just being back and forth aggressive.
Attackers drop the
and obviously Bride just getting the swing, following it round. Perfection.
Yeah, classic for Bride, of course. And it is one thing that we kind of looked at yesterday whenever Falcons played against against Gen G. Inside of that 7-0. There was a few times where Falcons had to, go big, had to go for clutches. And it's always something that Falcons have on their side, is that they have those players who are capable of clutching up. And whenever it comes to big moments like this in big games throughout your season, you will need to rely on those players. Secret are a top team. We know it's going to be difficult for Falcons, as it will be for any team. This is what it is to have the best clashing against each other. Is things just aren't going to be as easy as going against, the bottom end of the table, as obviously what we seen yesterday. We seen Ratchko, we seen Gen G. Both those teams just being outclassed by the big four.
How do Secret deal with being pushed back? They have to try and keep this pace up and keep themselves toe-to-toe aggressive with Falcons. It's control of the Malusis, the Banshees up, swinging either side of the stairs, gives them those options of freewheeling a bit later on. Brava, what a resurgence in the meta she seems to have enjoyed. Solotov holding out on the white stairs. They have the connection here, Falcons. They're not quite too far away. Rie's obviously buried on towards the site itself, but the first fight isn't shot. Users gets it, drops it. Can they rotate out of there? Yes. They tried to drop down and find the angle on the bottom of the window in Christmas door, but they couldn't quite get there in time. And oh, that's another blow. The IQ gone.
Move in, shield.
Now,
stay vigilant.
What are Secret going to try and do, rebuilding again with the man disadvantage?
Just I wonder how they're going to deal with it with the Clash, though. Don't really have a hard counter to it. Apart from maybe trying to EMP the shield to stop the taser effect, but then it's still the shield that you have to go up against. So, honestly, I think EFAC right now in the position he's in, he fully denies access to Piano, and that's an area that Secret would like to get into because it gives them that hatch, of course, and also the vertical pressure, but Falcons just going to play it tight and play around that Clash.
Ooh, will they catch a loose player at this point? It just seems like no is the answer.
Hatch.
Yep, they're gone. Falcons, they're really not overstaying their welcome here. I think they know that Secret love to play on that engagement game. They love just trying to find a fight and encircle somebody, but they're chasing ghosts, Demo. Doom takes a lot of damage from somewhere. Not entirely sure what hurt them in that moment, but as they start through the verticalities, 20 seconds, Savage finally finds the first. They know exactly where the Clash is, but there's Users on the back of the Clash's read, swings around wide, 15 seconds to get a plant. They're toe-to-toe with the Clash. They're pulled back, waiting for the swing against them, but Doom, certainly all that's left as his team crumbles elsewhere. Falcons, well, 1 down to 2-1 up.
Yeah, Falcons, I think, just playing pretty relaxed. Not much really fazed them. Secret, pretty slow though, weren't they? Only getting in towards that top floor with about a minute left. I think they're quite fortunate, the Falcons. They themselves even said, you know what, let's just fall back. Because they could have held that top floor really well. Like I mentioned, they didn't have a good counter to the Clash, so taking Piano would have been troublesome for them. But no, they decided, well, we'll just fall back. We'll play in towards the mid floor and towards raiding, which we still have control of. And yeah, very easy then from Falcons to play with the time, knowing that Secret are going to be in a rush. They're going to be missing simple checks. You know, for example, the player inside a pillar didn't know that a guy was inside raiding, ready to swing him from that doorway. You know, I think that kind of shows it.
The tactical timeout already. You know, Secret lost the momentum. They had a good, strong first round. Things got a bit back and forth in the second. And then they've just not really been able to get a handle on Falcons players since then. So the early timeout here, I mean, how does that sort of bode in the grander scheme of things, right? How does that speak to the mentality of what Secret think they should be achieving? And to be honest, what do they think is going wrong here, do you think, Demo? What's in that conversation?
Well, I certainly think that 1v2 that Brady had was maybe hit them for a little bit, and then going into this round, it's they seem a little more timid. I think the pacing kind of shown it. It's not the same go aggressive, try and find the picks. It's very slow for Secret. And you mentioned before, they like to fight. They have the gunners to take those fights. Doom is always the player I look towards for this Secret team. I think he's an outstanding player, and he has been since he's joined really the league. Even you think back to his heroic days. Yeah. Doom has always been consistent, a consistent player. And I think whenever he himself is just not really getting his openings, because we know that Jim likes to kind of rap for his first pick, doesn't he? He'll just appear as though he's in the walls. He's kind of like phase shift through the walls at some point. You think, how's he got there? And whenever Falcons aren't giving them that simple opening pick, you can see it does slow Secret down massively. So I think Falcons have came in with a very good game plan, though. You have to give credit to them.
I think it's sort of that element of Falcons' game, though. It's always been strong plan backed by strong gunners. and they can be a bit malleable. They can clutch out as frequently as they do, but it seems like they always pay the respect needed towards their opponents. This is one of those cases where they're just sort of, you know, keeping secret a little bit.
Unless you're called wild.
Unless you're called wild, but keeping secret a bit at bay, putting themselves in those situations, and you know, secret getting in their head. And especially after this round here, where up towards the top floor, Adrian, yeah, great pinch on towards Solotov.
It's good for secret. First pick in the bag. Looking at their lineup, plenty of util still to clear away areas such as Cocktail in towards Pixel, because you've got those nades. Falcons, plenty of C4s though, Fluke, has to be noted, 3 of them. So that does give them potential to drop down later if they want. Hello, Mowgli! We haven't placed our track stingers properly!
Oh no. There's Adrian getting himself a second. The fight on top white.
Adrian?
1 versus 1.
Hello? In a 1v1 all of a sudden, what's happened? He's on for the ace. He's up against EFAC. He knows where he is. He doesn't have the kit though. Is Adrian going to try and play kills? He is up against, of course, that SMG and shotgun combo. We'll fire at the Twitch drone, but EFAC is playing this really well. Playing it nice and passive. There goes the Twitch drone, and EFAC now just backpedal. "30 seconds. Has got the diffuser in hand. Let's see if he can get things moving upstairs, but still plenty of info, I think, for EFAC now that he knows exactly where he is. And Adrian, again, don't forget, is on for the ace, but Adrian's lost that tempo. He just doesn't know where EFAC is, and that timer slowly get away from an EFAC with a swing. Steps up where his team needed him the most. Commiserations to Adrian. But Falcons, again, clutching up right when they need to. Oh.
I wish I could offer you more right now, Demo. You're
just seen your message.
Unfortunately, my feed stopped working at a very important moment of that. I'm just trying to get it back up.
Did I describe it well to you?
I was hanging on every single word. You're still in the driver's seat of this right now, Demo.
So I'm the eyes of the operation here.
You're the eyes. I am. Which is rough because I'm the play-by-play, so it's not going to be easy.
Little do you know, we both were born in the community cast where it was a one-person show. I think you forget this.
10 seconds left.
I think I remember I had to do play-by-play one time, and my voice was just shot. Like, that's why I prefer not to do it, because I like my voice, and I don't know how some of you do it. Basically, you get absolutely shot in the bits.
We all have different styles and different ways.
Yeah.
The two that always baffle me, they need to be studied by scientists, is Ace and Dev. Solotov will not get studied this round. They'll get shot in the head. Because those two are like, 200 decibels off the rip.
Yeah.
Round 1, 500 decibels. And then they keep it up, and then they'll be like, "No, I'm fine, mate." I'm like, "Dev, how do you do this?"
Parker casts one game and says, "I need throat coat."
Can I have some throat coat?
Just it's fun.
3-1. Falcons, and as you said, you took over the end of the last round brilliantly, but we have Shield on the board. The Blitz in the pocket of Savage this time. There was talk and reference towards Shields utilized. It's had some sort of utilization in the build-up towards this point. The Monty got a bit of a play. Hasn't really been seen since. So is the Blitz in that position instead going to be that difference maker? They've got a lot less that they can sort of work with. It's going to be easy for Falcons to sort of get the catch on that player. Otherwise, though, with the man disadvantage, Solotov again is an unfortunate early kill twice in a row.
Yeah, not a great start for Solotov, 1 and 5. I thought he was really good yesterday in their game, but today not having the same success. Now, certainly for Secret, with that multi-band, like you mentioned, it will force that blitz into the hands of Savage, and it won't give him the same potential in terms of going for the plant, but certainly in terms of going aggressive on hunting for kills, and yeah, that's where Blitz really excels. But Secret, just steady as it goes right now. Same play, going above, using the verticality. Actually looks as though they're going to rotate the shield to maybe go in through front door and straight into Kafe if they want to, or try and challenge on the EFAC, and Savage should get his man. Misses a few pistols, but yeah.
Behind him.
Should be. Hello, Savage, where are we looking? Where are we going? It goes out.
No,
what on earth have I just watched? It doesn't matter. A Secret are storming for the bomb site. A 1v2 now it looks for Usis. Adrian and Doom just have to take their time and figure out where he is and close this out.
So, oh, they knew exactly where each other were. They have a decent awareness, but what Users could do is rotate out and background. That's what he was waiting for. He doesn't want to give them the direct fight towards him, but they're going to go inside and potentially just try and rush towards the other plant. Gets rid of the air jab. They know they can try and plant this. He wants the 1 versus 1. Swings his way back in. Oh, there's the first engagement being Adrian. Holds the line, holds the fight, and holds the round. I mean, scrappy on the bar by the double doors, I think is the fairest way of putting out whatever happened there, Demo.
Oh, it's Savage. It's like Spider-Man 2, where he's trying to hold the train baggers, and he's got the two webs in the sand, thinking, I have to try and hold this train. Fells, can I get a little bit of help here? Oh my.
Hey, the rest of the team said you want to get to him, you gotta go through us.
Look at this. I'm trying my best, boys. Help me.
Mowgli comes in, gets gunned, and then it's Noah that has the cover. Because I saw that happen, I was like, oh no, like, Secret's cooked. But then at the same second, somebody else came in from the double window at the bottom and swung the bottom of Brown stairs. So they were able to get the trade out and able to just win it out, but it was like,
what a mess.
Ooh, close. 3-2.
One game so far. I'm liking this. A lot of tension, because really, it's hard to call where a lot of these rounds are going.
5 seconds left before insertion.
At points impossible. It's hard to call how engagements are going in this game often, but it seems like even with how things are stacking up, this is a really strange correlation here between these two teams. Anyway, we progress steady on. They've got the Jaeger to potentially try and just slow down some of the pressure that's coming onto the sort of back end of the site and the hold. It's been an all right focus from the utility game, but it's not really been netting too many players to Falcons. However, what it has been doing is pushing a lot of Falcons players back. We've commented on a few times, they'll get 1 kill, hang around hatches before they go for the drop. It's a different sort of situation. As the same on goes, if they can just catch utility and get rid of it, then they don't have to move. Secret will find themselves slowed. Savage wants to just creep his way up Brown stairs and go for a pinch at the same time that they seem to want to hit a lot of different angles. You can see Secret are trying to run the numbers on a 3-2-1, but I don't think they know what their go is yet. They're trying to find where they should direct it.
Yeah, they're a little bit all over the place. Just looking for a cap, but Falcons are playing this pretty tight at the moment, but they say that though, Users will be taken out from the skylight. He must have exposed himself, so a rookie mistake there from the Jaeger. Now Secret, that will give them that top floor control, because obviously EFAC now has to force his way back, because he doesn't have that support. His teammate and himself gets pinched out. I had no idea that Mowgli was also in towards that top floor. Shaiko able to find one as he swings out the white window. Keep in mind as well to eliminate Adrian, that top performer for Secret in this game so far. Now we are once again in a position where Falcons are behind, but we know that that doesn't necessarily mean that they're down and out. They can play back from this.
Boogie on the field.
Now with that position, a minute on and some of the control on white stairs, you can see that Shaiko really wants to try and retake, but Mowgli just had that slightly snappier moment as Shaiko's reticule drifted to Mowgli's head. That was surely not, but pulls it together. The grenade will be followed up perfectly by Savage. Move behind the utility. They entirely had Solotov surrounded. Leaves just Breed it. Now, we did a 1 versus 2 last time, but too much of a distance to cover this time round.
Big round for Secret. They needed that as well to even up the half. Good from them. Again, that top floor is taken every single time. No real issues with that clash. And I think EFAC a few times in the clash, he just kind of running around, not really knowing where he's going, and he dies from it. That certainly is what was shown. So, obviously for Falcons, it's a half where they were leading pretty well. They were 3-1 up, and they've dropped those past 2 defenses. Secret have rallied. I think overall, certainly Secret has played the better Siege.
I think that's very fair to say. I mean, you're up against what a well put together defense is. You can see that from the face of EFAC and the conversations that Falcons are having, they are stressed by the approaches that are put. And Kafe isn't an easy one to attack on the sort of best of days. It's an intricate map. You've got to be quite sharp with it. You've got to be willing to do things like this and just throw the engagements. But look at how Secret, they're drawing the attention to multiple different ways at once. They know how dangerous Falcons are. They're treating them like a wild animal and being like, you know, look over here. Okay, now coming from that angle and go with this. And it's just a very well patterned approach. But now they have the different problem of Falcons on the attack. Is this going to be something where Falcons can try and drive some? Because they too are pretty good on their attacks. I think 57% of their most recent games. Don't know how they sort of shaped up in the whole league, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were near the top. I'll have a very quick look. They were the 2nd best attacking team.
Yeah, I think whenever you have a great mind on your side, like EFAC calling the shots, you should have a pretty good attacking kind of lineup. And Falcons, see how they get on first with mid-floor defense as we head straight into the train museum side of things, which they are a 4-play bomb site, but Secret have decided to let her loose right from the get-go. Falcons in their lineup. Again, seems to be pretty controlled, certainly towards the windows. Of course, with Shaiko on that Nomad, it'll help out. They'll play that game. Maybe lacking just a little bit of self-destruction. But I guess for this bomb set, if you are just looking at taking in towards red stairs and then in through the museum, then really all you need is the hatch. So as long as you get the hatch open, it should be fine. Which I don't know if it's reinforced or not, if it's just going to be laid open. I assume it's open because there's a player inside piano and you kind of needed to give him an escape route.
Well, who needs an escape route when you can just get shot in the face? The cover now. He's trying to find his way out.
What a pick.
Gets a great take onto a Solotov. There's still a fight that's happening, and Mowgli pushes up into shop round the back of Mowgli. Gets Shaiko. He wants the 3rd. Now, Adrian isn't far away, but the aggression there, you said, how do you get a man out of the pixel corner? Send Mowgli through the shop. Gets the pick onto the back of the shield, then swings onto Shaiko on the Nomad, who's suddenly surrounded. And then just pull back to 4 versus 2. And think about what they really have left to work with here. EFAC and users have to try and piece something together, but with no real time to do the verticalities, none of the pressure, none of the build towards it. Sure, you can get a couple of angles, but you know, at what point and at what place are you going to try and make this stick demo? You need to get some gunfights out of Secret, and Secret just aren't offering them.
And the hatch is reinforced, by the way. Secret have done that. And with no hard bridge being brought into the lineup for Falcons, it should be good as dead. All they can do is push in through doorways, and as long as Secret don't give away any silly picks, it should be okay. There was one, but thankfully there has been the trade, so it does leave Uzus all by his lonesome against 3 Secret players, one of which is upstairs, but Mowgli sees to that, and Mowgli with a free piece. I'm really happy to see him step up today. I've mentioned before, he's never beaten this side. This would be a fantastic way to do it on his big game, of course.
I mean,
inside of playoffs, playing for a lot. And for Mowgli, if he does step up, and honestly, if he gets the MVP and carries his team, that would be what a story for more redemption arc.
I mean, just this little bit of motion, getting into that situation, getting the down, and then doubling down as well. It's a confidence that Mowgli doesn't often show in the showdowns against this roster of players in their iterations, in their previous orgs, since the dawn of Siege time.
Bomb located by attackers.
But as we take a very scenic look at a very orange building. I like the distance, actually. There's something fun with the new sound design and the new sound engine, and that camera specifically is it gives you a taste of what it sounds like to somebody that's just walking by the building as teams are setting up. If we do it again and we ever have that camera again, just listen out. Imagine if you were just walking down the road and you heard those noises inside a building. It'd be like, I need to go. I need to get.
What's going on in there?
I need to get out of here. I don't know what this is. 4-3, Secret. They have themselves a step and advantage, and the answer Falcons want is 2 shields. Solotov and Bride going to try and double down the bullying in a different manner and see if they can try and shake the top and see what falls. Now, Savage is tempted by a run, but Users has the watch on this. It's a very well-known one. The fight is actually going to come into his favor. Does he know? Ooh, there was a risk played there, but Feedback does at least force the player further back.
No picks yet. Secret, obviously fishing for that aggressive positions that they are in and going for, but Falcons able to get into the building unscathed, and they're going pretty quick here, already pushing their way in towards the guard shot, but they're where the Doom now has made this play with the shield, but Doom himself gets taken out. Shaiko a 1 for 2 for Shaiko with a DMR. Secret being torn to shreds. What is this from Falcons? What a play!
I mean, they're under the cover of smoke. They're bullying people with shields. They lose one of them. But then suddenly it's one player left from the side of Secret underneath. And, you know, I said it was a sort of start where they forced Savage away from that door, but unfortunately that was still far away from the impact of the round itself. And it's not... I'm trying to think how to phrase that round in the context of it being done by Falcons.
You've heard of pulled pork, there's pulled Secret. That's what's happened to them.
Delicious. I mean, yeah, well played. Just sort of had Doom setting up here, but
I was
unaware of the swing of Shaiko. Gets one, gets the cross, and then Falcons just don't stop. Yeah, they had the roll of the smoke canisters, the sense gadgets, they had the blind across the top floor, but at the same time, there was a couple of moments and swings there where I think Secret, I'm not going to say panicked.
I think they did, and I was going to mention this, yeah. It looked as though that players then just started moving out of position.
Yeah.
For no real reason.
I think that was like
5 seconds.
Yeah, they thought everything was going to happen behind it. They tried to get in positions to stop it, but in doing that, they didn't account for that one extra thing, which is a lot of teams won't immediately throw themselves entirely into those plays, especially good teams. They will come with contingencies, and that contingency this time happened to be Shaiko shooting people in the face from top red.
As he does oh so well.
Yeah.
So, Falcons have a bakery all to deal with, that is where all of their players are currently stationed outside of that double door. Now, you would like to think, look, this baker would be dealt with quite easily with their lineup. You've got a Capitao in there, for example, and even the Aurora as well to block off maybe the wedding door. And then you can just jump straight in as a shield, for example. But there is this Goyo, and what are you... Hello, Jum? What are you doing? You think there'll just be one guy?
I mean, I'm not going to say it's turning into a little bit of silly season, but definitely silly moments are starting to happen across this game. Doom's gone down. Now, without the Goyo, you assume they've got themselves stacked in. There's a big utility juggle here on towards the Raura. And the gadget tip, you know, It's pulling out some of the destruction. It's pulling out some of the play. The impact will throw through. Solotov cooked to death. I'm assuming the impact took the brunt there as Solotov stepped in, so maybe thought he could get in and get out of the way, but suddenly is hit by the impact that takes away half his health, so they lose the glass. Now the Blackbeard is trying to find the fight onto Prep. They've rotated somebody round down, but you know, Noah's caught out, couldn't really escape anywhere. Falcons bleed their way in, but the door opens up. Nobody on the other side of it. Nifak can now hold and watch and wait on this rotate.
Yeah, a little bit messy from Falcons, but still they've been able to get their way in towards Bakery and still have that man advantage. Weefak, he's just going to see if he can try and hold down that Wedding, but he exposed himself to Mowgli, an easy pre-fire, and now that leaves Wedding as a potential flank avenue here for Secret, and it's one that I think we're going to have to abuse because Falcons are hunkered in and going in for prep and trying to force their way with this fight over towards Savage with that shotgun close, of course, but seems to be stalling out ever so slightly. The shotgun will hit legs, but Savage goes down, exposed himself to that player towards Pratt. Mowgli's attempted that flank, but Shaika was on it. Now Adrian has to step up in a 1v3. Oh dear, here comes the Blackbeard. Gives away his position. Pistol comes out, but not going to help him. Brede cleans it up. Falcons, a very messy round fluke. A lot of different issues there for them. I think Solotov jumped in through Wedding whenever there were still flames instead of just waiting for it to be extinguished. They really struggled getting Noah out. Noah was dodging arrows and nades, everything. And then they kind of stalled out there. They lost their Wedding player, potential flank there from Secret. Don't know how they've been able to come away with that, but they have.
Yeah, you know, as I said, is it silly siege season? I don't really know. Falcons, they ended up with 3 players, so this was the fight there. I mean, threw it at the Blackbeard. Just went for the second, so here's the death. So they hop in and try to move out of the way. Yeah, so I was right. The impact did most of the damage. They thought they would be free. Great take there from Mowgli. But again, at this point, you know, 30 seconds. They're trying to slow down the gadget. They're in a 3 versus 3, but the Blackbeard was that difference factor. The Blackbeard was able to bait the first kill in. They were hoping they were watching the other way, couldn't. And then as soon as they rotated back around, they were caught out. And then it just put all the pressure in at the same time as Mowgli being caught out in a 1 versus 1 on the back end. Yeah, is it the right decision? Is it the wrong decision? It's impossible to sort of always call that because we know more than they do, yada yada, but credit to a Blackbeard that was really the defining factor there, was just able to frontline and draw all that lovely, lovely attention.
Oh, well, Secret losing the game. Only about 1 round, of course, but still need to get themselves back in and certainly win this round. If they lose this one, Luke, then they are at the mercy of course, that 6 rounds and then having to force their way into an OT at that stage. Falcons, again, doing okay. Not being the greatest of siege from them, but still able to win the rounds where they can. Now, as we head into this bomb site, naturally you kind of look at it from Secret's POV. It's all about trying to slow that approach from Falcons in towards that top floor. You know, and they've done that well the last time they were here. Now, for Falcons, I think the main adaptation they need to have is mostly just someone on that skylight. You know, Mowgli made a big play, which could have been easily countered by 1 player in 1 position.
At this point now, a minute ticked on, and they're just trying to see if they can get a catch here of Secret. We talked about how, you know, you can sort of hold on to these positions, how you cut your lifelines off, and how Falcons is going to try and run that number, run that map. Players, there's just a steady slow read from underneath, waiting for a swing in to happen. The IQ is trying to counter that as best as possible and catches at least some attention of a free place. But as Noah gets Solotov, focusing maybe on the wrong things, Noah on this pixel position deemed themselves very effective at it.
Solotov not had a great game, really hasn't. Struggling, I think, just in the opening kill department. He just has not been proficient in that whatsoever. Noah from Pixel. It's a great shot, but there's that Blackbeard has to deal with. Savage able to take EFAC, though. Finally, down goes Noah, but work has been done for Secret. Shaiko and Bride.
Oh, do they know?
Left against 4. And
oh
no. Oh,
no, they
dear.
don't. Adrian. You can see him just crouched, waiting for that appearance, and it leaves just Bride. And it was very well played there by Secret. They sort of pulled Falcons into this play, into this plan, and then just always had somebody else on that shoulder, that byline of cover, and able to sort of make a crosshatch of the site itself. And now, look at how Secret have positioned themselves. All of them generically have pulled themselves back, apart from Savage, but, well, he was sick and tired of waiting for the end of the round. Tied up once again, Demo.
Secret needed that round. Really did. And now they maybe have a chance of going into this next round with a chance at being the first team in match point. Timeout for Falcons has been called. Wasn't a good round again from Falcons. It just really struggling with that bomb site. I mean, it's not even the bomb site. It just seems to be a general lack of being able to clear away players in towards that top floor.
Well, the fact that they've sort of obviously pulled their tack time out here at this point, it gives both teams the time to talk. Seems to be a lot of listening going on from the side of Falcons. To be honest, there often is, right? It's big discussions with an IGL and the coach behind them, and you know, they seem to always have a good habit of a lot of trust in trusting each other to understand what's going on. And if they have a loud voice sort of saying, like, do this, let's do this, we can pull this together, they can operate on it pretty well. Now they've just got to try and push this one over the edge, but at the same time, you know, Secret, very, very sort of similar in that regard. You look at the rosters and you look at sort of historically, obviously, what they've been able to get done with Stuflex and Eagle Maze and you know, Julio as well now added towards the back of the Falcons roster, and then the split of Secret having Twister and Vivus, and it's just big brains all across the board, and you can feel that in also how these two teams are hitting each other. As you said it before, Secret have probably played some of this a bit better at points, but it doesn't mean that either of them is playing sloppily. It's generically been clean with some silly moments.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
So, see at Secret, they're not in a hurry to go back to that top floor after really what happened to them the last time, where Falcons went for that pretty bold rush, and Secret then opting for their next mid-floor defense in towards that reading, of course. And for Falcons, I don't think the lineup has changed a massive amount, as it seems to be the kind of same operators every single time, the core of that mostly being the Blackbeard and also the Lion. They've been the two mainstays, and really it's a bit of a mix between kind of the util operators, and it's going to be a Thatcher and an Ace, and then also the Recruit to make up the core of trying to clear away a lot of the reinforced walls, which are also electrified, as Secret have got the Mute and also the Cade they have to deal with, and it should just be a matter of time before these Selmas get stuck to that wall. But Secret happy enough just to hold fire for the meantime.
Talking of holding fire on the fire, and they pop it immediately. As the pressure starts to come around, they're just going to make sure that there isn't an immediate swing behind it, but...
Okay. Did you see him just face plant on his desk, by the way?
Like, the cut specifically to that during the, what was a sharp execute, was seeing all of this take, it cuts the tube blowing himself back up, and then immediately cuts back to the action. Pressure towards bathroom onto lumber. You can see they're holding up the player on the white window. Usus is caught out from underneath by Savage, but Savage comes off worse, and Mowgli are traded out. It's 2 for 1, leaving just Usus alone. The sacrifice of Doom paid off. It was like a Family Guy cutaway. It was...
I think you need to take a moment just to pull yourself together.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
I don't know what's happened to Falcons. Things are looking really good. They were gifted a free kill, but then Mowgli hit some immense shots, and that look once again for Falcons. It leaves him in a clutch position. Uses, has to try and do the dirty work. I don't think he knows that someone's above him, and Pillar, who just barely missed him, will make that long walk down towards 90. Back towards Pillar he goes, and we'll get at least an exit onto Noah, but you just don't see the remaining three tossing this one away, and they don't. Savage loving that round, and Secret match point 6-5 they lead.
I'm waiting to see if it's in the replays.
Oh, well, I think Jim just told them what's happened.
You can see it on his face. Listen, workplace accidents happen all the time. Unfortunately not.
From Mowgli. Wow.
I mean, that getting one and then the half in the trade, obviously, we've seen a lot of trades in this build of the game. There, at that point, it's the 1 versus 3s, doesn't really have a choice. 6-5, Secret. If they can do what has felt very tough this game and just secure some actual control over the round difference, push themselves into the second map. The second map being theirs to operate on. Want to try and avoid bank as a third, I think is fair, even though the streak was broken for Falcons. Still not a map you want to test them on.
I think fresh in as well. It's still a really good map for Secret, though. They've always looked comfortable on that map, so it's a decider. It'll suit both teams.
Yeah, but Secret, I don't think always look comfortable in do or die games against Falcons.
They're doing it right now. They're currently winning.
Well, it's not do or die yet.
Every round's do or die for Savage. The way he reacts after every round.
That's true. And every round for Doom is do and sometimes do and die.
Yeah. Do and see for yourself.
6-5.
You're still laughing at that. Come on, it's happened over a round ago.
I have to meet to Kafe.
Yep.
Very bright colored skin on a sneaky operator. As we get the steady read up towards, maybe hoping to just get a backstab on towards White. They're drawing some attention away, but it seems like there might be some awareness actually of this attempted pressure, and said no, sorry, EFAC cut across, moved over to red, but now wants to push towards White. There's a weighing up here of Falcons. I would say they know how precious the first engagement is, but sometimes even when they've got it, it hasn't quite netted the result. Here's the Nook now, but there's somebody down Brown. Savage. Yeah. They're either going to get caught out or catch something big, because you can see obviously EFAC is watching, waiting. There's the movement from Savage maybe. Are they coming up? They are. Duh, duh. It's two people, both ready in a position to hit either side. There, did they hear that? There's the strike. There needs to be a response, but it's the hop out from Savage underneath. He was aiming at somebody else. Mowgli goes down to Shaiko. They're still getting some control here over the top, but they pull back. They don't want to give them one more engagement. There's the fight. Pulled out, the pings come together. They're going to try and flood their way in, but as you said, one's on site. But it's someone who can do things like that. Noah doubles down either side. Brede on the back line. He's in a close engagement with Savage. Ready to swing round. Just drifts right on by. Entirely misses the man. 2 apiece. 2-1. Doom. An early exit last time. Could be the big finish this time round. The Clash might not know that they're rotating all the way over the top. Slipping their way around. Waiting for the fight. At this point, it's being planted. Oh, but they know where he is. He slips by the first. He goes for the second, gets the drop onto Brede. Doesn't have the shield. Waiting for the swing, wants the engagement with the player. Called out on the drone. Here's the deploy, here's the usage. It's going to slow them round. It's going to force them into a slightly different position, but they can always charge elsewhere. Swings, goes with the bait either side. Doom! Okay, he might have made a mistake the previous round, but he clutches up the map for Secret. And they have taken Falcons' map from them.
What a round. I mean, what just... We had the moment where it was the Jaeger and the Nook passing each other like ships in the middle of the night. You had the flood in, and Noah just said, you know what, you're not taking cycle without going through me, and he did chin 2 of them back out of the server. And then Doom using the shield is such a great way of baiting in that player having to rush. Falcons will be at I mean, he's ripping. He is so frustrated.
You can see, and well, we'll give him a breather as well as us. We'll go to a quick break before we're back to the desk.
Well, an amazing start for Secret here in this matchup, though. Just winning that game out in regulation. And honestly, what a game it has been already. Crazy stuff happening. It feels like almost every single round. It's so difficult to follow what's going on, but Secret coming out on top on what isn't even their map pick.
Yeah, and my head's gone. I think Demo's head's gone. I've never had so many hello in terms of what was going on in terms of the casting. That game was a very tricky one to follow. There was all kinds of plays. I was confused. I was discombobulated. As I think were the players. I think the communication from both of these two teams was, guys, I'm making a play. Because that's what it was. Round after round after round after round. It was some of the most exciting Siege I've ever seen. But I think strategically was possibly some of the weakest Siege. But then on top of that, some of the best individual Siege I've seen from players making plays. You see Noah there. This 1 versus 2 from Doom. Just incredible. It was like a fever dream, that map.
Do you guys remember what Animo said at the end of the interview when we asked him, would you rather play Secret or Falcons?
Yeah.
He said, well, I'd rather play Falcons because Secret is a little bit more chaotic.
Yeah.
And that matchup,
you can say
that matchup was exact proof of that. Now, let's zoom back a little bit. What did we see here? We saw Secret beating Falcons on Falcons map pick.
Yep.
A 7-5, a convincing one. What are the other things that we noticed? Adrian, the backline, stepping up, 13 kills, incredible KOST, great EPS score. And then the entries, they go mostly on the way of Secret.
Adrian actually has the best KOST coming into the playdate of anybody in the world, by the way, as well.
That's insane.
Nugget of information.
That's good information to have, obviously. But when we're looking at the very bottom left and we're looking at Doom, it's crazy to think that despite he was the weakest player on the side of Secret for this game, he pulled off a masterclass at the end of the game to stop this from going into overtime.
I mean, if we can relive that round was absolutely crazy. Honestly, the play with the Clash, the fact that he's going to go and use the Clash, by the way, behind his back to not get picked from the Skylight player. Then he isolates a pick on the Diffuser, goes for the Diffuser and activates the shield to take that 1v1 and win it with the flick. Incredible play here. And look at the reaction from Likefak. It says so much. Look at how mad he is compared to Doom. And that's my biggest worry. I know Likefak is a competitor, right? He's going to hate losing that one.
Yeah.
Especially because what was the scoreline? 5-6.
Yeah.
So if Doom doesn't clutch here, this should be easily overtime and very winnable for Falcons.
Yeah, I will say, looking at Likefak's face, it looked pressured, it looked stressed, it looked strained, and he was not happy. Let's just remember the context of that round, by the way. That was a 2 versus 3 that Falcons had worked 2 really nice picks. And again, bit of a fever dream because Soltov was fighting on the piano window and 3 days sat in sight ratting. Like, what was going on? Don't know. But they got it back to a 2 versus 1. Really good, should never lose it. And then they do lose it. It was in their hands. Overtime was in their hands. They could have kicked on, they could have won. That was their map pick, and this puts an incredible amount of pressure on them now. I'm really not surprised Likefak had a crash out of them.
Yeah, it starts revealing some of the gaps or cracks within Falcons right now. There are problems in the mini plays or mini synergies between certain players where they don't hear each other, they don't sync with each other, or they don't play together, and that's going to cost them a lot of rounds.
I feel somewhat justified in us being saying, yes, Falcons keep winning, they are individually incredible. When push comes to shove, when you need that teamwork, when you need to get over the line to get invited to EWC, to push yourselves through this bracket, it's fallen short for them.
Yeah.
And they've lost their map pick in a best of 3.
And one player we highlighted over on the side of Secret before this matchup, a player that's instrumental to this team and their performances, obviously Mowgli, but we know he has a history of not having the greatest performances against Falcons. However, this time around, it might seem a little bit different.
Yeah, do you know what? If we had an egg in the building, I'd be cracking it over my head right now. I've got egg on my face because we did highlight that he struggled. This is the first time in a long time that he's actually gone positive against this Falcons roster. It is only in 1 map in a best of 1. But again, very similar on the entry engagement. Still shying away from the entries when he's up against the Shakos and the Solotovs of the world.
And still very inconsistent, and it's always going to be the case with Mowgli because it's high risk, high reward as a playstyle, but 50% cost. He did indeed have an opening death, 0 opening kill as well. And the back of this KD, by the way, the fact is positive. It was a triple kill in a certain round.
It was a 4K. That's what I was going to say. It was a 4K in 1 round. Not to carry on being a Mowgli hater, I thought actually he looked very comfortable inside of the chaos that was going on, and he has improved. We challenged him to rise up. If it was, with the caveat that if it wasn't for 1 round getting a 4K, he would have continued that form.
But that's impact play, I guess we can talk about as well. Obviously, the smiles were on his face, and I think it's a very valid reason for Secret to have a smile on their face right now, given that they are 1-0 up in this so important matchup. And to make things even better for them, their map pick is up after the break.
Easy, teammate.
Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left. I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need.
Got it.
All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1. Cover me. Jack. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, call! Get off your cams. We need help. Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me.
Shut the fuck up, Jack.
What?
Is he okay?
I've been worse.
Texture is soup.
Secret find themselves one map up now in this best of 3 series, and the good thing for them is we're going to their map pick afterwards. We look at the map feature once again to remind you we are going into Lair. This map was picked by Secret. it is looking really good, but we already mentioned that sort of crash out that we saw from League Effect. We need to see improvement from Falcons, otherwise this match goes down the drain for them.
Yeah, so you think of Lair, you think of that reaction to the pressure for League Effect and for the whole team. So right now what's going on is Secret are on a triple win streak on Lair. They've played lower teams, of course, not the quality of Falcons. On the other side, one really beautiful story is that the one map where Secret was eliminated at the Montreal Major, playing against the exact same roster of Falcons back then, BDS, was Lair. And if you look at BDS in general and now Falcons, it's been a map where they're comfortable. Yes, they did 7-1 Gen G, but they do not play it often. And it's by no means a top map for them. Whereas for Secret, it needs to be, I think, in general, a map that fits their playstyle really well. It's chaotic. You can be chaotic on it. You have plenty of space to lurk, and you can go aggressive.
Yeah.
And this is why I think Secret right now are in the driving spot to go and beat Falcons.
Absolutely. In a best of three, the way a best of three is supposed to work, you're meant to win your map pick, lose your opponent's map pick, and then play the decider to see who wins the best of three. Falcons are now starting on the back foot because they lost their map pick. That adds an incredible amount of pressure to this team. If they didn't already need to step up in terms of this fixture, which we've already challenged them to do, and they didn't in terms of their team play, they really, really need to do it now because there's a lot at stake.
Yeah, there is obviously. When we're looking at the difference between these player camps from the two teams, I think there's a lot of differences. Obviously, Falcons are looking a little bit stressed or like, okay, the pressure really is on our shoulders right now. And for Secret, it seems like it's almost all smiles, and they seem like they're just excited to get going into their own map pick. But the good news is that the game is ready, so that's exactly what we shall be doing as well. It's time to send it back to Fluke and Demo for Lair.
Thank you very much, and we will be hurtling our way towards Lair this time, but to be a similar affair to what we saw earlier on today, we're back and forth for a team fan at the end, and we had a 2-0, or can Falcons fly us to our third map demo?
I honestly don't know, because I think from Falcons' perspective on that Kafe, it wasn't great. I mean, EFAC was kind of freaking out at the end, as we seen once the map was over. Just, you could sense there was tension in that team. Secret, I think, are just happy to get that map out of the way with, and then push on, knowing that they'll be very comfortable now coming into Lair, and of course, if needed, into Bite. So I think the confidence is going to be with Secret. I always think for Secret, the issue was getting past that first map, especially for someone like Mowgli, who we've mentioned, has never beaten this side. Getting that first map must feel massive for Mowgli.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better feeling. You couldn't ask for a better moment, and you couldn't ask for a better bit of adrenaline spiking than, oh my God, I could do it. We could do it. We're there. We're knocking on the door of it. At the same time, as pointed out by you, as pointed out by the desk, is probably pointed out by Twitch chat, they were struggling at the end of the map. You could see EFAC was passionate. He always is. It's part of why he's so great. But they need to try and just cement themselves here. If things start to get away from them early on, which there's a possibility because, you assume here coming into Lair that we'll have the start on the defense here for Secret. Percent to Falcons, so it's fell 3% since the last, but Falcons fan base still holding strong. No, in fact, Falcons starting on the defense demo.
10 seconds to insertion.
We've only seen both these teams play this map once during the regular stage, and it was both during Playday 3. We've seen Secret up against Wolves, where they took a 7-5 victory. Then we had Falcons up against Gen G, and it was a 7-1 victory. So both these teams have won this map in this stage. If we break down how the split went, Secret on their attacks, they were able to get free attacks. And then whenever we look at Falcons on their defense, they were able to take 5 against Gen G. So Secret comfortable enough playing the attacks, but Falcons looked really good in the defense the last time we've seen them play this map.
I think the thing about it as well is if I sort of stretch the data to just get a little bit more of a whole fat taste. Secret generically better on their attack on this map than they are on their defense, as weird as that is to say, but the defensive win rate of Falcons total over the 5 times that they've played this, not 10, they have got themselves 68% on their defense, which is pretty good. And there's the opener. Shaiko finds Mowgli. Finds the man who was living a dream. Unfortunately, maybe this is the start of the nightmare.
Shaiko just swings, reach, and wins it. As he does, Mowgli will be thinking, why is he doing that? Why is he there? But Shaiko will take advantage of the fact and able to get that first pick. Now, certainly for Secret, kind of look at the operator that Savage is on right now with the Amaru. You kind of thought that they were maybe going to be looking for a bit of a hatch push, wouldn't you? Because that's where Amaru comes in really handy. But whenever he's currently pushing in alongside Jum, who somehow finds 2, how did he get the second one? Shaiko just giving himself up. You start to kind of question what Falcons are doing now as Secret are right back in this round.
And there's a Savage. Hello? Just swinging on the close corner to find out this fight for Clash Shield. Doom somehow wins it out. First pistols at dawn and at dusk, and the fight kept going, so another dawn. But now, closing down on users. Break that down for me, buddy.
No. I double it, pass it next person.
No, I've got to break it down. Don't really know what to say. We are... I mean, yeah, do I call it fresh? Call it. No, it's surprising, but you got to give credit there to Doom especially, right? So the first kill goes away because he swings the breach.
Yeah.
You don't expect it, but
fair enough. Just gets that pick. What's Shaiko doing? Why?
He's just unaware of that angle, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure why the Tachanka decided. Maybe they thought June's alone. Let's push him. He's just done this on the back. We need to get that trade kill. That happens. And then that happens. And okay, what a way to start. Secret 1-up.
Weird. And I think the general feeling that people have had about Falcons this stage is, yes, they've won their games. They got top 2, which is expected. But I almost feel as though that Falcons has kind of been built like this team, where whenever it comes to regional leagues, they're indestructible. And for a vast period as well during the year, playing in every single grand final of the year, you kind of think, wow, this team really is that good. And I have seen a slight drop-off from them this stage, certainly, and I think it's been noticed by a lot of people. And maybe if we set the expectations way too high for this team, it's almost as though the Falcons don't go in and 7-0 their opponent, they're bad. That's what it feels like sometimes.
Well, Secret, they get the lead up, they get that first step, and Falcons can probably write that one off, as they kind of did last time. Think about how the last map opened, right? There was a little bit of a surprise moment, and then there was the plant, and Secret were able to pull it out back and forth on their attacks, and here, a different kettle of fish, a different display of pace. On the defense of Falcons, then they pulled back 3 defenses, round after round after round. So it's not a... Doom finds users just watching on towards the stair, rotate back down and cuts the middle floor, and then almost so close.
Any other gun he would have killed.
Yep.
Punish. Well, Falcons just seem to be a bit of a lash out, losing 2 picks inside the first half of the round, and forget it's on a basement where typically we see teams will like to bunker. Whenever you've got operators like Goyo available to yourself, you can flash up, you can smoke if they wanted to bring them as well, all available. And they've just, I don't know, they've just gone to some solo roams and died. And now for Secret, this is everything that they wanted. You know, Secret's done this really well on Kafe whenever they got that advantage, especially if you looked at how they attacked their kitchen. They just move in, they use their util, they open up the vertical angles, and then they just maneuver in for that plant. That's the main focus that Secret will have now, is where are we going to plant?
Well, there goes Solotov, and they're just picking them apart here, Demo. Shaiko, cannot get anything there on Mowgli, but the round was over anyway. A flawless second from Secret. That was very clean.
Secret looking good. Really sharp. 2-0 they lead. Look at that round. Just where you expect it to plan out. 5v3 for Secret. just run-of-the-mill stuff. It's almost like dry runs at that stage, isn't it? Go through the motions. Falcons, I worry. I do. I worry for them. I think with the manner of how they've just lost this round, the game plan needs to change. I mean, EFAC going for a solo roam by himself, it's not the play. Not against a team like Secret. It's all right if you're doing it against the likes of, you know, your Wilds, your Gen Gs, but certainly not against a team like Secret and the caliber of that side. Whenever you've got players on Secret who you know are stepping up to the plate, you look at Mowgli. He had a great first map. He'll continue that. Goom, always going to be there. It's frustrating. That's the way I describe it.
And still steadily continue here for now. They're going to see if they can try and get a different place to land. As we said before, or I was sort of quoting the statistics, in the grand scheme of things over the past sort of year of the chances of playing Lair, attack is where Secret haven't been as hot as on their defense, but the Falcons' defense was hotter than pretty much anybody's, as the full statistics. Here already dropping 2 rounds. Sort of plays into it. One more and they've fallen quite short of, I think it was the 68%. 22 of 32 defenses they've taken over the past year of Lair. Falcons have found a recipe for success, but can they try and push it here? Towards the third site, they have some... In fact, he's going to play a very dangerous role. He's hoping they want to slip in and he can sort of sit here, but if any pressure comes from green, he could be in a very, very worrisome spot. Instead, well, that's what Noah's sort of getting the read on. They've got the Kiba, but do they have the person who throws them?
Secret just probing the bomb site, and of course we've seen Lair earlier in our best of 3 against G2 and VP, and I think both teams played it very strange where they just tried to stroll in and hope that a plant would work. I hope that Secret don't get the same idea, because it's very tricky to do so. I would like to see them apply some pressure to those players above, so they just can't play at the vertical angles. They have made EFAC's job very difficult with opening all of the walls around them, and it's forced them all the way back into security. And of course with those senses as well, you always have to be careful that you can maybe just try and sense off some angles and maybe try and rush down EFAC and gain control of site that way.
They're using the track stingers to try and stop the rotate and the swing round. They've got themselves an angle here, but without the verticality, I mean, how many times, Demo, have we seen this crumble? Without the verticality, well, Savage pops in, will raise some warning sort of alarms. There needs to be something behind it, though. You can see Shaiko and Bride, they're trying to keep themselves aware and cohesive on the actual approach down below, but they have to now be concerned. Adrian suffers a scrape of damage. EFAC suffers a little bit more. They're still trying to watch both sides, and that's the player inside the site gone. So now, 30 seconds. Do you try and push the vertical? Take the fight. Savage makes their presence known just a little bit, but doesn't over-egg the pudding and holds on to the angle for now. It's pinched either side. There's some pressure coming behind, but they still need to try and work that kid in. There's the go. The roll of the sense and the ROU gadget and the cover of the goo mines, but a shotgun round a corner. Oh, is he too far? Not if he makes that move as they're going for the plant itself, but the kill and the cover is secured. And there's the swing round from above, but Noah secures the plant. A 3 versus 3, and they can get out of there. Mowgli pushes up, gets traded out. Drops down on the hatch instantly into the waiting hands of Noah for the free catch. Solotov caught out as well. Secret 3 for 3.
I think that G2 and VP need to take notes. That's how it's done. Yes, they are looking to force their way into the site and go for the plant. But Secret know that you just can't do that without applying pressure above. And that's what Savage was able to do. He gets that first pick, and then it makes those Falcons player have to second guess themselves. It's not just as easy to sit and hold one angle. They have to be ready to fight the player upstairs. And yes, they were able to kill him eventually, but what did they do, Fluke? They had to move out of their positions on the verts, and then that opened up the bomb site for the sense to move in and go for that plant. Really well played from Secret. Probably, I think, the best round of the day, in my eyes. I think the way that was done, it's a tricky bomb site if you don't know how to attack it. Certainly Secret, they made it look very, very easy. They know what they're doing.
So, a frustrated timeout here. And time for them to try and piece things back together. But as you said, it's just been very, very sharp, very well put together. And at this point, you know, how do you try and read into this? Because the energy, we talked about it before, Secret, hyped up, closer and closer to achieving the dream of beating this team. I know that they haven't done it before, but we're painting a story here.
Of course.
And then at the same time, the way this has opened up, they've had rounds that have been perfectly clean, flawless. They've had rounds that have been a bit scrappy, and they've had rounds where they've been on the back foot and pulled it back. They've had all three different elements, and all of it has come up into their favor. They must be on, you know, cloud 9 right now. Not the team.
I was going to say, they're on Secret. They're not on cloud 9.
Oh yeah, they're on Secret. They're on cloud Secret right now.
Cloud Secret. Secret 9.
Secret 9. Sounds like a book.
Secret 9.
Yeah, but like you know how they're like Magnificent 7, Hateful 8. The Secret 9. Don't know what for 10, but then we got Ocean's 11.
Oh.
Ocean's 12.
Yeah, they kind of they got lazy with that naming, didn't they?
Yeah. Well, it's like this. It's a missed naming opportunity. Similar to what was the Magician movie where they for a long time refused to Now You See Me, and then forever, and then they called the second one Now You See Me 2 and didn't go with Now You Don't, and it's what are they doing? But now they have gone with, I think, Now You Don't. Anyway, unrelated. 3-0, we've had our timeout. Secret on the up and up, but Falcons, can they try and steady this defensive ship to get themselves an even half?
Big ask. It really is. Any Secret? They're on course to even try and get a 5-1 split in attack, which would be... You're almost burying them at that point. You know, Falcons just under so much pressure if they then have to try and pull it back from 5-1 down on their second half on the attacks.
Special charge. Stay clear.
For Secret, just one round at a time. Step by step. Brick by brick. The Secret have another go at this top floor. Last time for Secret, it was, I want to say, a bit of a toss away round from Falcons. Falcons players needlessly swinging for no real reason. Just like to see the Falcons players sit in their hands. This time Mowgli has been able to get the breach open and also live. He hasn't been swung this time around. Why do I speak? Why do I speak?
He got swung by the player who moved out, but Savage instantly gets them back and puts some pressure in from Ops. They tried to move onto the buck that's just that was procedural with the steps, but look at the health of Doom. Fights through floorboards are always scrappy, and it's nothing that he can really survive on an extended method. So they have the breach, they have the cross, but they do not have the stairs, and that is that important final factor. And also getting Savage put themselves in a sticky situation, just keeps going on towards the soft. Doom is down on the stairs and things out at least a little, but with 40 seconds and still a man advantage. Just going to try and get themselves out of there, but the slow recollection on towards where the kit was dropped and now the position of power itself. But as soon as they try and make a play here, they've got to bait some motion out. That's what they're trying to get. Adrian wants to push onto the back of this bait. Can he net one? Oh, the double take! Unlucky, but Falcons. And you can see how much it means to them. They steady things for now. Get their first defensive round win.
Yeah, it was a big kill on Adrian. He needed to win that. If Adrian was able to pick off that smoke, then it could have been potential plant then for Secret. And yeah, not the easiest time then for Falcons. So yeah, Falcons players stepping up that time. Being able to get their kills. See that Secret, like you mentioned, it was just that staircase. That was what they really missed out on. We've seen G2 do it really well, where they were able to apply pressure with more of the utility operators. And Ying have a really good time over there. Probably lacking a bit of bathroom pressure more than anything, I think, for them to go for that. I still think Mowgli just getting swung on the breach again doesn't help Secret. I think that's also quite a big blow to them. You're just giving away that opening pick with really nothing in return. You know, Mowgli didn't even shoot a bullet, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like a fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me situation. Fool me 3 times, shame back on you.
5 seconds remaining.
Taking advantage. Down to the basement. And this was a flawless last time, and you know, you sort of commented on the loose roam, commented on the players sort of trying to find fights elsewhere. EFAC looking for the revenge swing on the player who got caught out. He's not far away from that door this time, but they're probably not going to be sort of loose about it. Instead, very quick pressure either side. Is he going to try and do a Lair and hold out?
So early util getting popped. Again, that's Twitch Throne. Always a strong operator to bring in to first deal with that going. It's going to be the best counter to him. And for Secret, does look to be a different approach though. Just look at their lineup. It's no vertical operators being brought in, not a Black, not a Sledge, not a Ram, so it is going to be a horizontal take. Now with the operator that they have being the Glaz, that's going to be their surprise factor, and if they can try and hide that Glaz, there's the right moment, and talk about right moments, EFAC looks away at the wrong moment, and Adrian with 2 big kills, maybe the pistol with a yes he does! Shaiko goes swinging, and he's the one who takes the punch.
What is up with scrappy pistol fights this game? And now a 4 versus 2 and Secret, they just want to keep rolling. Pressure's about to hit the top of Users, so he pulls himself away. They're going to double up, maybe try and fight their way out, but they're worried about the chance that, well, the air jab on the door sure is one thing. Oh, and also that. Oh my word, Secret, systematic, absolute destruction of the players down. But also, let's be real, Adrian with a 4K, yeah, it's nice to have.
Oh, Adrian is in the flow zone. He really is. Look, EFAC got really unlucky timing though as well, didn't he? He was looking at the window. As soon as he looks away, the guy jumps in. Oh, you feel for him. But Shaiko, that 3rd pick, losing to the pistol. If you're going for that swing and you need to make, I mean, so unlucky for EFAC, isn't it? We'll actually see, you know, Adrian should be dead. And he should never win that with a pistol. Just whiffs from Shaiko. My word.
It's been tough. It's been tough for Shaiko today, and
bomb located by attackers.
You know, here's that sort of bit of growth moment from the side of Secret. 4-1 on their attack half. Just have the ability to keep going, and obviously remember that, you know, this was their map. This was where they wanted to bring the fight to, and Falcons opting for their defense first. They've still got, in their minds, potentially the tougher back end of this game.
Let's say 5-1 was a potential scoreline for Secret, and it still is. And look at the bomb site that Falcons have chosen. It's the bomb site that I thought was the best round of the day, just in terms of
bringing hell online.
I would say stylistic siege, and just how a round does look so well whenever it comes off.
Is it going to be a Leo telestrator, do you think?
Oh, I think it could be.
He's this
round though, I don't think it maybe will have the same I want to say professionally to it, because it's got to be a prep block from Jum on that nuke, so maybe he can find some picks. And again, we know what Jum is like, the face shifter. But the King Rat also is more of a street name, I believe.
They bite. EFAC gone in a frustrating manner is only gonna add layers to what is already a very stressed man. Now they want to try and push the fight on towards the top. They sort of left this until late last time, and there's a chance at a retake. Oh, and it's Users. Very important fight to win out. The pressure's still around him, but he doesn't need to exert. He doesn't need to extend anywhere. As of yet, he can sort of sit. There goes Solotov, though. The play of the grenade! Mowgli
going
snaps shut around Bride, and Shaiko with barely any health does get some revenge. Users does find Adrian as well. Both of them pretty hurt. And Users dropped and finished a 2 versus... I was gonna say almost none. They have all the pings, all the read, and Shaiko just goes for it again. Why?
How many times in this game have we seen Falcons players just full sprint at who knows what?
Because
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. That's not one for a Leo Telestrator. That's one for just Leo to explain to me. But he might just say, I don't know as well. 5-1. Secret. And, you know, Falcons, there's only so much that you can sort of see.
Over. I want to say it's over. Just because, yes, I know comebacks happen. I get that.
Yep.
But this is so dominant from Secret.
It's also just not like Falcons.
Every metric is in favor of Secret. Everything. How on earth are Falcons just gonna flip the switch and all of a sudden play like absolute beasts to turn this around? And then you also have to be hoping that Secret then just lose all composure. And that's not going to happen either. Secret, I think, have come in today and they are up for this game. They are up for it. I think the passion that you've seen on the webcams has shown that.
Well, there'll be, you know, we'll see how long it lasts, but there's probably, if they do win this, obviously the progression into the game that will follow in that fight for our first final spot against G2. And they've said it on the interview, you know, they would rather play against Falcons. At this point, they're probably doubly so with how good Secret have been. Will it become a question of Secret have warmed themselves up and are going to hit that G2 game like swinging fists? Or was it all for sort of this drive? And to be honest, we're sitting at this moment. Obviously, the game is still in progress. But they feel in some manner on this map that they are just getting started, Demo. That's that sort of thing about if they're going back into another best of 3 afterwards, they're going to be running hot.
It's all about morale and building up that snowball. Just keep on crushing past everyone you're up against for Secret. Now, we do start off in towards that top 4 defense, and for Secret in their lineup, I'm seeing a quad C4 lineup. So that's what they're going to try and play with. And you look at Jum downstairs with his C4, he's going to be looking for an opportunity. Falcons are obviously going to be very centric around where this Blackbeard's going to push in from. It is really on that operator, and he also has the diffuser as well. Right now for Falcons, they're just trying to do the drone work and make sure they can try and cover off the flanks if possible, which we know Lair on a big map with plenty of staircases. That's one thing that you can certainly abuse in this map is the flanks, and Solotov, who has not had a great day at the office, another opening death.
They lose their hard breach. At this point, how much should Solotov... Adrian. Ready for an engagement. There's the pressure coming from underneath the butt. Does some...
Changing mags.
No, how did he...
Wow.
Okay.
The cojones on that man.
I still don't know how he got away with that, but at the same time, Adrian kills Shaiko in the same moment, and now Usus, to be fair, has been trying to keep himself on the sort of killing game here, but Bride and EFAC haven't been able to really find anything.
Go on,
so you've got to see if the 3 of them can work together, you know, pinch out a player, put some pressure on. It's just goading and basing, and yeah, Savage, Noah, Adrian, all of them half health. But with 30 seconds, push is coming to shove, and Savage blinded, but had the wherewithal to know and take it all. EFAC gets 1, pre-fires onto the second, but that's the pullback. The players are separated, there's the second. Drives himself forward in towards the site, but 18 seconds, and Bride is stuck. There's Adrian getting the end of EFAC, the double kill, and they know the man is stuck in the bathroom. They can just peel away. They can hold either side of this. It's at 180 degrees. Okay, well, I'm not sure he's not entirely been swung on, but the time is the winner. And it's just fun for Secret. 6-1.
Oh, just wrap it up. Put a bow on it. Leave it underneath the tree till Christmas. This is as good as done. Just Falcons Nobody's stepping up to the plate. Nobody really seems interested in winning this game. I mean, Solotov dying first as the ace. Why is he on ace in the first place? You know, was that as the player that he is, where he wants to get aggressive? And also for Solotov, whenever he's going to be frustrated because he hasn't played well today, he's almost going to be chasing for kills. He wants to try and get kills to get his team back on top. But as we know, things can go from bad to worse very easily in this game. We've all been there. Everyone's played a game where just nothing's happening for you. And if you keep trying to force kills, you're just going to keep just getting sat down in your arse just constantly.
Look at just this sort of stat spread as well of Secret. Obviously, it's a 6-1 victory, but you know, Noah 7-2, Savage 7-3, Adrian 8-4, June 6-3.
10 seconds remaining.
Mowgli doesn't need to pop off, but everybody else just has such a solid handle on it. It's not a single or two players that are having these outstanding games. Secret's game is so well interconnected and interposed against everything Falcons wish to try and do. They haven't just taken the bird and caged it. They've put it in a dark room and said, this is our time now. But Falcons, what else do they have left? Can they try and find the light and fly their way out of danger? There'll be a bit of focus towards maybe the loose player. There's a long track to Adrian, but Shaiko suffers most out of it. Now, well, whistle all you like, but you're just singing a bloodied tune right now.
Few minutes, and Falcons are attempting what looks to be a horizontal take, using that Blackbeard as that main pushing force, but he will be met with Secret's own shield being that clash, of course. Great counter to the Blackbeard. Once those stuns come in off the taser, then it will force his shield away from his face and make for a very easy pick. So for Falcons, that's going to be the main thing they need to try and overcome. We've really got nades in the pocket of users, as Shaiko's already used one of his, and I think Shaiko's really going to be in and around his team to try and assist with that. He's going to be hunting for kills upstairs with those roamers, and oh, what are you doing? Mowgli just tries to charge down a Blackbeard. Gets bashed up against the wall.
It was a bold move, Mowgli, but it hasn't paid off, so there isn't really a but there. Okay, they have a gift. They have a lead-in of a kill. There's a second. Efat gets Adrian from the crosswatch and first to move in case somebody goes for the flank, but they held a tight corner. They held the second. Doom gets two. Can't get his way out there. Leaves Just and Noah alive. He isn't going to be able to get anything more. A second round falls into their favor. 6-2. Still a distance to go, but
yeah, roam game didn't really pay off massively there for Secret. Allowing that Twitch to get in with that hatch. So yeah, a little bit weird there from Secret to give so much away. And I see the timeout be called as well. Still, Secret just shouldn't be worrying yet. Still 4 rounds that Falcons need to come back from. As a massive, massive ask from them. But still, Twister sees it fit. He wants to go for the timeout.
I think it you know, to just talk about what needs to be done for the edge of it, right? Sure, they get to have the timeout after they have a conversation, but when else are you theoretically going to have this? If you want to have this conversation, you have it in a 6-3, and they've won 2 rounds, it's even worse. They have more that they can build on. Get them while it's still a bit touchy. Get them while you still weren't a million miles away. It was a 5-3 with silly moments like that. It became, at one point, a sort of 3-2, and you know, if Doom had found the right way out there, if they maybe still had a gun a little bit later on, who knows how things would have gone. Just slow it down a bit as we fall on towards, well, a site that's seen some questionable moments, I think.
10 seconds remaining.
So basement is going to be off limits here for Secret. They want to immediately select into this bunks defense now, and
Attackers are
praised how well Secret were able to attack this. And we have, of course, seen how VP and also G2 attacked it earlier. Now it's Falcons' time to shine on this attack and see how they want to go about things. Immediately, no smokes on the side of Falcons. Now G2, they did try something similar, didn't they, Fluke? Where they tried to just plant directly using only flashbangs, but there isn't even any flashbangs either. It's a lot of nades, a lot of impact EMPs. It's going to have to be a top-down clear. That's the only way I can see Falcons winning this attack. Has to be.
I mean, you can't just ignore the holes in it, and you know that you could put pressure onto these Secret players. You know also that, well, they're doing things like that, they're being adventurous, they're trying to swing out, sometimes to their own detriment. That is something that you can close down on your Falcons. You know this game. You know this game better than pretty much anybody. And at this point, it's seeing if they can, get the lead in, but it's a trade out. Frustrating there for, I think, both of the two players, but probably more so for the IGL. No more calls, no more of that consideration gone, and those cap cans will still be a threat.
Oh, Shaiko just trying to face check a shotgun isn't gonna help. Down he goes, and Secret establish that man lead. Falcons, and they know where they want to go. They're going to try and double up. See if they can try and force their way in through server. Oh, Jum gets taken out from the vert. I don't think he was aware that Usus was in that position. Another feed goes in. Will spot out Adrian, but no one. Adrian both fine too, and Brede has it all to play for.
Look at that.
No one near it.
How long has it been? How far have they traveled? And here they get to sit. Oh, Mowgli. I mean, regardless of how the rest of the day goes, I think he's pretty chuffed, but he'll probably still want that position in that final. Secret 2-0 against Falcons. And I mean, exceptional game from them. Let's throw it to a break and see what our desk has to say.
And dash together.
Unbelievable.
Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitro. Their first. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. They've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom of Blackout.
What an amazing result we have just witnessed for Secret. They cleared this best of 3 in a 2-0 against Falcons. And with that, obviously, the SI points are theirs. You get the prize pool money, you get the invite to EWC. This is absolutely huge. And especially considering that we thought this matchup would have leaned in the favorites of Falcons.
And at the first time of asking as well, I think realistically, as much as Secret have been good this stage, as much as Secret have been good over the last 18 months, in this particular fixture, they would come into it as the underdog. And in reality, they didn't look phased by it at all. They didn't look like they came into it as the underdog. They just came in, they played their same aggressive brand of Siege, as you'll see there, Mowgli trying to run down on Blackbeard. They just came in and played their game. Didn't worry too much about the opponent or the occasion or anything else. And their brand of Siege is very, very, very effective.
It was just so clean from them, honestly. They didn't look phased at all on that second game. They look in complete control. Adrian again with the double digits, dropping a triple kill of 4K, I think, on the ace when they switched to attack. Most of the rounds, they had a man count of like +2 or +3.
Yeah.
It was absolute domination. And it's not only a question of Adrian popping off and other players popping off. Honestly, it's just a question of that team playing well together, being coordinated, looking like an actual team.
Yeah.
They've stepped up massively from a team that struggled to beat Falcons. Mind you, in the 8 previous matchups, they lost 7 times.
Yeah.
This is historic for me. And it's historic because we're seeing a revamped Secret roster around the core that was the strongest, but also with 2 new pickups that align with the vision of Savage. And then now it's proving that maybe, just maybe, it was what it took for them to break that ceiling. Because if we'd be at an SI or at a STR event, they would make it to semifinals now because they would beat Falcons in the BO3 in quarterfinals. Yeah. That's my thing.
Yeah.
That's just how good they are right now.
That is obviously the thing to think about, right? You know, being able to meet yourselves with the top of the region, because that's what we have been talking about with Falcons. They are probably our best representative if we send any team to a European or to an international tournament, like you say. So the fact that Secret actually take them down in a 2-0 fashion, that first map full-on regulation, and this one, the second one, even way more convincing.
And they've really done the hard yards to get to this point. I think it's important to say, when Secret first, I would say, exploded onto the scene as a top team in EUL, in EML, the way that they did it was off the back of shields, was off the back of Crutch's preset plays. They then went, you could arguably say, kind of backwards after that, when they were really trying to learn the defaults. Now they've got kind of everything, and they've improved by adding in 2 more, incredibly aggressive, but really experienced and good vocal players in Noah and Mowgli as well, combining around a great core of Joom and Adrian, of course, MVP today, and then Savage as the IGL for it all. They've put in the hard yards to get to a point where they belong at this level. This isn't an overachievement. And I think that goes back to what you're saying, Leo, where they've gone through that ceiling that they previously had.
And they did it with Mowgli still dropping the ball once again against Falcons. It's weird. Yeah. I don't know what's going on. Every single time he plays that roster, he just I think he's 0 and 5, right?
16.
That's 0 to 5 on the
entry, yeah.
And then he was effective or useful for his team less than 50% of the rounds.
Okay.
So I don't know what's going on. Every single time he plays that team, he drops the ball, but I don't care. What it shows here and what it highlights...
He's not going to carry this game.
Yeah.
No.
What it highlights is that, yes, Mowgli was pivotal to the success of Secret the entire stage, but when he dropped the ball, who else carried? Adrian, Joom, the rest of the team picked it up. And as a collective, they had the effort to go and win that match against a team that has been their nemesis for so long. And it's beautiful to see them blossom like this.
And the bit that was most impressive to me as well wasn't just that they scraped through and they managed to get a hard-fought win, is when a team like Falcons, who were clearly having their own issues, right, they give you that gap. You need to put your foot on their throat and really assert your dominance. That's exactly what Secret did today. That was 2 massive map wins.
Yeah, it is fascinating to see that from them. And I'm just really glad that because of this victory, we get to speak to the IGL and the one who's got the vision behind this team. We are joined by Savage on the broadcast. Congratulations on this massive victory. You get the SI points, the invite to EWC. That must be an amazing feeling.
Yeah, for sure. But I think for us, he was bigger than that, Like I told the boys, like, it doesn't matter. We're going to qualify to Saudi. We know that. But we need to beat these guys, They always beat us. Like, it needs to finish now. Because otherwise, they're going to keep going for the rest of the year. We're going to play them at the major. We're going to play at the side. If we didn't beat them now, like, who knows until when they will keep beating us. So, very, really, really important to, like, break through the, I don't know, this thing that we had against them.
Speaking about that history with these guys, when was the last time you beat them in a BO3?
We never beat them in the best of 3.
That's the story, right?
Yeah, they sent us out on Montreal and Manchester Major on quarterfinals, and they beat us on the UL finals as well to win the UL. But they also gatekept us from Saudi last year. It's
how does it feel for you? So that's it. Like you finally broke that ceiling that you were expecting. You've managed to beat G2. You've managed to beat VP. You've managed to beat the biggest ones. But that one you always struggled in a BO3. How does it feel for you to finally break that ceiling?
It's amazing, like it was the only thing setting us back, to be honest. Like, and now I don't know. Only the sky is the ceiling. We just need to go going forward.
And what do you think is the biggest reason for that?
I mean, obviously we have a different team, mentality-wise. I think in map pool, especially, we were never able to have a good map pool to play against them. I think now we do. I think now the maps that we can get against them are really favorable for us. Especially the Kafe, as you saw, it was one of our perma bans, but we've been playing it a lot, and now we can play it well. It was a big thing for us.
Speaking of the Kafe, Savage, that was one of the craziest maps of Siege I've seen in a while. There was just craziness going on all the time. Was that part of your game plan against Falcons, was to kind of drag them out of traditional Siege and bring them into just, I suppose, a brawl is probably the best way of describing it?
Yeah, I mean, annoying, I would say. We wanted to make sure they didn't keep comfortable. We banned their intel ops, the Dokkaebi and the demo, so they couldn't get as much intel. We ran a lot of Mozzie or mute, so they didn't get as much info. And then we just tried to make plays based off that, and that gave us a lot of gaps. And just need to give props to the boys for taking these gaps, because even if the gaps are there, if we're not making these plays going under the skylight and everything, then it all doesn't matter. And we went for it, and it worked out, and that that's perfect.
And that's where the mentality is important, right? If you're against an opponent that you've never got over the line, you've got been gatekept by, you've got the right game plan. It's just down to you guys to go and execute it.
Yeah, need to give them no respect, and that's how we went into it, and we managed to execute it. It was perfect.
Nice.
Obviously, the job's not done for you. You still have a game to play right after this one, actually. And the funny thing is, when we spoke to Elema earlier today, he said, I'm probably predicting we're going to play against Falcons. And if we do play against Secret, I don't really like playing against Secret because their playstyle is kind of similar. There's always chaos happening in the game. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it's quite fun to play against them guys, but we don't exactly struggle, because it's kind of basically who has to give away their playstyle more, the way I see it. Because we both like playing aggressive, but we both counter aggressivity quite well. So basically is who gives up that aggressivity to play more safe and make the other team execute normally. That's not how I see it goes. But when we are both playing aggressive, it's quite fun, because it's a quite entertaining game, a lot of gunfights and everything. I like playing against them.
So what you're saying is we're going to get a full best of 3 with full-on overtime every single game. It's going to be a barn burner?
I don't think so, no. I think it'll be quite easy game, especially after going against Falcons. I feel like G2 will be a brawl, but we'll see.
Okay. Well, I'd love to hear that, obviously. The big words towards G2. Well, we won't keep you here any longer, obviously, because you still have a match to play.
Go to the map veto.
Yeah, go to the map veto indeed, so we can get this game, so we can get it going on. Once again, thank you so much for your time. A big congratulations and good luck in your next game.
Thank you very much, guys. Hopefully I'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Big words coming out there. I love hearing that. Obviously, to go up against the number one in the league after this and be like, oh yeah, playstyle's kind of similar. Nah, it's fine. We'll just beat them.
I think actually just coming back to the earlier thing that Savage said about it wasn't actually important for EWC or for SI or any of those big things. It was important to beat those guys.
Yeah.
Because I think we kind of glam it up. We'd highlighted that Mowgli had never won against this team, and now he has. That's him. He's over that hurdle, right? And we talk about this. Mentality is such a big thing in elite sport and elite esports. And for those guys, it's if they get to an event and they've never beaten Falcons, that's a barrier that if they get drawn against them, they're not going to get over. They're now over that line. They've got over that, which starts meaning to them, they will back themselves. They will have that confidence. And it was great to hear Savage, explain that.
I think it's even deeper than that. I would even argue that these guys, they had a top 4 worldwide level last year. Yeah. They never were able to prove it because they always faced Falcons in quarterfinals, and Falcons always reached the grand finals and then lost. And so it's not only beating them now in a BO3, it's beating also the fact that they were never able to break a top 4 team in the world.
It's like a vindication for them after the whole of 2024. Like Savage said, two main stages they lost to BDS and got gatekept from EWC.
When is the last time you beat them in the BO3? He knew, never. But now they made history.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge for them. And like you say, that confidence, and I guess that turning into momentum that they currently have. I mean, it's gonna look quite scary having, going up against G2 after G2 obviously having already played that game, having had a little bit of a break. Obviously, as a former player before, do you prefer having that break, or do you just want to get back into it immediately?
I want to ask Savage, I wanted to ask him the same question, because obviously I want to know it. I know it's a personal thing. I would say like most of the players that I knew would like to just play and get straight into the next game. It's actually really bad for you to play your game, then your opponent is really hot and warm, he's fueled on confidence, he's full of momentum, he just upset a big team like in this scenario, and then he's going to go into the first round of that match and they're ready. The comms are lined up, they're all warmed up, and you just cool down for 3 hours waiting for the match.
And that guy, Mowgli, who's just got over that hurdle, is now going to be unleashed as well. And also the stats, objectively, this proves it. The Six Invitational, the team that has come in from the upper bracket the last 2 years, that's had the day off, that's had the time off, has lost to the team in the lower bracket that's played lots and lots and lots. So the stats would tend to suggest that momentum is a really important thing.
Oh my god, I feel like I would want to go sit on the edge of my seat now with the way that we're hyping up this game. Obviously, we're talking about the momentum that Secret have going into this one. There is a real chance for them to take down the current #1 team in the Euro Mini League. But obviously, we're going to find that out with the best of 3 after the break.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
This is what we're talking about.
This is my gaming room. So
I love it, to be fair. There's a lot of space, it's actually a lot of sunlight.
A lot of natural light, yeah. I never need to put the light on usually, so it's really good. It just gets a bit hot because of the glass windows, you know what I mean, sometimes.
No, it's a nice space, and we've got the medals.
And then I've got my trophies. There's one I was laughing at the other day.
You've got the old ESL, yeah.
2019 UK Premiership.
Yeah.
And then all the way up to, where's the most recent one?
The Reload. I did just see the Reload one.
Reload.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just my setup. I did have another monitor, but I punched it, so it broke. Actually, there it's there. It's a bit broken, so.
You know, speaking of passion.
Yeah. Knock on the door. You expecting someone?
I'm not.
Neither am I. Shall we take a look? Excuse the washing, but you know, living alone is hard.
We're getting to the real view of esports here. Hey, Stumpin, what are you doing here?
I'm moving in.
Today?
Yes, like I'm ready to play. Like, let's go. You ready?
Hey, you better come in. Let's have a chat.
Sounds good.
It's almost as if it's a big coincidence that you've arrived on the day that I'm here. So, obviously, you're Stumpin. Zach, you've come into G2 and EML as one of the newest players. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where are you from?
I'm 18 and I'm from Dallas, Texas area, like around that area. And I've lived there pretty much my whole life.
Moving at 18 across the world from Texas to the whole different, world of Scotland, it must have been a big decision for you. Of course, was it something that took a long time to decide on, or was it just, you know what, that's what I want, I'm doing it?
Yeah, it might be surprising, but it was like a very short time period that I had to make the decision. But I always knew I wanted to go pro, so I was like, I have to take this. This is my chance, And I also like G2 a lot. Just as an org, and I like the players on the team, so I was like, I gotta take this chance,
How big has that decision been to go into pro play? Has that been something you've been thinking about for a long time, or is it kind of new?
Yeah, it's been something I've been thinking about for a long time. Since I was 16, I'd say. I've always wanted to play pro, but obviously content creation, I still love content creation. I'm grateful for how far I've gone with it. But now that I'm going pro, I'm gonna prioritize pro for sure. Still do a little bit of content creation, but mostly pro.
So the switch over to pro play, obviously very, very different from content creation. How have you found your first few days, working with G2 and with the team?
Honestly, I was a little surprised on how hard teams actually work. I knew it would be a lot, but I'm adapting to it pretty fast, I'd say. Which I like scrimming and stuff, so I'm not I don't dislike it, it's just surprising, I'd say.
I've got to ask, because I know obviously a lot of your followers know you as coming from a console player, arguably best controller player in the world, a lot of people would say. I mean, I didn't mention it to Dorky in his bit, but you did beat him 7-1 in the 1v1.
He's good, he's very good. Looks like he's coming from a contract. I said to him he can take the G2 contract if he beats me.
And so definitely some skills there. How's the transition to PC been?
It's been really good, honestly. I would say at first, I was pretty bad, to be honest, but after a few months, I got good.
I'm not sure I believe that. Your bad and my bad is probably going to look very different.
Yeah, probably, but it took a little time, I'd say.
In terms of yourself, what is it that you're most looking forward to if you had to pick one thing?
Playing on stage, 100%, just it's a real experience. I can't wait to have that happen one day with G2, of course.
Well, I'll tell you what, I can't wait to hopefully be commentating it. When you do, it will be a fantastic journey to watch. Stumpin, it's been an absolute pleasure to meet you, and I cannot wait to see you get into EML and just see exactly how it all plays out. So, best of luck.
See you there.
Welcome back to the EML League broadcast. My name is Anne. I'm joined by Alfama and Fresh, who just tried to beat each other. But anyways, we're going to set you up for a banging upper bracket final game, obviously between G2 and Secret. We're going to start talking about G2 first because they already played that game earlier today, had a bit of a break. And when we talk about this roster in total, we highlighted the new pickup. Obviously, Stumpin on this roster, absolutely huge. He's showing off, and this team in general is really making it work.
I'm hyped. It's everything we were looking for a G2 roster. It's an actual team. It's the best individuals in every single role. It's a team that commits to Alemao's IGL style. It's the Secret, but also with bigger names. It's kind of like, honestly, these two teams are the best momentum we have right now in Europe. Yeah. They're playing tremendously well, but when you look at G2 and I guess the ceiling that they have, you can't help but think maybe the ceiling is a little bit higher than Secret. I don't know. It's a tough one. But honestly, that roster, so much talent on it.
There's a little bit of an open secret that when you create a team and you make it like a family and a brotherhood, special things can happen. And I think we've seen that with both of the teams in this, but especially G2. It's just hard not to get behind them and get swept up in their wave right now because they're playing so well, they're trusting each other, and they're playing some beautiful Siege.
Yeah, and I keep thinking back about what Alma said in the interview, right? Obviously saying that this might be a contender for the team, how strong it was when they won the SI. That's a really huge thing to say, but I think obviously with that game earlier, Leo, something caught your eye that shows that potential.
Yeah, I think a big testament of how good a team is when they're winning a difficult round. How do they react? How do they play together? How do they manage to take away rounds that maybe they should not win? And I think I want to take a cool example here. We're going to take a look here on Bank. It's going to be Bank defense for the side of VP. They have 30 seconds left. It's a 4v4. They should win this. They should win this any day of the week. Look at the execution on the side of G2. We're taking our eyes here. So we're going to have Alemao send smokes here. He's going to cover with the glass blast, basically diffusing. Now, what do we see here Stomp do with the Capitao from the hatch? We see Greenbees on red hallway, Flum Loira's hatch. We see Stomping from Capitao here from the hatch, send the smokes to cover the angles that Alemao is looking through with the glass. And at the same time, you're going to see here, he sends the firebolt by the doorway so no one can retake. Effectively, they lose Loira here. He dies from the vert, but they've planted the diffuser. In that 3v4, they now need to play the retake the best way possible. They need to prevent VP to retake upstairs. And look at how many people are going to come up those stairs to hunt the only player that's upstairs, who is Stomping. You see everyone go back up, and in this scenario, what we're going to see, three players are now a direct threat to Stomping. And I want you to pay attention at his positioning because now this is key. Instead of playing on the hatch like any normal player would be, instead of playing close to main stairs to kill them when they go back up the stairs, he plays extremely safe. Look at where he is. He's hiding all the way deep in open space. And that's going to be the key to their victory here. Because he's hiding, he doesn't take any direct gunfights. He stays hidden. He waits. He burns time. And when he has his first gun up here, he doesn't kill the guy, but that's okay. He just goes and hide. Because he's done his job here. He just wastes his time, as you can see here. 15 seconds left. He's burning time. He's applying phantom pressure. Now I want you to pay attention to what's happening on the other side of the map because he's just making them busy. Alemao is all the way at the bottom of blue stairs. He's holding server. At the same time, Blaz is all the way at the top of blue stairs, holding their own flank. So these two guys, they're proactive and they're synchronized together. Whistle all of this. You see Stomping just quick picking, applying phantom pressure. Yeah, okay, I'm here, joystick, come pick me. Nothing happens. And because of this, they win the round. And that's a quality of a really good team because on the fly, they closed the round that was really hard to do. And they did so by applying great team composure, but also great team play between the players. It was the execute, but most importantly, it was preventing VP's retake here.
Yeah. And we see a lot of players, like you say, hold from the main stairs.
Yeah.
Stomping's positioning there, but not just his positioning. How unbothered he was, how unflustered he was. Despite the fact there's three people, he's just going to take a further back because it's a maturity that we don't see even from a lot of players inside of this league. This kid's 18. It's his first time in Pro League, and he knows the win condition at this point is post-plant, 3v4. It's time. It's not about getting kills. Back up, quick peek, quick peek, quick peek. Buy the time for the rest of his team to shine. So as much as we talk about him as the star player, about the king and all that type of stuff, he's also got the maturity to win the round for his team without getting kills. It's honestly, it was beautiful. And that's just one example. Leo's already done another illustration where he was on Skyscraper winning a clutch with a very similar quick peek idea. It's so much fun watching this player and watching this team.
Yeah, obviously it's great decision making, especially given the importance of that matchup that they played for earlier. Obviously, with the SI points on the line, with the EWC invite on the line, there was a lot of pressure and the stakes were really high in that game. So to make these decisions as such a young player, so cool, calm and collected, is something that's really impressive over on the side of G2. Now, something we talked about though, obviously, G2 have had a little bit of that break. They've probably taken that time to watch Secret play, see what they were going to do into that, but they probably have cooled down a little bit coming into the second game of the day.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, whenever you sit and watch these guys, especially because it's the one team that you don't want to play that just won.
Yeah.
And they won in the worst possible way for you because they dominated Falcons.
Yeah.
And they dominated it in a way that you don't want to play against it because they dominated it by being chaotic, by being aggressive, the exact play style that you don't want to play. So obviously, in the side of G2, It's not back against the wall. They have plenty of other opportunities to, I guess, get invited and gain more points. There is the loser bracket. As Doki is thinking about his haircut, maybe they need to refocus a little bit. They will need maybe a couple of rounds to warm up. It's going to be difficult either way to just get back at the same level of energy as Secret.
I think, there were certainly other teams, that could go into an upper bracket final that you would know what they're going to do. That's probably like the other end of the example on the spectrum from Secret. And you don't need as much of an introduction. It's going to be a baptism of fire for G2, who have had that high. Because let's remember, there's kind of two things that they're fighting for. Immediately, it was that invite to EWC. They were all still going to be in the bracket, whether they won or lost this.
Yep.
Ultimately, then for fighting out for 6 invitational points. Now, because they're in the upper bracket final, they're guaranteed 56 invitational points. If they win this and put themselves in the final, it will guarantee at least another 100.
Yeah.
Because the minimum there will be second, and obviously to kick on for the main prize of 300, 6 invitational points. So now there's another goal and another thing to get excited and get hyped for. But that level of up and down can really disrupt the team.
Yeah, we know SI is only in February, but if we look at the grand scheme of things, obviously those 100 SI points could make the difference between qualifying and not qualifying and missing out by a far bunch as well. So those 100 SI points are absolutely huge, but also Secret. They really want to have him as well. We're going to talk about that roster as well. They just came back of a game that they already played. They played that 2-0 versus Falcons earlier today, and we're seeing a lot of, we talked about it, chaos from this team. It was the roster that LMAO didn't want to play against. We'll talk about that in a little bit as well, obviously. But it's been absolute chaos, but it was a very entertaining game as well.
It really was an entertaining game. Savage spoke about it in the interview. Our plan was to keep them uncomfortable, to create opportunities, to force them out of their comfort zone, and then get in their heads. We've talked a lot about the guy on your screen here, June. We've talked a lot about Mowgli, Noah. One guy we haven't really spoken about the whole stage, being honest, has been Adrian. He was phenomenal inside of that game, and he's played a more of a backline role, but he picked up some big kills. Especially, he's always a confident, aggressive player. He always backs himself. He's just playing a different role for this team. And when the time was to shine, where there was other players not quite doing it against Falcons, he stood up.
Basically, Secret's playstyle there put him on the spot, in the sense that his backline became a front line because Secret was playing very, very much split.
Yep.
Their goal was basically making...
You kind of don't have supports in that kind of style of siege.
At that point, you're trying to have as much zone control as possible. You're trying to poke around the bomb site, create pressure, enough pressure to create movement, and then punish that movement. The problem is when you do that, your widespread, your tradable engagement don't exist, right? You're basically forcing 1v1s. One thing that they did well, I think, was making their opponents blind. That was both in defense and in attack, honestly, shooting the drones or playing Mosey, playing Mute, etc. I think that's the kind of thing that can also work against G2, that revolves around information to get aggressive or to find opportunities, because it's the main way LMAO has been calling for years. So they can go into this matchup and be highly disruptive to the way G2 plays.
Yeah, obviously, when we talk about G2 again, they did not expect to find themselves in this matchup here. They expect themselves to be here, but not against Secret in particular, because we spoke to LMAO earlier, and this is what he had to say about it.
I prefer playing against Falcons. I feel like the game is easier than Secret. Secret's more like chaotic a little bit around. They kind of play like similar to us, so I would want to play Falcons just because I think it's easier. And I think they're probably gonna beat Secret.
So he obviously also mentions that chaos, and I think that's exactly what we saw in that matchup early with Secret. We're talking about this much. We're talking about the Clash Shield, being able to get that important round win to stop it from going into overtime. This game had it all for us to offer.
Yeah, and a lot of what you're going to see here is, I would call it like impulsive, free-flowing siege, and that's where Secret really thrive. It's where G2 thrive as well. But I understand from a G2 perspective why it's hard to play against.
That's what we're going to get for another best of 3, by the way. I'm so excited.
Yes, no. And it really is going to be a brawl. And Savage put it perfectly in his interview, actually, where he said, look, both of these styles are so good. They're good against each other. They're really hard to play against. And it's really a game of who blinks first, who actually defaults away from their style, who goes away from their style to try and counter it. If not, if both teams go hell for leather, then it's going to be one hell of a game.
Yeah, they're always working on thin highs between do we go too aggressive or do we try and play passive and punish that aggression?
Yeah.
But if you try and play passive to punish that aggression, you lose the pace and then you lose the proactivity in a round.
And it's away from what you usually do.
Exactly. And then on the other side, if you try to go aggressive but too aggressive, then you get punished too easily. So it's always going to be walking on thin highs for both teams here.
The one thing that I will say kind of stylistically is the game that we've just seen where Falcons tried to double and triple up on Secret when they were spread. They weren't in sync at doing it. And they got punished. Adrian's big kills, Noah's big multi-kills. We've seen it across all the board. G2 have been very, very good at doing that. I think it was a big highlight of their game earlier where there's 3-4 people just peeking a guy at exactly the same time, and they will be getting the trade. So it's infinitely harder for Secret.
Obviously, with this being an upper bracket final, I just expect fireworks. Obviously, given that the initial matchup between these two, when it was a best of 1, it was an 8-6 going in favor of G2. That was back on Chalet, obviously, against Secret. So an overtime game. Will we see another Chalet? I think that's obviously the question that we have going into this map. Vito, it could be on the cards, but the first map that we're going to is Constant, as it's G2's pick.
Yeah, so absolutely live reactions here because the map veto has been done as we're doing the desk. No prep for this one, Leo. And I will say, for Consulate, it feels like a map where it's full of, I would say, pocket plays. We see a lot of pocket plays on the top floor. We see a lot of pocket plays on the bottom floor as well. Yep. A lot of execute-heavy operators with potential for lurks and big moments and backstabs.
How much you want to bet that Lair is somewhere as a decider?
Yeah, I would feel that Lair's a decider.
The Chalet pick makes sense, I think.
Picked by Secret, though, even though they lost it against G2.
Yeah, Secret lost it. They did learn more than G2 that game because they eventually lost it. I think it's a game that fits very much into the current momentum and playstyle of Secret. Yeah. It's all about explosiveness. It's about winning your gunfights. And I think it's one of the more chaotic maps, at least, where you can get the most chaotic and unpredictable. It kind of works. Then if we move on to the decider, we're going to see Lair. You see? Didn't prep it, but I called it.
I will say, would have loved to have seen a bank. I would have loved to Secret have taken us to bank. I understand why they didn't, don't get me wrong, because of how prominent G2 have been and how proficient they've been. But taking us to Lair is no bad thing either, because both teams were very, very good on Lair today.
But just really short before we do go to the casters, you two mentioned, what's the chances of a Lair going in there? Why a Lair exactly as a decider?
So Secret absolutely love that map. They've made it a really good map of the map pool, and G2 is on a 10-win streak on it. Both teams just won it today.
Yep.
So whatever happens, this is going to be a banger. I will say this though, G2 still 10-win streak. This is something where they're going to feel very happy about that map veto.
Yeah.
This is setting us for a really good match. Obviously, we do have our casters as well. We're having new casters with us today, obviously due to the very long day today. We're joined by Ace and Des for this upper bracket final. And I think, you two must have been listening to what was being said here. But by the way that we're setting this up, this must be an absolute banger of a game.
It's got to be really. And go on.
Are you getting down with the kids, Des?
I absolutely am.
I'm just thinking, our TV is quite far away. Do you have a nose thing on?
I do, mate. It's class. I tell you what, mate, I get where they're going from. This is life-changing. I've never been able to taste oxygen in the way that I can with this song.
Does that mean your casting performance is going to increase if it increases,
it's
player
going to be
performance?
Honestly, mate, best cast of my life is coming up right now. I'm telling you that now.
Okay, well, obviously, that's a very good sign for this game. More air, more concentration, better cast coming up. But how are we feeling, though, about this game? I mean, obviously, with the way the maps are going to play out, there should be a best of 3. I mean, overtime, we've got the pillow of Ace there, Ace. Are you expecting more overtimes today?
I'm not sure that I am seeing that map pick. I feel like G2 have kind of won that map pick a little bit.
We're not going to overtime.
It wouldn't surprise me for them to come out and win Consulate and Chalet. We've seen Secret go 1-1 over the last few months on Chalet. I think, I don't know. I feel like G2 come out with a little bit of an upper hand there.
I feel like the party's being spoiled a little bit here. I'm just excited for a really close game, and you all say no overtime. G2's won. Any hope for Secret in this case?
Absolutely. I think the map veto, yes, on paper advantages G2 from what we've seen from the match history, from their wins on Lair especially. But the momentum for me is such a big factor in this really long BO3 days. Secret on the back of having a very dominant win against Falcons. They're fueled on momentum. They're going to come into this high energy. G2 is completely cold here. They've just cooled down for 3 maps.
Yep.
So, for 2 maps, sorry. So this is still, you can still bet on the momentum to carry you, at least for the first few rounds.
I mean, obviously, with Secret starting out on the defense, that must be a very big thing for them as well going into this first map here. But the upper bracket final is ready to be starting. So please, Ace and Des, take it away.
I'll do one of the boys. Thank you very much, Tim. We're ready for a big one. This is, like you were saying to me during the break earlier on, the big one, because they're fighting for that majority of SI points as well. You mentioned the split between first and second. It's a big deal to win this game.
Yeah, absolutely it is. So the way that it works for SI points, top 5 teams will take SI points from playoffs. 3rd, 4th and 5th will get 50 points each. There is no difference between the 3rd, 4th and 5th places. It's 50 points each. But 2nd place will get 150. 1st place will get 300. So the reason that's important for this game is the winner of this goes through to the grand final and guarantees themselves 1st or 2nd. So the minimum they can get, as Fresh explained, is then 150 if they lose the grand final and finish 2nd place, which of course they'll be aiming to get the 1st place, but it guarantees them 150. Whoever loses this can only then get into 3rd, 4th place, 5th place, possibly. They need to go and get another win to get themselves into the grand final. So it puts them on the back foot in terms of SI points. Whoever gets this locks in at least another 100 SI points. So it's a really big matchup for these two. Really, really. You know, we don't need to go back too far to see what was the old BDS roster missing out by a lot less than 100 points on SI.
I think they'll remember that for a while, and so will many of us, Tim. The big one for me in this series, and what I'm really excited about, these two teams in particular facing down, they are two of our best attacking teams around the world right now. At least here in EML, they are our top 2. G2, 62.7% attacking win rate, which is a terrifying stat to have. The Secret aren't far behind at 59.4%. Interestingly, Secret are one of those very few teams, in fact they both are, where their attacking success is better than their defensive success. That is not something that you see very often, but that's what we've been treated to here, and where G2 was saying, where Alamar in particular was saying, you know, bit of chaos against Secret is expected, so we'd rather face off against Falcons. I think he's going to get exactly what he was afraid of, and it is going to be a lot of chaos to kick things off. How that band's coming through, and the one that I want to draw your eyes to, Tim, you know, shield bans are going to make sense for everyone, attack or defense. That mute ban is the interesting one for me coming out of G2. Rookets trying to deny away that intel denial, making sure they've got plenty of chance to get their own. But you're getting spawn peaks admittedly, but you're going to find nothing here as the players have already passed on by.
Savage might just go for a little run out here. He sees his man. Going to take a lot of damage, actually. Down about 50 HP. Doesn't manage to deal any in return until he does. Just takes Doki with a little dip. Just drops his knees a little bit. Finds the head. Takes Doki down. That's a big loss. That's the Ying off the board in 20 seconds. It's a tough one for G2 to stomach. They're going to have to find another way to get this done. They were looking for a CEO window plan. I would put money on it, given that they've got the Amaru, the Grim, the Deimos, the Ying. Everything was there to try and plant on that CEO window, but they've just lost a huge part of that puzzle.
Doki really got suckered in there, and I think didn't expect to see the double back, but they've already said about how aggressive the Secret side can be, and they can pay the price for that. Tried to get a plant down here, but a smoke has come out as Lair, normally doing the role that you see a buck playing for this site, is instead on that Deimos. Of course, still lots of vertical destructibility in that kit, but it's more about the ability to track down players who could be inside of the room as the execute comes on through. Key one, of course, here being, Tim, is that the smoke is now down, so you're looking towards the C4 from Mogi instead to stop this if it comes down to it.
Secret really need to get the kill onto the Deimos here, because Lair is the one preventing them from going underneath and stopping this plant going down. They're so reliant on the Toxic Babe canisters at the minute, and all they're going to do, G2, is bounce in and out of that window. That's a really essential kill from Secret, because it's going to allow them to drop the hatch. You see it happen there straight away. In the end, it's not needed, because Nitros come out, kills galore go down, and Secret managed to get the round. But that was a really good defense from Secret, even without that final flourish. Getting the kill onto Lair underneath, dropping the hatch immediately. They knew exactly what G2 were trying to do, and they knew what they needed to do to stop it. Really well played from Secret.
For sure. I think Doki, you saw his reaction at the end of that round there. He knew that really a lot of that was on him. They needed to have the Candelas. They needed the gadgetry to get the job done there. It was always going to be a limp effort, and that's exactly what we saw build up for G2. But Secret, as the Des was saying, definitely looking warm there in round one. Weren't dealing with any of G2's monkey business. They were ready for basically everything there, it felt. And it's one thing that they spoke about. I do want to touch on a bit more, that piece around the tiredness of G2. I think we've all been there, where you've had a really exciting couple of hours in your day. You get home and you're just absolutely knackered. You're just ready to have a little nap for it. Maybe not the youth of today, but I think us especially, Tim. You're absolutely knackered at midpoint in the afternoon. You need a little nap or something. You need to pick me up, you know, you've got something going on in the evening, some kind of family function or something. I imagine G2 have been like that a little bit right now. It might be a quiet few rounds. They have to readjust and get themselves back into the game again. I think at this level, with the way they've played so far throughout the stage, they're not going to be the kind of teams to get shaken by having a 3-map break in the middle. Like, that's not the end of the world, but you might see it takes them a few rounds to get warmed up, and that could be the difference between a win or a loss on this first map.
Yeah, it definitely could. And, you know, coming in, I commented on how I feel G2 have kind of won that map ban a little bit. They've got themselves 2 really strong maps for them to begin with, Conceal and Chalet, and so Secret have got their work cut out. But how do Secret make it a close game? How do they make it tough for G2? They come in like this, and they show that they can play those maps too, but they win rounds quickly. They back-to-back, don't let G2 get into the game. Secret, if they could go for a full 3-round sweep here on the defense, get themselves a solid advantage, then any quote-unquote winning that G2 might have done in the ban phase goes out of the window. But Blaz, we've spoken about him on the desk earlier on tonight and how he has been so consistent for this G2 side. Comes in with a big entry kill when they need it. That's Mowgli off the board.
I do want to touch on Mowgli because there was a stat that was very interesting today, and that was like the difference for players on their attacking and the defensive side. And one of the things we were looking into was Mowgli. Like, Mowgli is one of the, I think as we all know, most aggressive players around the world, and I was very, very curious to see what he was like when it came to attack versus defense. And interestingly, he's got the highest attacker kill percentage of any player in T1 at 62%, but his defensive kill rate is not particularly good. It's pretty low down there so far, and it's the same for his entry. You're finding getting picked up a lot by G2, I think, throughout this. And the problem then, Tim, is it leads to this kind of onslaught of kills as they fall like dominoes, and G2 just pick them up one after another without barely so much of a challenge. And I do think a lot of that is going to come down to the entry battle today. It will be a swap when we see Secret get on the attack, and that's where Mowgli really starts to shine. But I worry that on the defense here, once G2 get into their groove, it's going to be hard to stop them.
Great start that we've had to this game. As I said, I feel like G2 have the advantage in maps, but as Leo said, Secret have a little bit of an advantage coming in hot, so to speak, off the back of that big game they've just won against Falcons. And I think we're starting to see those two things cancel each other out, which is kind of what I was hoping, because it's going to lead to a really close game. And asked if we might have overtimes. Well, if they carry on like this, we could definitely see a few more than the regulation rounds. We're only 2 in so far, but it's been a really dominant round in either direction. I like what G2 did there. They didn't really pay attention to the main breach. They got themselves in the map, and you saw Savage got the kill onto, I think it was Lair at bottom of Visa Stairs, but then it was just G2 because they had the information. Savage is off site. There was only 3 of Secret left alive at that point, so they know there's maximum 2 on site. So the rest of the G2 players just started flooding in looking for kills. They had the advantage and they took it. It was a good opportunity spot, and they went in, got the job done. Good round from G2, and it's 1-1.
I saw that Freck made a comment, by the way, when he saw this thing on my nose. It was just like, you're trying to be me, you're not me.
Bro thinks he's on the team.
Bro thinks he's on the team. I am not Freck. I probably having that conversation there, or seeing that message come through, must be how you felt sat next to Stomping, being like, yeah. I'm in the presence of greatness.
When he said, I said, how's the switch gone to keyboard device? He was like, oh, it was pretty bad to begin with. I thought you answered my rank games, mate. I mean, you were really good.
Mate, game 1 is the clips of the combination of me, you, and probably half of the talent roster in 5 seconds. I'm not even going to worry about entertaining him beyond those first 5 seconds, because he's definitely going to be up there. But onwards we march, shotgun at the ready, in comes Lair, shotgun out, and Noah, who cares about your smoke, my friend, is charging on through. Taking down the one for himself already, and G2 showing that aggression here. Inside those first 60 seconds have found themselves 2 kills, and Secret struggling to deal with the pressure as Lair is a one-man army, Tim. He's got 3k by himself with a Ying shotgun to get things started.
He's been great throughout his tenure with G2, but he just seems to get better and better, does Lair. He reacts so well to pressure, delivers in the big moments. He's continuing to do that here against Secret. A good start to the round again for G2. Savage it is, just as it was last time, who manages to give Secret a little bit of hope. Gets that kill onto Blaz. It was Lair last time around, but it is still a 2v4 and a lot of work to do. Secret do still have the vertical hold for the time being, although I think, no, they've been pushed away now, so G2 are going to take control of that. Interestingly, Doom on the pulse down in basement. He's the one to watch. He's going to be there with that nitro, although I don't know if it's been pre-placed or detonated, but he certainly doesn't have it available. He's going to be reliant on the gun shooting through the floor to stop any plant attempt.
It would require something really magical here for the boys to turn it around. Yes, they've got the information to play behind. Yes, they've got the single C4, but you're asking an awful lot, especially when G2 have been playing the way that they are so far. I think pretty fair to say, Tim, across those last couple of rounds have shown, all right, then it's not a few rounds of sleep for G2. It was one round, and now they are wide awake, not doing any more nonsense, and they've really come out swinging these last 2 rounds. Secret is going to be a rough ride throughout the rest of this first half, I think, unless G2 really bottle this now.
I agree, and Secret needs to be careful about letting things get away from them here, because you know that G2 are good on Consulate, and you know they're going to be really good on the defense, so they need to be getting as many rounds as they can. Lyra is going to secure the plant. No idea that it was going down. Nothing that a pull shotgun will do now for you, Doom. It is too little too late. You're going to have to work your way back upstairs and fight into this one. Savage is low health as well. This should be routine for G2 to close out.
Yeah, absolutely should. They're doubled up on the doorway. They're ready for the push to come on through. They're giving them nothing, and of course they're not going to wait. A shotgun to yellow stairs. Not even giving Secret a chance to breathe, let alone take the gunfight there. Done with the dominant round. 2-1 up.
Yeah, great stuff from G2. Really dominant attack. And this is, you know, it's the last time I'll mention it. This was my concern with the map ban. G2 are very, very good on Consulate. They're having, and they're, as you said, there's a great attacking team at the minute as well. One of the best in EML. So they're having a fantastic start here on Consulate, and it might just knock the wind out of the sails of Secret. They've come in here really strong on the back of a good result, but I don't want to sort of talk Falcons down, but it wasn't an overly difficult game for them. And they've come in here. Falcons didn't really show up. They didn't show us their best. And now they're getting body blows. They're getting knockout punches coming in from G2. And all of a sudden, they're in a real match here. They're in, you know, something where they are being not run over yet, but they need to be very careful they don't allow that to happen. Tac timeout coming in now to allow Twister to get involved, I think is probably a good shout to try and put the brakes on this, because G2 on Consulate, they've got a real chance of just running away with things.
Exactly what they're doing so far. A few cracked ribs there from those heavy blows coming in from G2. It's why the tac timeout they're hoping will help them get things back on track. I do want to touch on this nose thing, by the way, Tim. It is great. You should get one. To do it. Honestly, mate, I absolutely love it. You want to know what the real reason why I got one? I don't think I'm on the team.
I know I'm not on the team, Des.
You want to know why I got one? It's because if I didn't have them, I was probably sleeping on the couch for next week.
I'm expecting next week for you to be in a team jersey. I'm expecting next
BDS. I'll tell you what, those jerseys are sick though. I'll take one from BDS if I can be on the team. Come on, get me in.
This is it, Frank. He's already been in touch. You know, he's already had his say on the nose strip. You know, maybe we can get involved. Maybe get you on the team.
I'll be the sub. You'll never call on me. It's like, oh, if the player's ill, we need a sub. Oh, we ain't got a sub. Sorry, I'll be on the roster, but I ain't playing. You can get stuck. But my whole reason for getting them, actually, prior to a few weeks ago, before we started seeing them everywhere, I was the one who set the trail, that's all I'm going to say, was I snore a lot during my swim. And I thought to my missus, you know what, I probably owe you something here, else I'm getting kicked down to the sofa. And it does work, because the last 2 nights I haven't had one on, she's been like, as soon as I want to throw you out of bed. I was sick and tired of you snoring. I was like, right, okay then. But it's also great during the day because, yes, it does make breathing a hell of a lot easier. I enjoy it.
I mean, maybe it's something you've got to experience, Des. Maybe, you know, I'm sure it's something you've got to experience.
I'll bring one to our next event and you can try one with me.
I'd love to.
That's what we're trying to drugs for. No, we're trying nose strips.
In my head, I'm just thinking, you said it makes it really easy to breathe. I can't think any time where I've sat there and thought, oh, I'm really struggling to breathe. It just happens pretty naturally for me, but maybe I need to experience easier breathing and then I'll know.
Exactly. You just don't understand, Tim. Just admit it. You don't understand. It's fine. Hopefully Secret can understand the way back into this game. They've had that attack timeout and have really got to get going now. You've had that conversation. You had a little bit of a breather, but G2 are not going to want to let off the pressure here. They are the ones really starting to cook. Here we go then with ourselves. Blaz up on the window, dodging away from the C4 at the same time. Does Grimbees rain on through, and here we go. Savage getting the entry to Doki. That's the kind of thing you're looking for.
And second as well. This is exactly the response that Twister will have been looking for out of Secret. After that tac timeout, come out and send a message to G2. They're still here, still fighting. This is, again, though, 4th round. It's their first choice site. They've taken the Deimos away, which Lair used to good effect last time around when attacking CEO. So Secret have responded well, is, you know, what I'm trying to say there. They've adapted to, you know, maybe they've won the round, but what worked for G2? What didn't work? How can we make it even more difficult for them? But round 5 and 6, they are, I think, more the focal point.
Yeah, I think at this point they're showing they can fight back. I'm waiting to see where the sort of equilibrium sits out between these two teams as well. Who does maintain the advantage? In this round, at least, it is Secret. It brings up to 2 apiece. Round 5 is then going to be a very, very interesting pace setter, at least for the next couple of rounds, until we get into that next half. Stomping in Alamau. A lot to get done here against 5, and I think with 60 seconds left, it's a hard ask, especially when Savage is hitting shots like that. A 3K for himself in the round with a headshot onto Alamau. Stomping 1v5, no problem, right, Tim? You've sat in his presence. How likely do you say he's capable of doing a 1v5, given the aura?
We saw him hit an ace the other day to finish off a 20-kill game as well. So he's certainly had some big performances. He's not going to have one here. Savage is going to take him down. Well, it's always, you know, a 1v5 is always going to be a big ask. But yeah, Savage had a really, really big round on the Vigil there. I often talk about the Vigil and the fact if you're bringing that operator along, you got to do 2 things. 1 is waste time, 2 is find kills. Savage has done both things, you know, in absolute, the bucket's full there. Brilliant stuff using the Vigil. Gets himself 3. Wins the round for his team effectively there. Great stuff from Savage, and it gets Secret back into it before they go out of it. It levels them up at 2-2. 3-1, very different scoreline, so good time for Secret to get the round. They need to get that second or third choice site though. They need to get basement or they need to get piano, because that's where G2 have punished them last time, and they don't want to go 4-2 down going into the G2 defense on Consulate.
We had a 4K from Lair in round 3, straight into a 4K from Savage. Both sides showing they've got those hero players that can go big when required. Down to the base we go for round 5. Keen to see how they play this out, especially with Noah jumping across onto the Scott boss here. We also got this round catch yesterday. The high fantasy of Scott bosses that teleport behind them. You know, you're upstairs somewhere, you're dead, you're already dead, kid, all that kind of stuff. Very rare you get to see it come to life. In fact, the most exciting one that we saw was the attempted like 1 versus 1 on bank, making use of a Scott boss to shield the defuse from the windows with 1 shell while the other one tried to get the disable in. Didn't win out in the end, but that was definitely the coolest, most unexpected use that we've seen for that operator so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, if you sat at home thinking, why do I bring Scorpos? Why am I putting it in my ranked lineup? You know, the much more everyday reality to Scorpos, the everyday use is that Scorpos brings 3 pieces of utility effectively, where other operators can only bring 1. Scorpos brings a shield. If you put the unit down inside a site somewhere, you can play behind that. Not quite as close as a deployable shield, but still pretty good. Also, a bulletproof camera that is then attached to that shield effectively, and then the impact nades on top. So Scorpos is just absolutely laden with utility. But then on top of that, you get those extra HP possibly as well. If you go out there, have a gunfight, switch over to your other shell, you can be back on full HP if it's not taking any damage. So super, super versatile operator is Scorpos.
Of course, means toffee if you die. We've got a couple of players starting to skulk around here, so got to be careful exactly where he plays himself. Doki taking this one so slowly. Sees the man. I believe that was a trade coming on through. Yes, it was. 1 for 1. Not the end of the world, admittedly, for the defenders. Now it's a little bit more of that. Second one goes down and the Scorpos falling down. G2 have got the man advantage and half a round to play, Tim. And another phone call coming online in about 2 seconds' time. They can get this done, although admittedly 3 hard breaches maybe not the most proficient when it comes to utility for what you might need. Savage goes down as well. Perfect timing on the phone call. That one nice and close for comfort, but it's a 4v2.
Yeah, what a great example of those phone calls in action there. Basically saving Alamau's life, I think. Maybe he hears the footsteps as well, but he reacted well and got the kill. Stomping is actually, or was actually down at Garage Wall, so I think that's been open this time as well with an exothermic. They didn't get to that point last time, didn't G2, but it's been another good attack from the Mowgli. Missing a few shots there. You're not going to get many better opportunities. Adrian manages to find Alamau 1 versus 3 from a 1 versus 4. It's a huge ask at this point. It's Lair, who else, to find that final kill. G2 get another successful attack on those off sites. It's not the primary site choice for Team Secret. It was basement that time, and Secret have got a problem now. They've got a must-win round coming up for me. They don't want to go into the half 4-2 down with G2 moving on to the defense of Consulate. I expect G2 to be very solid on the defense here. They've pioneered a couple of the techniques. If you remember, when the Consulate rework came in, G2 were bringing out the ideas of how these sites get held, and in many ways some of those theories are still used now, so they know what it's all about on this map.
Yeah, looking looking much more composed. I did say after that round 4, when we've seen Secret battle their way back in, that it would be an interesting round 5 to see where the sort of balance, where the pendulum landed. It was very firmly over towards G2's side. Maybe this actually turns out to be an awful lot like Map 1 of our previous series, where it is just both sides wailing on each other, and you're not quite sure who's going to come out on top right up until the dying couple of rounds. And of course, 2 halves to a game of Siege could be very, very different once we switch sides, but I think you'll see Secret growing in confidence on the attacking side, because as I said earlier, both of these teams have got a higher attacking % win rate than they do a defender-sided win rate, and their attacking win rates are the best in the league as well.
Yeah, it's certainly going to test G2 in the second half. They will want this round to give themselves a little bit of breathing space. I'm sure they'll know those numbers coming in. They'll be well aware of the challenge that awaits them. But yeah, it just feels for me at the minute like Secret are a little bit off the pace here on Consulate. And when you look at how often they play the map, the results on it, the preference for Consulate is very, very low. It's regularly banned by them. And I feel like we're just starting to see that against a team in G2 who we know like playing this map. Dorky steps up, gets the kill onto Savage with the shotgun. He's been in the chat all day. He's been in the chat all day. He did misspell shush earlier though, so he was too excited.
Not to spell, Tim.
He was too excited, and we ended up with, I think it was SHSUH to tell someone to shut.
SHSUH.
Yeah, he was
just
yeah, he was just too excited to get on the keyboard and type.
That's a fast typing typo, that is. That's not like not knowing how to spell the word shut.
Oh, no, not at all.
Well, Blast gets one more, and again, it's this slow bleed from Secret that seems to hurt them in a lot of these rounds. G2 get the entry, a few seconds later they get another, a few seconds later they get another, and Secret just kind of struggle to recompose themselves and play behind a lot of the utility, I think is the main worry. At this point, they've got the control they need. A plant is going on through. Adrian is above indeed. That's an idea, but can he shoot the man? No, he's getting pressure coming back up from below here. Nothing that he can do. Alamo gets that finish with 0 damage being taken. Now a step away, Smoke is starting to bleed on through from Noah, but this was like another round win to G2 and a 4-2 attacking half.
They just look like a different beast, to be honest with you, Des. They're completely in control. Secret looked great against Falcons, but it just looks like they've, gone up a level here. They've gone up a step in terms of challenges, and at the minute, they're not meeting that bar that G2 are setting. And don't get me wrong, that's not even really a slight at Secret. It's G2 are just setting this bar very, very high. They are getting in there, they're getting aggressive, they're getting entry kills, they are taking control, they're putting diffusers down, they're just playing brilliant team Siege.
They said it themselves throughout the stage on the interviews that we've had. They've been kind of like, yeah, I don't really know why it's working. Like, it's just, Alamar's calling's great, everyone's playing well, the vibes are good. And I'm almost waiting for a point when they get handed a brutal loss, and that's when the wheels start to come off, because I think about G2 iterations of old, that's so often been the way. We see them having these wonderful spells of Siege where they look absolutely fantastic, and then little things start going wrong and they really struggle to recover and bounce back. But this stage, that hasn't really waned. We've seen them at that same level, and whether that's the impact of having a young rookie like stomping on side is playing so well and having 5 very, very competent players, or it's the fact that Alamar's back on IGL and is actually doing a really good job with it. Not that you'd expect anything less. He did IGL his team to a world final, let's not forget, and win the whole thing, lifting the hammer back in 23. But it just feels like all the pieces are clicking together right now. I'm just like being very, very cynical and saying I do wonder if at some point the wheels start to come off, but we'll enjoy this high period that we're in while it's here.
It's going to be G2's first defense then. Let's see if they can send a... This is a big round. This is a big round for Secret. Usually we see that come around sort of 8 or 9, but this is definitely around 7, or is this one? If G2 come out here with an opening first defense, go 5-2 up, I'm not saying it's GG go next, but Secret need to, they've already had the timeout, they need to, be having a sort of, I would say a long card look at themselves, but they won't have time. It'll need to be a quick hard look and get some stuff changed to get some rounds won before they lose Concealer.
Won't be too surprising, by the way, with the bans coming out. That Monty, of course, a ban against Savage, one of the scariest Shield players in the world right now. The Deimos coming out as a target ban against Doom on the other side. Played an awful lot of that this stage. His most played operator. So not all surprised to see that one being targeted away. Does mean on the other side, they'll still run the Dockerby, though. Still looking for that information game. Still looking to control G2 a little bit. But can you really control a wild Stallion, Tim? I'm not 100% sure you can.
Good quick progress from Secret. They've recognised that there's no denial on the garage wall, so they've gone down there immediately and got it opened up. G2 wanting to continue peeking that, nearly lost the head, but Noah is the one who comes away taking just a fraction of damage. G2 are really trying to hold on to this mid floor. They want to keep hold of Piano and Exhibition for as long as possible, because without denial on the wall, this is their way of preventing Secret from pressuring the breach. They can't come running in the breach whilst G2 hold Piano. So that's a really key battleground in this round. Keep an eye on who manages to survive there. That is a big loss. Doom gets taken down but not out. We see Savage off the board as well. Noah does manage to find Stompin, but it's effectively 4 versus 3.
And Dope's got to watch himself here. The round isn't won just yet. It's a 3 versus 3. A 4v3 if they can recover Doom, but I think being mindful of the swings potentially coming from that window, they don't want to play around with it. Down to a 2 versus 2 though. Okay, things now starting to look a little bit more ropey at this point. Can Alamau and Doki clutch up big? Because you know the old chat is going to be insufferable if they do.
That's a big kill from Doki there. He's backed up his words in the old chat, getting Adrian taken out. It means now him and Alamau can just play together. They can work this to create a crossfire. I'm a little bit concerned that they're on separate floors at the minute. One down in basement, Alamau's down there, but Doki is up on this first floor looking for the kill, and really you want them in a position to be able to impact on each other's deaths. Should Noah manage to get down there and find one, the other needs to make it a lose-lose situation for Noah. They have now teamed up, and that should mean that G2 are able to close this out, and it's an important round if they can go 5-2 up.
Really looking for the measure of maturity of G2 here as well, not to swing silly, to wait for the moment, and then Doki swings anyway and gets the kill. You're denying us the old chat here, guys. I want to know what you're saying. I've written right now nothing to his team, apparently, but I can imagine he's feeling on top of the world right now. Not just a great game, but a great stage overall from Doki, really starting to return to the form of old.
He's been fantastic the last couple of play days, hasn't he? I know we've been sort of, you know, really waxing lyrical about G2 so far in this map, but it's kind of difficult not to, because they are against a very good team in Secret, but they're looking dominant, and they're looking dominant because they're playing so well, and it is on the back of players like Stompin's performances so far through the stage. Doki as well, we've seen that, as you said, that resurgence for him over the last few weeks especially. I always used to say about Doki, he's the sort of player that he'll hear a barricade and he just runs at it. That's the sort of mentality he's got. He wants the fights all the time. He's confident. He, in his mind, knows he's going to win every single gunfight he goes into. And of course, no player's ever going to do that. But I think that's the player we're seeing Doki back to, particularly over the last few weeks. And it's great to watch because it's just wall-to-wall entertainment, because it's just siege at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
It is. Not really an awful lot that the other side can do to slow it down either, I think, because G2 so far are rising to that challenge, matching Secret very well. Even when earlier it felt like they had a little bit more freedom against Falcons, they certainly are not finding it in this game. Prime Mountain to Client Team, 3 rounds they've got to find here to get themselves back up to 5 apiece. Otherwise, this map is short, so we find ourselves heading over towards Chalet instead. Let's see how things move here in this round. There are a lot of trap operators being brought along by G2. I'm looking, of course, in towards the Ella, in towards the Legion here, but also things like the Melusi and the Vulcan canisters that are going to slow them down. G2 just really looking to be a nightmare for Secret.
Yeah, Secret need a minimum of back-to-back round wins here. I think need to get up to 5-4 before they can start thinking about anything else. So it's just focus on round 8 and 9 at the moment for them. Adrian just going to be holding that angle. He goes into admin. I think G2 are aware of this. Lair is ready to pounce! Goes around the corner. Does he get his man? No! Does down him on the spray. Mowgli is taken out by the impact nade afterwards by Stompin. He's there to finish it off. I thought they were going to get nothing for that G2. It was great cover from the window. Secret had that on lock, but have still lost that IQ. Big loss.
Massive loss. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it still keeps things going, though, right? Like, okay, both sides lose an operator you can sort of live without for the most part. It's certainly not the end of the world. From this point forward, Secret have got to up the ante. As I've said, there's that 3-round deficit. They've got to fight their way back through. And if G2 match them 1-for-1, it only gets harder for Secret to close the round out. Makes life harder and harder for the attackers as you're losing those operators away to keep yourself competitive.
You see what I'm saying there about Doki? They just had a little pop shot at him as he ran across there through Piano. And what does he do? He turns around, comes back, and he's checking the angle. Is there a fight I can take? Is there anything I can see? He just wants to get aggressive. Alamau is going to get taken down. Savage onto Doki. Secret, they managed to find themselves a couple of kills. They can build on this now. What a great foundation. They've got a minute left to go. G2 do still have the top floor, but it's not going to be easy to hold from here.
We had some spectacular rounds being thrown away yesterday, Tim, in our series. It was crazy yesterday. Like 4v2 or 5v3, so a big event like free candy. It was ridiculous. But I back Secret here to not be the team, to let this one run away from them. But as it starts out, Stomping gets one, Blaz gets a second. Tim, it's happening.
It really looks like it could. Gonna see Blaz taken out. Stompin's going to need that 1v2. He's already got 1 kill in the round. He is playing from underneath now. He's on site. He's waiting for the drop. He sees the first. He gets hit. It's 1v1, Des. This could happen. And what a hold it will be from G2. This could be a hammer blow to Secret's hopes.
It could be if it comes down to him being the man. Doki's already in the old chat, just trying to turn it against him as well. Trying to bait it out here, but Stompin's playing the game well. He's got Noah shaking here. He's either got to chase after him, Tim, or he's got to stick to this plan. He's got no choice now. He has to stick it. Stompin pushing his way up has kind of played it out a bit too safe for himself. It's a 1v1, all guns up. Stompin the one who's now on the attack. Can he find his man? But now, Noah dug in deep, just waiting to see if this step across comes on through. But Noah's got he can be patient here, Tim. He hasn't got to push or be aggressive. Stompin's the one who's got to make the move, and Noah wins it out. No shaking here, I'm afraid, Doki.
Maybe just a little bit premature there from Doki. Stompin, look, great effort. They were in the 2v3 upstairs. They managed to get it back to a 1v1, but you got to say, Stompin, he's got a choice there. He stays close to site and he might get challenged by Noah, and that he doesn't want that to happen. So yeah, he dips himself back down yellow stairs, but he just, unfortunately, and it's easy to say in hindsight, he just plays it a little bit conservatively and he allows Noah that opportunity to put it down. And as soon as that happens, he's then in the disadvantageous situation. He's the one that's got the tough job because he's got to go and retake the site. So unfortunately for Stompin, it's a 50-50. You make a call. He decides, I think Noah's chasing me. I'm just going to keep myself alive. Noah's baited that out pretty well, gets the plant down and just gets the round won. So essential one for Secret to lock down in the 1v1. Not easy when they've had the rounds that they've had against G2 so far. Good from them. They need another one now in round 9.
Dude, this is the key round you used to speak about an awful lot, wasn't it, Tim? Like, at this point, it either goes 6-3 and you just don't see that team winning 3 rounds back-to-back to bring us to 6-6, or you bring it up to 5-4 and suddenly there's that conversation of, well, within 1 round of each other, this could go either way, or at the very least to all 12 rounds of regulation to see how things close out. So I'm kind of with you. For me, Secret have to get this round over the line.
I agree. I think if they do, I'm not saying it will happen, but it wouldn't surprise me to see a G2 tack timeout. The thought process against that would be you don't really want to give Secret the tack timeout because, of course, they also have the opportunity if you take the tack timeout. So you don't really want to give them something for nothing. But with 2 rounds going back to back and then being back within touching distance, you start thinking, you know, at what point does G2 feel that maybe they have that discussion? But for the time being, we'll see how round 9 plays out. Good progress from Secret in the first 30 or 40 seconds. They're going to get meeting wall open and just start clearing out some of that utility.
Sure, it's all about that softening up game to make that, take that utility away first, make it so you aren't charging into fire and smoke and brimstone and everything else that can shoot you away. Really what I look to see them do is actually get up in the base of G2 here, be willing to pressure onto players like Blaz, just like that. Taking him down is certainly a great spot to be in, but they've lost 2 players for the privilege, Tim. It's into a 4 versus 2 as G2 are holding firm, stomping onto 1 more, and Noah's now got it all to do. Secret have really tried to brute force their way in here in that opening 60 seconds, and they've paid the price.
Yeah, I think they've just gone a little bit too quickly there. Sometimes, look, you've got to take the risk. You've got to throw the dice, see what sticks. Secret, they did exactly that, but it wasn't enough. They didn't account for the fact that they were going to go in through meeting wall and get hit with an Elamine. you know, we've seen quite a lot of Ella played through this from G2, every single round so far, in fact. So, you know, they should have been expecting maybe something like that. That really stopped that aggression coming in through meeting wall, but they'd already had a bit of damage done. Blaz did great work with the Tachanka as he recognised there was going to be pressure coming onto that old connector window. So he's just firing those Shumika launchers over the top and just making it impossible for anybody to come in through that window. And then the rest of G2 were mostly off site. We saw the position the Clash was holding. We saw where Doki was. And it just meant they weren't getting hit by those Candelas. They were fully prepared for that type of push. And they got themselves a really important round 9. They just need one more now. Secret are going to need 4 back-to-back. Well, 3 back-to-back to get overtime. And then another 2. It's not looking good for them on console.
No, the one kind of silver lining you might take from it is saying, you know, first map in, fine, adjusting in the pace here because, again, playing against Falcons and against G2, very different pace in terms of the teams there. It's going to be something that you have to adapt to. And don't forget as well, they're also coming off the back of that series. I know there's the whole thing about still being hot, but G2 have had time to sit and watch that game, have something to eat, do a little bit of prep coming into this game. No doubt Secret have also done own prep, expecting to play against G2 in this series. But by the same token, G2 have had more time to be prepared for this one, I think is the key thing. Let's not forget and part of this as well. Going into that second map, it is Secret's map pick on Chalet. You'd hope to see a bit of a stronger performance coming out of them there.
You would, but as I said, coming in, we know that G2 are a solid Chalet team as well. Secret are going to have their work cut out for them, especially with G2 gathering this kind of momentum going into it as well. But look, anything can happen when these two teams are playing. Nitro comes out of the window. It's going to catch Mowgli, but not take him down. Does do about 40 HP of damage though, so it'll give him something to think about. Very quiet game so far from Mowgli, from a number of the Secret players, really. It feels like they just need somebody to grab a hold of this by the scruff of the neck and drag them back into it. But I just don't know. It feels like it's too late for that.
Yeah, like I was saying back in the first half, it was Mowgli who actually wanted to see come online on the entry side of things. Like, he is that player. He loves playing that style of role. The big challenge for me when he moved to Secret in the first place was, yeah, how can you contain the wild card? The way that he likes to play and the way that he did a lot on Wolves is quite far ahead of the rest of his team. Really wanted to make space, basically go 1 versus 5 and win the game. This is what I'm speaking about. Him getting entries when he's got a bit more control and the team are built around him is how they find their way back into this. And now in a 4 versus 3, a couple more kills fall by the wayside. This is a round that is in their control. They've got man advantage and 2 minutes to play with.
Yeah, great start for Secret. What they need to do now is cement this with the next kill. Don't let G2 level up. It's something that G2 have done pretty well. We've only seen them in that one sort of man disadvantage clutch situation whilst they've been on the defense. They fight their way back into rounds very well. Don't allow them to get the next kills. Use those drones. You've only got 4 left, which is a bit of a problem for Secret, but make sure you're aware of what's going on. Keep that man advantage.
Pushing aggressive here, Alamau trying to hunt down his target, but sadly being forced back by that one. Couldn't quite land the shots that he needed to. Full white flash and will get himself out of danger and down towards the rest of his team. Doki now readying himself up for a push to come in from this front door as Secret is starting to apply the pressure here. Down to the last 60 seconds and Mowgli gets his second of the round.
They've got the diffuser. Doki just dies at the wrong time there, really. Alamai manages to drop that diffuser at his feet. It gives him something to work with because he knows they have to come to him. But 4 drones left on the field and it's still got plenty of time. 40 seconds left. They're going to know that he's playing on top of this case. So they just need to push at the same time. They give him a 1v1 and he eats it up, Des.
Yeah, they didn't know where he was there. It was all be a risk stepping into this situation. Now, these last 2, Noah and Mowgli, 2 of the entries for this team, have got to go absolutely massive. But I think they've got away with the diffuser here. Knocked out by the air jab. No shots coming in from below. So handed a second lifeline here. But they have got the diffuser, Tim, and they are planting. This one's going to be hard to recover.
It is. This is the problem for Alamaui. Just let him slip through the net. It was always going to be a big ask when he was 1 versus 3. Mowgli manages to cut him down. They were opposite sides. Never really going to close out that situation. He needed to keep a hold of that case in the 1v3, but couldn't. A good round for Secret. Aggressive onto the top floor. Took the area that they needed. And G2, they just didn't do what I said they have done previously, which is keep themselves in the fight. Secret were able to get those subsequent kills, give themselves and keep themselves the advantage and get the round closed out. So well played from them, but I don't think G2 will honestly mind that, Des. It was the split site. It's not the end of the world. They're now going to go back to sites that they've won already, and this is where the real challenge comes in for Secret. They need 2 more rounds.
Loading mag. Doki looks like he's just lost the whole series there.
That's what it means to G2 at the minute. Every kill seems to feel like that for them. I love it.
I was really bothered by it. However, as we already said, they've already found themselves into the spots to be invited to EWC, so that's a nice little win to take away from today. This is, again, as we've said, now really playing for those SI points to guarantee yourself at least 150 by making it into our grand final. Everyone else has got to fight their way through down that lower bracket, which will be what starts on Monday and Tuesday next week. Of course, we'll close things out on the Tuesday with the final couple of games there. See who's finishing in 5th and 6th place. Just a reminder, 5th place is the one that gets invited. 6th gets nothing. It'd really be a stinger to be that 6th place team. Well, 6th place team coming into playoffs and not being the only one in playoffs to not make it and get an invite would be a little bit of a hard pill to swallow, I feel, but G2, of course, and Secret at this point have no worries about that being an outcome for them. They have already qualified. This is all about those SI points.
I like this barricade being knocked out. Look at the caution that it's bringing out of Savage. I don't think G2 are going to aggress onto this, but it's just about preventing that secret wall being opened up too easily. Don't give them anything for free. Don't allow them to come in and just breach that. Make them feel like there's a danger for everything. That wall could have been open by now. It was 35 seconds in and it's still not. And it's because that barricade's been knocked out. It's as easy as that.
Little quick peek to try and bait Stomping in. I think, sorry, Stomping trying to bait more Savage out the other side. And just give away his position. Of course, the flash out of Savage, in fact, both flashes now gone. I think you realise that there's also Blaz inside of that part of the map, giving support to Stomping, to the two of them, looking to hold it down. And what I do like from G2, the playstyle we've seen across this half so far, is not wanting to give any ground realistically over towards Secret. They're making them fight tooth and nail for every square foot of this map.
They have managed to get that wall open now so they can start to work in from that backside. But as we look, we've still got 3 players on the side of Secret that are outside of the map. They're not established inside yet. And time is ticking. They've still got plenty of it left just yet. But that won't be the case forever. One stun comes back off the window frame. Again, it's not going to help. Good opener. Second in a row. Second round in a row now that Mowgli's got that entry. We said we needed a little bit more. And he starts to deliver. He gets himself a second, but the kills coming from G2. They've got the answers again, just like I said. They have through the match, but a flash means that they can't see Mowgli coming. 3v2, diffuser going down.
He's back to his old wall self here by the looks of it. Tim is chewing through this G2 side. Diffuser is down. Adrian gets one more. It's Stomping to try and recover it against these two. And Mowgli and Adrian are going to give him nothing. Tried his very best there. Was looking for the challenge on towards Pillar, but no. Adrian wins that one out as well. Mowgli there again has been the hero for his team. A 4K in the last round, a 3K in this one. I said to you earlier, Tim, he's that player, globally, by the way, it's worth stressing, the player that gets most of his kills on the attacking side. He is clear of so many others. I think the next, I want to say it was Savage, like 3% below him. It's a crazy number at 62% to have most of your kills coming on the attacking side, but you can see why. When he gets to be a little bit more mobile, when he's the one finding a gap and stepping into it, that is when Mowgli really shines at his very best. He's great at capitalizing on that. On the defense, you don't really get too many opportunities like that.
G2 have chosen to take the tactical timeout now. Team Secret just getting a little bit close for comfort. I feel like Secret, I spoke about G2 raising the bar earlier in this match, and they were significantly on top of Team Secret. They were getting round after round, and they had definitely shifted into another gear. But I feel like now Secret have matched them. They've found that extra 10% they needed. They've got Mowgli firing. They're coming in, taking ground, playing more confidently. They've got back within 1, and this is screaming overtime unless G2 can change something in this final regulation defense.
I back them to do it. I do believe they can, but they've just got to stop letting Mowgli do what he's done across those last 2 rounds. It is one thing I'll probably say to it is I know that it looks like, wow, Secret have bounced back. They've won 2 rounds. Yes, they have, but 7 kills across those 2 rounds were because of Mowgli. He's the one who's really dragged them through. Again, not all taken away from his team. Like, they enabled him to be able to make that kind of play, but you shut him down on the entry. Doki pops up and gets an entry, for example. I think we have a very different conversation about the rest of how those rounds play out, because outside of Mowgli and to a degree Savage, no one on this team is positive. They've all had a rough game so far. On the other side of things, it's looked far more competitive with almost every single player of G2 being in the positive. So we've got to see G2 shut Mowgli down. It sounds so easy. Just kill that one player. I won't want to be the person tasked with trying to kill Mowgli, Tim. I'll tell you that much.
Well, the problem is it comes down to sort of your pre-game preparation, doesn't it? It comes down to that analysis work to understand where's Mowgli actually going to push from. Because, you know, that is something that teams, of course, look at. You know, that's some of the data work that is done. Watch those previous maps, study what are the entry routes, where did they come in from, where do the entry players like to push from, what ground do they take, where do they take those opening fights. So first of all, it's having that information and understanding what somebody like Mowgli is maybe going to do, and then it's countering it as well. It's having somebody who goes in and actually wins that gunfight. When Mowgli's had a very good, confident couple of rounds, it's not going to be easy to do. So you're absolutely right. Keep an eye on that entry battle. So far, I will hit you with a stat. There's every single round has gone in the direction of the person who has got the opening kill. So that's how vital it is. Keep an eye out for it.
So the team that gets the entry is the one that wins the round.
Absolutely.
Well, we shall see. Mowgli gets an entry and turns it into 3 more kills, or a G2 find themselves being the ones on top. Really will come down to catching them by surprise, I think, because Doki's skulking his way up these stairs there. Obviously in a spot to, as G2 have done all half long, look to waste time away from Secret here, forcing to play the jump and the dance. Speaking of jumping, June maybe looking to hop in a window as well. The Amaro at the ready. We speak about this a lot. It's not always about executing with the Amaro from below. Sometimes it's quick entry into a part of the map to try and cut off a player who might be in a bit of a precarious position. So for now, very patient game being shown by Secret, making use of those Roteros, for example. Lots of drone work going on. Make sure they've got what they need. And Tim, I've got bad news for you. It's Secret that get the entry.
They dealt with Doki brilliantly there. We see him trying to push back up Visa stairs, get to some sort of safety, and a flash comes in at the top of the stairs. Knowing that he won't push through that, it gives Savage the time to get to the bottom of the stairs and catch him out. So now, G2 have got to do what nobody has done in the last 11 rounds, and that is win this one from a 4 versus 5. Secret have got a minute left to go. We hear the utility going in. It's going to be time for them to start pushing and trying to take site very soon. Blaz manages to find Savage, levels it up 4 versus 4. Alamo on to June. G2 might do this. Blaz, he finds another. They could overcome the stats. Here's the challenge. It's gonna be that man Lair, but no Blaz. He finds the final kill, and G2 locked down Consulate.
Doki realising at the end there he shouldn't be cheering, he should be talking, shitting, all chatting instead, and he's all over it, Tim. A great game, one that really could have gone either way, but G2, I think, with the dominance they showed in that first half, fully deserved the win. Very curious to see how Chalet goes.
Yeah, I think Secret there probably just a little bit slow to get into it, which is unusual considering they've just come off the back of that win against Falcons. They just gave G2 a little bit too much breathing space and couldn't fight back into it, but a good performance on both sides, and I'm excited for the next map.
Looking at standout players, spoke about, Mowgli really came alive in that second half. On the other side, we've seen multiple players going big for G2. They're the ones that carry the momentum. We've got to see the side of Secret battling their way back in. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, Desk will break down Consulate for you. See you in a few.
This upper bracket final is really turning as well so far, with G2 taking that first map here on Console. Obviously a 7-5, and it was a very close game. Obviously, it had like us back in the green room responding to all the chaos that we were seeing on our screens.
I think they brought the chaos, and I think everything started with that first side. I think we basically knew G2 would win when they went up 4-2 in attack.
Yeah.
And the main reason for this is Secret brought the exact same playstyle that had them win against Falcons, which was, let's make them blind, let's bring the Mosey, let's bring the Vigil, let's bring the Valkyrie, we bring Intel, we try to play aggressive. But G2 adapted to it really well. You're gonna see here in defense the Yela being played a lot by Lair. But in attack in the first place, what do they play? They play the Deimos, they play the Grims, and they play the Nuke to lurk around, and as soon as Secret goes aggressive, they punish it. So they punish the aggression when they're in attack, and then execute it properly by abusing that Ying shotgun that you saw 3 rounds in attack, by the way, that Ying shotgun. And then when you go into defense, completely different strategy from G2. They don't bring the Vigil or the Valkyrie. They bring the traps. They bring the Yela, the Legion, the Capcans, because they know that Secret will be lurking around and splitting. It was a masterclass to counter Secret. However, Secret is in such a good form right now, Jack, that it gets very, very close.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it was. Obviously, we saw, you know, Secret coming into it hot, G2 having to warm up into it, but they were very, very good, I will say. And you know, it's a game of 2 teams that were really, like, really high quality. Obviously, we say that. It's our upper bracket final of the European MENA League. G2 just coming out on top, and I think ultimately there's 2 differences. 1, G2 can adapt that playstyle better, as you've just mentioned. And I think 2, this isn't a slight on Secret, and I think we talked about it in the green room, is that, like, man for man, I think G2 arguably have the better player in most roles. And that's not to say Secret are bad, I just think G2's potential, experience, and maybe caliber is just slightly higher.
So let's talk about 2 of those players then that we could really put against each other in a head-to-head, and how they were performing in this specific matchup.
So let's take Lair and Mowgli. Similar roles, right? Entry fragger, aggressive, main stakeholder of the room. Mowgli is the best rated player on that roster for this matchup. Same thing for Lair. Look at the difference in score. Lair drops double digits, double KD, and look at the entries. Mowgli actually killed Lair twice in the end of rounds. Towards the late rounds, he actually open killed Lair multiple times. But Lair, whenever he was on the roam, or whenever he was on the knock lurking around, or when he was the one playing Ying shotgun, was absolutely instrumental to his team victory. It's multi-kills, and it's always consistent kills throughout the whole rounds. So to execute the vision that Alemao had for that playstyle, he did a much better job than Mowgli, and Mowgli was the only one in positive in that roster.
Yeah, and it was similar again, Mowgli positive, but again, it was very similar to the Falcons game. There was one pop-off moment where he was on the attack, and in fairness, that clip on the buck was genuinely incredible. It was just explosive into sight. I'd love to see more of that from Mowgli, because I think, you know...
But it's high highs and
low
lows.
It really is, and that's what you see from him. And that's kind of the beauty of it. But if you can consistently get the high highs more often than not, then, you know, you're setting yourself up for success.
It's just so funny to me as well, like with Lair stepping up so consistently. You think back about the time when he just joined D2, and there was a lot of people on social media criticizing him for, you know, joining his roster.
Especially.
And yeah, especially like people doubting that pickup. Who are the top 2 players on that roster for this specific matchup so far? Lair and Blaz, obviously, so it really is paying off, these pickups that G2 do, and even with the most recent addition of having Stompin on the roster, it really is showing off, and it's working out for G2. I mean, they're currently leading in this upper bracket final. They might find themselves in the grand final of EML. Can they do that in 2 or not? We'll find out after the break.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about
Wait,
the
did you
past.
see that?
What?
Wait, what is this doing here?
Whoa, what the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Jess, Doc is gone, we have to go back.
There's no time, there's really no time.
Can't take this anymore. I'm tired.
He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
You're already dead.
There's no escaping now.
We're one up into our upper bracket final.
I lost this one.
You two have an upper bracket final by yourselves, I guess, as well. Obviously, you two might be 1-1, but we are actually 1-0 up ahead, obviously, with G2 finding themselves very good in this matchup here. We're playing for SI points, we're playing for prize money, and it's always like in a best of three, obviously, you know, G2 win their own map pick, yada, yada, yada. We're now going to Secrets map pick, yada, yada. They should be winning this.
You imitating me then, Anne?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. I'm trying to be original, but I guess it's not working
No,
out for
I
me.
liked it.
But
I
it's
liked
okay.
it.
It's fine. Obviously, we're going to Secrets map pick, right? And you'd think they win this, but when they played against each other in the group stage, it did actually go in favor of G2.
Yeah, so this is a surprising challenge. Not one that I guess we didn't anticipate, in the fact that I assume you want to go back to a map that you've just lost because you know you can beat them on it because you've learned. One thing is, with the way G2 has been playing it, they're going to start, if you look behind me, in defense. Now, why is that important? Because right now, they're being proactive in the defense side by bringing the trap operators. They're bringing the LS, they're bringing the Legions, and the reason for this is they want to control the splits of Secret. They want to control the lurks. They want to control the Nux and the lurk everywhere. So, what do Secret need to do to beat that basically here?
Yeah, they need to not go split. They need to not give G2 1 versus 1s.
Yeah.
They need to double down either on site, because you'll know there'll be G2 people off of site, as is the case in Chalet, or they need to double down on the roamers. Chalet's a map, you split it in half completely. Through the piano window, through the main door, through the trench door, right? It splits directly down the middle. Pick one side. Are you going for the extension, i.e. where the bomb site isn't, or are you going for the bomb site side, collapse on it as 5 men, and overwhelm G2?
Second layer to that, make sure in the bans, you ban those trap operators.
You think it's actually
ban the
happened?
Legion, ban the Ela, be unpredictable because they don't have traps. Ban the Melusi if you want. Ban all the trap operators and go aggressive.
Okay, well, I'd be excited to see that. Obviously, some shake-ups with this new ban system that we talked about in the pre-show for Siege X. But the good news is that the game is ready. So we're going to bring back our casters. We're once again joined by Ace and Des. And Des was joining the young kids earlier with the no strip. How's it working? Is it actually helping you during casting?
Oh, I just love it.
You feel
Honestly,
younger?
until you've tried it, you can't say nothing. I don't feel younger now. I still feel old.
Tim, are
My
you
back
having
tells me
problems
that.
breathing, or is it no?
My breathing, I
Oh,
can
you good?
report, has been absolutely fine.
Me too.
No strip required.
Jack, I'm seeing you on like tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. I want to give you one. You're going to bed with one, and I promise you, it's going to be different.
That is true. I do see you in about 12 hours in person, right?
You
so
do.
yeah, that's true.
You do.
So I guess maybe, obviously us next week on the desk are rocking up with these no strips as well. I mean, who knows?
Oh,
Obviously.
you wait till he turns up on Monday with one on. And I want to say
It's
to all
not
of
going to
you,
happen.
y'all
I've
can
got more
shut
chance
up.
of getting a tattoo like Leo.
Oh, yeah. No, it's fine. But obviously, I think, what we are here for is the upper bracket final and obviously the continuation of that. The second map is ready, so we're going to send it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Anne. Yes, over we go into map 2. Tim, it was a very, very interesting first map. Yes, G2 were dominant, it's pretty fair to say, but Secret showed they've got the potential to get something done here. Is Shelly the map to do it? You'd hope so, but like you said earlier on, G2 equally are no slouches on this map. It is a tall order for Secret to get over them here. Let's see if Doki's in their head rent-free from all chat, or if they manage to compose themselves here, ready for game 2.
Yeah, it will be. Look, it feels like the toss of a coin. Can Secret win this? Take us to 3? Absolutely, of course they can. But then we look back at recent history. They played this map 28 days ago, G2 versus Secret. It went to overtime, but G2 won 8-6. To give us absolutely no clue whatsoever, both halves were 3-3 splits, so there was no real advantage to be found between either of these. Secret started on the attack that day as well. The one thing I will say is, starting out on the attack, Secret did end up 6-4 down. They had to get round 11 and 12 to get themselves to overtime. G2 feel like they've evolved a little bit since then for me. I'm sure Secret have improved along the way as well, but we're talking about, a good 4 weeks ago, and think about the improvement that we've seen for G2 over the last couple of weeks particularly. It's going to be a tall order for Secret now, but one that I am certain that they are capable of standing up to. A good start, though, is essential.
I do agree, and I'm 100% with you that I agree they can stand up to this. Like, we know they can. We've seen them play well throughout the stage. These are our 2 best teams. It is perfectly plausible that it could go either way. I'm sure we want to see all 3 maps here to see the 2 best teams in Europe take us the distance, but it could be over here and now. Let's see how things go. We're into it. The Secret starting off on the attacking side. That side that, as you remarked earlier, Tim, they are very, very proficient at. Both teams have a better attacking win rate percentage round win, and they do a defensive win rate. So you'd expect to see them both flourish on the attacking side. Secret somehow going to be a rehost here to kick things off, but that's okay.
Yeah, we'll just dip out of that whilst we get everything sorted and get everybody loaded back in. Gives us a couple of minutes of tension to get ready for what is a mouth-watering prospect between these two. Just looking at what the bans were back when they played last time around. So Team Secret on the defence. So they started on the attack. So their defensive bans were Azami, Clash and Warden last time around. So it doesn't quite lean into the suggestion that Leo was saying, but obviously they hadn't just come out of a map where G2 had abused the trap operators. So the Warden, I would say yes, probably plays into that. Taking the Warden away allows you to play a little bit more aggressively. It was a double shield ban coming in from G2 when they started on the defense. It was Blitz and Monty they took away, and then Grim was their 3rd choice after round 4. So we will see whether we have similar bans coming in, whether we have any adaptation, whether we have any tweaks, particularly on the side of Secret. As Leo suggested, maybe just trying to create themselves a little bit of space. Last time around, I commented as well, not on the Chalet game, on the map that we've just seen on Consulate, the importance of those entry kills. It took all the way until round 12 until a team were able to win a round that they didn't get the entry kill on, and that was G2 who won round 12 after Savage got the opener to win the game. So I'm interested over the first 3 or 4 rounds to see if that stat continues to track or not, to see whether we have a little bit more variation in those round wins despite who gets the entry kill, or whether it shows that it is still as important.
The big one for me is something else we were touching on related to that was Mowgli and his prowess on the entry. Like, it's our second best record overall so far in all of EML, it's worth stressing. The only player ahead of him, it's going to surprise people, is Naquo on the entry. 20-7 with a +13 is how he currently stands. Mowgli is 22-12, playing incredibly well. This is where he really, really shines. But despite all that, has a negative KD, and a lot of that becomes off the back of the rounds where if he isn't getting the entry, he's getting picked off for fun, or he is simply having no impact throughout those rounds. It's not ideal. So on the attacking side, I've really got to see Mowgli fly at the start of this. I know I keep on focusing on him a lot. I think it's because he is not entirely uniquely positioned, but is very well positioned to be someone that can orchestrate how these rounds play out based entirely on what that entry fight looks like to kick things off. Well, Tim, I've got a question for you while we wait.
Feel free.
Because by the looks of it, Doki's taking a second away. I may regret asking this, but have you done any work on the garden today?
Honestly, there's been... I'm surprised how much support I've had about the garden. Obviously, the
you know why this happens, Tim? You could talk about anything, and the problem is, it doesn't matter what it is. I can be half taking the piss out of you, but you talk about something with such enthusiasm and at such length that you could convince people that watching paint dry is like the new sport everyone has to be into.
I reckon
it's a great trait to have, but I just also like seeing it go off like that. It's fun.
I reckon I could give painting, commentating painting a good go. No, I mentioned it in the chat earlier. Actually, I was watching the first G2 game. It was earlier on today, and there was obviously quite a lengthy. There was a bit of a lengthy pause during that game, so yeah, I jokingly said in the chat as it was thrown to a break. I jokingly said in the chat, "Does anyone want to talk about my garden?" And I ended up with a bunch of questions. And, I don't know. People are genuinely loving the idea of the garden. I don't know. I haven't done any today, unfortunately. It was absolutely throwing it down where I live, which for many around the world wondering what I'm
Tim,
on about.
Check out the lower third, Tim. Check out the lower third.
Garden update coming right. Love it. Absolutely love it. I'll have to get a picture for the broadcast so that they can show it.
Forget that, Tim. Get us a video.
Oh, I mean, yeah, we could do. Stay tuned for next week. I'll see what I can sort out. No, it was raining really, really heavily, and I'm just getting into life updates at this point. This is just me chatting about my day. I woke up at about 10-4 this morning. Could not get back to sleep for love the money, so I ended up actually sleeping quite a bit this morning. So yeah, not a very productive day today. I knew that I was working tonight, and to bring my energy and enthusiasm to all these topics that I talk about, I need to make sure I'm well rested, you see. So I had to get some shut-eye for a couple of hours.
I seem to have done the trick. I woke up this morning and one of my cats was missing. And
I bet you were breathing well.
Oh, I was not breathing well, mate. I was hyperventilated at that point. No, he's got outside before, and I was trying to feed him in the morning, couldn't find him, and somehow he managed to get round the side of the building, and it had been raining for 2 or 3 hours. I couldn't find him for half an hour, and then I went outside and found him. I was in tears. He was desperate to get inside. I was stood there hugging him in the rain. It was very sad. This time, I was like, he's outside again, isn't he?
It's a stressful situation to wake up to, that, isn't it? Though it's like
it is.
You're straight into the deep end. You're straight in at that point.
It definitely wakes you up, doesn't it? Because I sat down in my office now, where I am now, and my window was open, and I heard a meow outside, and I was like, that sounds like my cat. Went downside, and there he was, sat outside under the table. I was like, how do you keep doing this? And I think what's happened is he seems to somehow be able to ram into our back door and force it open, but very stupidly, it then closes behind him, so he can't get back in. And then he sits there and has the audacity to whine and moan that he is stuck outside. And I'm like, you did this to yourself. My sympathy is heavily reduced. It's not the first time. If it happens again, I might just leave him out there this time.
There's a lesson to be learned, I'm sure, but I doubt that you will, Des. You love them cats.
No, I do not intend to let him outside again, that's for sure.
Let's get into it then. Tech pause over. We're going to go back into round one. Chalet, you have missed absolutely nothing. We just had a little issue to iron out before we got started between these two. So G2 are going to kick things off on the defense. Just for a quick reminder of the stakes, what is going on. We are in our upper bracket final in the EML playoffs. The winner will guarantee themselves a spot in the grand final. More importantly, it guarantees them a top 2 finish, which is the difference between 150 SI points for 3rd, 4th and 5th place, and 150 for 2nd and 300 for 1st. So it guarantees them a minimum of an extra 100 SI points. Huge when we're looking at qualification to 2026 SI. So that's what these two are really playing for at the minute. A little bit of extra prize money, all sorts of things. G2 have won the first map. It was a close affair in the end. 7-5 G2 took it on Consulate. They were dominant for big parts of that map, but Secret were able to show some real resilience. We're now on Secret's map choice of Chalet. These two played this earlier in EML, and G2 won 8-6 in overtime, but not a good start for them as Adrian takes down Stomper.
Proceed slowly. Yeah, I get what Stomper's trying to do here. You're on that vigil. Your aim is to be destructive. What better destruction can you do than picking someone off who's stuck behind a Monty when the Monty can't quickly drop his shield and challenge you? However, Adrian's a little bit too wise to those kind of antics. He's been around the block a few times at this point. Manages to get the trade back onto the, well, trade back, gets the kill back the other side, I should say. Secret have now got this 5 versus 4. And what's really impressive about this round, Tim, is, well, not this round, but this half, really, is the fact that that Monty is available. That is the big one. It was banned away from them last time. It's one of Savage's most played operators. In fact, I'd argue that it would be if it wasn't banned away against his team all that often. You're going to see a lot of pressure coming from him and the rest of his team here, but with the 5 versus 4, that Monty becomes oh so more powerful.
No trap operators taken away in the bans by Secret. Legion has been brought along by G2, but no more than that. So they're not kind of going too heavy on that slow down approach just yet. Still, 5 versus 4 as Noah with the Ram gets the Boogie drone to work up above in main lobby. So that's going to make it difficult to play anywhere inside of Snowmobile. It can maybe get themselves in behind the metal shelves, in behind the bomb chassis. Other than that, G2 are now going to have to be cautious of their movement. Meanwhile, Savage just stands ominously at that back door from Trench, looking into Wine, feeding all that intel back to his team.
Almost exposed himself entirely there to Alamau. Didn't expect to swing on Pillar so soon and almost paid the price for it. Now we've got one tucked in close and it's Shum. Alamau, no idea that he was there. Mowgli into a second, and Secret are not going to give away that man advantage they had here. Yes, they get one back in the form of Blast, but the damage has largely been done. C4 not going to find his man. Savage should be able to get this one stuck down as Blast and Doki are going to be on watch at this point. Nothing they can get away with. The Fuse is going to get stuck. Blast got it all to do against 4. Secret most definitely going to take this first round.
And do so as Mowgli pops around the corner, gets that final kill, and that is a great opening for Secret. It's exactly what they needed. They've come out of a tough loss. It was close. They nearly got a Consulate done. They're on their own map pick now. They need to make sure they're getting a good start. This is a map that G2 are more than happy to play, as we know from over the last year or so. They've put in some really solid performances. Secret with a great start to things. That was a really nice kill from Adrian. Knew that the challenge was going to come, and this one as well. Just having that additional hole open that allowed that angle onto Alamau. He wasn't quite aware of it and got taken out, got caught out. The Secret just rolled over them. They saw the opportunity. They knew the blood was in the water at that point, so they just pushed forward and got aggressive. And G2, they're going to move on for round 2. Looks like it's going to be bar and game.
I've just realised what I'm going to buy you for Christmas, Tim.
Some nose strips?
No. I mean, it's not far off that word, though. It does sound quite similar. I'm going to buy you a garden gnome. It's the only one that's got my face on it.
Is there any way that I can dissuade you from doing that?
Why? You sound really against garden gnomes.
I mean, I've nothing against them. They just don't quite fit with the aesthetic, with the vibe that I'm going for, really.
That's exactly why I'm going to get you one.
Yeah, excellent.
Just a way to ruin your day, ruin your garden a little bit, whatever I can do.
I'm putting like 6 to 8 weeks of serious graft into this, and you're going to rock up with some gnomes just to put a comedic edge on it. Excellent.
It's going to take me all of 30 seconds to find one on Amazon and press order, and I hope you know that my time investment is so much less than yours, yet I can still ruin your day with it. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, let's see if Secret can continue ruining G2's day on Chalet. Got themselves an advantage, but they're going to be looking to get this done and dusted in 2. Get it secured and get themselves an early night, but Secret have definitely got something to say about it. Mowgli was really good on the entry. Oh, in the last round of Consulate. Did get 2 kills in the first round of Chalet, but Stomping cuts him down to size from the rooftop and gets G2 the opener. And interestingly, Des, that stat that I mentioned did continue in round 1. Secret got the opening kill and won the round. G2 have got the opening kill this time around. Can they do the same?
Well, they turned into a second, Tim, so it's starting to bubble up towards that. I mean, both of these teams are on that level in the same way I was saying it about Virtus Pro yesterday, where if you are getting the entry, better yet, the first 2 kills in a round, it should be impossible for you to lose the round. You shouldn't be giving away. They're not the kind of teams that will find themselves conceding these man advantages like this. For G2 now, they can afford to sit and play behind a lot of the utility they've got. They've got the Wamais, they've got the laser gates, ADS, mirror windows, information, C4. They've got everything they can use here to try and keep Secret at bay. It is going to take a pretty magical effort coming out from Secret to be able to turn this one around, especially now they've chewed through all of their scans coming out from the Lion and all but a smoke coming out of the Capitao.
They really are doing everything they can to dislodge Lair here, but what a position he's holding. He dare not move because he knows that he's going to expose the top of his head, but he's got the magnets, he's got the ADSs, all the utilities, unsuccessful. He takes his beat, they're doing everything they can. Lair, you can't hit a shot like that. He finds nowhere on the rappel. Doki and Alamai finish out the round, but that is all about Lair and the position that he held in Library. He knew when he took the challenge that he was putting himself in danger, but then hits an absolute beauty on the 180.
I love about that spot, and I remember seeing it from NJR initially, and it was a really cool thing to do. Is like if you're looking from top down in towards Library, that soft wall on the right hand side, if you open it up and rotate between there, it's really hard for you to get challenged by the player that's on the Library window itself. And NJR famously used to play it an awful lot with the Jaeger, have ADSs down, so they couldn't nade him out either. It's a real power position when you find yourself dug into a good spot. And even there, as you say, Lair has just wasted so much time, drawn so much attention to himself. The Secret didn't know they're up and they're down at there. Brilliant spot to be in. And like I say, a little bit of inspiration there, I think, out of NJR's, but they're doing a hell of a lot of magic for them. One apiece then, G2 showing they are very much here and present on Chalet. Now we've got a game on our hands, Tim.
Yep, great stuff from G2. I say that mastery of that position that you've just so expertly explained there. There's brilliant stuff from Lair, and Secret really didn't have an answer to it. They threw everything, including the kitchen sink, in there, but it just didn't do enough to dislodge him. He was able to keep himself in position. Seriously impressive stuff. So G2 move on to their third defensive site. It's going to be dining and kitchen. They will be trying to hold on to Master and Office for the time being. So let's see what Secret do, where they shape up from. Fresh said it at the beginning of things here. We tend to see this map as 2 halves. Do you start on the Library side, or do you go direct to, in this case, not site, but into Master and Office and try to take out that extension? It looks like they're going to be heading into main lobby, fireplace, Library, and that half of the map first.
Death bar track around.
Sure. Track coming into a mile already, so Doki going to find himself challenged. No big surprise, as one of the main entries for this team, that he'll be the one they're expecting to run into first and foremost. But at least give him the information on where he is, so force back ever so slightly into more safer positions here, tucked in behind the shield. Has the assist from Lair, because of course, Tim, one of those weaknesses of Deimos is you only get the track onto one player. Kind of use that Deimos, the trapped player, as a bit of bait really for the Deimos there, and having the ability to swing out there in towards Library Hall, certainly one way to look at it. C4 attempt coming on through. Bogey sat here just ready and waiting, helping to deal with the FNATs as well as that attempted C4 that came out. Nothing being found, and it will let Noah cross in nice and safely. But look, Tim, there's another C4 waiting.
To get the timing of this right could be catastrophic for Secret if they do try to push onto this office door. Adrian manages to take out Lair. That's big. It might just force the player away from this Nitro. No, it hasn't. Blaz is still in position, still waiting. Nitro goes out. Got to be a free bit. Manages to get Mowgli. Takes a lot of damage along the way, but not the end of the world for G2. Deimos gone with the verticality available on this site is great stuff. But look at the double from Adrian. Punishes Doki for trying to go out of the window, having absolutely none of that. I'm not sure it was luck, Doki. Adrian was poised, ready for that one. And G2 do start the fight back, but it's looking good for Secret.
I don't think it was luck as much as it was stupidity from Doki, really. I think he was trying to double down on stomping. Yeah. It was a weird one.
I think that's exactly what I would say in that situation.
But onwards we march. It's into a 2 versus 2. I mean, Alamar and Blaz have got a bullet between the pair of them here, so it's not looking great for the prospects of getting into a drawn-out gunfight, but headshots, that means there's no need for a drawn-out gunfight. Finds one. Noah's there for the trade. Alamar lucky not to get the second. It's Blaz versus Noah to settle round 3.
Problem that they've got is that information coming in. You can see the yellow ping, so they've got a good idea here, Noah, of exactly where Blaz is. They know he's going to be in trophy somewhere, so they can go down there kind of ready for the fight. And as they check each corner, got to see the gun barrel there, surely. Yes, sees it now, knows exactly which corner he's in. Just going to pre-fire around this and wins the fight. Nice and easy for Noah. Secret close it out. Probably a little bit closer than maybe it should have been. Adrian doing some great work on that one. They never actually needed to go near sight. All the kills came from elsewhere, but Secret take their second round on attack.
They do indeed. The fact it comes down to a 1v1 just shows the two teams stay nail-bitingly close, though. And obviously, G2 managed to get the advantage in the first half of our last map, taking it 4-2, and then propelled themselves onto a win from there. But here, at least, Secret are the ones that have started with that momentum. We've remarked a few times about the attacking prowess of both teams. They're the ones in the lead, at least for now. Going to that second quarter, Mass and Off is going to be where we head to. So you see if we can grow that lead up to a couple more rounds.
Yeah, I'm wondering which side G2 are going. Yeah, there was no look involved. There was no. He watched Doki jump out of the window and then hit him with his gun. That was just reaction. Yeah, I'm wondering which side G2 are going to drop here, because they've gone basement, bar and game, dining and kitchen. They're now going to the fourth choice, which is master and office. So I'm wondering, in this rotation of three, which one's going to drop away. I would imagine it's going to be one of the two that they've lost. It could well be basement, because it wasn't really kind of close. Secret were well in command of attacking that site. So I think G2 maybe drop that off. Go master and office, bar and gaming, dining kitchen. They need at least two of these defensive rounds.
5 seconds left.
They do. Well, let's see if they can warm themselves back into it, of course. No tap time out being called in to try and set right the wrongs. Let's believe that they can get it done here and now. In fact, I saw a tweet earlier on, I believe it was from Romario, I might be wrong, but it was about the backroom staff of G2 saying, oh, you know, I've put a lot of work into this to make sure that they had the win that they did earlier on as well. I can only imagine it's exactly the same for this series too, anticipating they'll be up against, of course, one of the teams that we were seeing coming through in Secret. Well, a lot of prep has got to be done for these guys, as we've seen. It can be a bit chaotic at times, but as Alamo has shown, they are more than happy to meet Secret's level of freak.
G2 certainly sending a message to them. Nothing is going to be taken for free. Nothing is going to come easy for Secret. I get the feeling that this map is going to continue just like it was last time around when we saw it a month ago. It was 3-3 in each half. It went to overtime. It was 8-6 ultimately to G2. I don't know who the winner will be today, but I think it's going to be close either way. I don't see either of these teams taking a huge advantage and running away with this one. Advantage goes to G2 and doubles down on it as Lair manages to find Noah. That's the Grim and the Lion off the board. That is 90% of their execution power. Blitz is the last thing they have left alive, really, to work and creating space and pushing into sight.
Both teams have been so good. I mean, as you pointed out, one round in this whole series has gone the way of the team that didn't get the entry kill. It is crazy. They get the entry, attempt to convert it into a win. This one plays out the same way. A nice shot from Savage through the softball to get ahead of Lair, but he's got to do it in a 1 versus 3. Very unlikely, but just to again reiterate that point, Tim, we are finding the team that gets the start, gets ahead at the very start of the round. They are the ones consistently going on to win out.
Yeah, and as you say, it has continued. There's been one round in the entirety of Console and Chalet so far that hasn't done that. Savage just sending a little bit of utility down there. We see the Nitro thrown blindly through the smoke. He can shoot that out at his leisure, but he's coming up against a bit of a brick wall here. There's a lot of utility. There's bulletproof cam that's going to hear him approaching even if it doesn't see him. There's shields, there's peeks behind the half wall, all sorts of things for Savage to try and deal with, and he can't, so gets taken out. G2 level things up 2-2. Secret have, I would say, a marginal advantage in that they're the one that keeps taking the lead, but it has been very, very close and very hard fought, and I think if G2 move on now to maybe bar and gaming that they won last time around, it's where they could possibly reverse that fortune. They won bar and gaming last time. If they've dropped basement out of the rotation, and then they can, you know, change things around when it comes to dining and kitchen in round 6. Good opportunity for them to take that 4-2 advantage into the second half.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, looking at that moment in that last round as well with the pinch down in towards blue.
Bomb located by
Secret, even when they're down a man, are still trying to play out these 2v1 plays. When you had June, I think it was, working in through Garage to come and support the blitz push forward. It's not like we've got players on Secret just going in and dying willy-nilly in like a 1vx situation. It's not like it's at that level of crazy. It's just that G2 are matching everything they're doing. Every time they feel like they've got a man advantage, there's another G2 player somewhere nearby to be able to back things up. So this is why I think it's so hard for both teams to be able to recover when they go into a man disadvantage situation. It's making life tough for both sides to fight their way back in. As it stands though, 2 apiece. Secret really want to come out of this half swinging. Again, that reminder that back on our previous map, G2 had a 4-2 half to kick things off. They were looking real good in that first half. Secret need to be replicating that success to give themselves a bit of momentum here.
Look at this aggression coming out of G2 again. It was Alamo last time who got the opener. Looks for another one, but doesn't find it out of Trench. Will have alerted them to his presence as well. So Secret just going to be that extra bit cautious here. I'm sure that it will not have escaped the teams how influential the entry kills have been so far today. So they're not going to be giving anything away for free here. They're not going to be just wandering out and getting spawn peaks. They're going to be doing everything they can to avoid that. Savage on the Monte, consistently bringing those shields along. G2 opting not to ban them. Over manages to get a great entry onto Lair. G2 so far the only team to overturn around where they have not got the entry kill. Are they able to do it again?
We'll find out as we build up there. I was worried for a second they'd stay and keep on trying to fight Mowgli. Neglects second skull for the round. Would have been a pretty outcome. June being patient as all hell, but they've dropped the hatch down, got themselves away and out of danger. Not a lot of time wasted here as well. Only about 75 seconds has been chewed through, so call it what, 50 to 60 seconds by the time they were actually up and at the building. So I don't think Secret are going to mind too much. They've been stalled out here in exchange for getting the kill onto the player that pretty sure has got probably, if not the most kills out of his team so far in this series.
3 of G2 now back to site down in the basement. Blaz still on those blue stairs. He won't be too far away. G2 just trying to be patient and get a picture here. Blaz is desperate for his opportunity against this Monte. Being on the Warden as well, he's perfect for the challenge if they do decide to send some utility in ahead of the shield. But don't think that your chance is going to... the stars are not going to align for you here, Blaz. You're going to see that shield before you see the feet. And it's likely going to mean that you don't get a chance to close it down. But time could become a factor here. 50 seconds, and Secret haven't made too much more progress. They do manage to find a lot of damage onto Stompin, though.
Absolutely. Not quite enough to finish him off, though. And, of course, a bullet is all you need sometimes. Hasn't always got to be. You have to be on full HP to get into a gunfight and come out on top. A headshot can be enough. Secret once again are playing this by the book, Tim. They are not trying to make any mistakes in this. They're making sure they're being very composed, getting that checklist ticked off as they work their way towards an execute here. Flashbangs to keep G2 away at bay, and they've also got smokes to play with themselves, not just the ones coming out of Alamau. As he starts an aggressive step out, he's loving going aggressive throughout this game, but he gets punished. Secret closing in that net. 3 kills come their way. Savage gets the last with the pistol as well. Again, both teams just so good at pushing the advantage.
I don't feel like the double hard breach ban has really paid off for G2 in this one. There's many like that one. I was looking at it thinking, you know, keeping it in the back of my mind. They've just used the hard breach gadgets. If they want to go in through these walls, it's going to be a vault animation. It's going to be a problem. But it hasn't really slowed Secret down. They've used those tin openers to get the line of sights that they need to force G2 to move around and pick kills up. They've done it a couple of rounds now where, you know, you would look at it and think maybe they'll miss it for office wall, for, you know, for getting the wall open into stock when you're on bar and gaming to prevent players playing inside of there. And they haven't. They've dealt with it really, really well of Secret, and they might just get their just desserts here with a 4-2 half.
May well do. Let's see if they can press on to it. They're going to be following in the footsteps of G2 on that first map. They've got to do it over bar and gaming. No big surprise at all here to see the G2 are getting themselves set up on this top floor. That little triangle of death that we often see getting established. And once again, seeing Stompin placing down those NGR ADSs, getting that rotation opened up and having a spot to play around here, dancing back and forth, just to give a real headache over towards the Secret side, who have dropped away from the shield in this round, Tim. We've got Savage going across on towards the Nook here. Let's see what he can do.
I'm not sure about the site choice in the last round for G2. Going down to basement, they lost it in round 1. They had bar and gaming available to them, which is now the site they're on. I suggested maybe they go there in round 5. You know, you've already won it. Get yourself a win on what is a very good side. You're then 3-2 in the lead. You're the one that's fighting for that advantage. Maybe then, you know, yeah, go to basement. I'd have gone down in kitchen myself, having one master and office, because it's going to be largely the same defense that you've already been successful with, you know, for master and office. But G2 opting for that basement again, and it really hasn't paid off for them. So let's see if they can level things up here before the half, or whether Secret can take advantage of, I don't think we can call it a mistake, but maybe that choice. Well, going for a jump out. Punished.
That's certainly a choice / mistake, Tim.
It is.
Stompin has tried, almost like Alamo in a way, has tried to have a lot of impact in early rounds. Think back to Vigil in the early rounds, for example. Like, he's tried to have this impact, hasn't quite managed to find it here on Chalet. Secret have just shut him down at every single turn. Trey come back the other way, though, as Adrian falls here. The IQ being taken offline is far from the end of the world. Now we're going to play this dance around the laser gate, and by the looks of it, Tim, we might actually see G2 winning the second round here, where they've lost the entry.
It could be the case. 4 versus 2, Nora and Ju. The one thing, or the two things they've got going for them at the minute is they've got a lot of time. I'm going to make it 3 things. They've got a lot of time, they've got the first kill out of this situation, and they've got great utility. They've got those EE1D scans, they've got the Capitao, so they've got something to work with to get that diffuser down. They just need to find a bit of space, and I think at least one more kill before they do go for something like that, but they've got plenty of time on the clock to do so.
My worry is they had to use all the utility upstairs on that Capitao, so at this point it's just a walking gun. Can obviously do an awful lot with it. Very capable in the hands of Noah. Him and Juma both had a good start, but a C4 certainly going to shut down their hopes of getting this round over the line. Juma with it all to do. A couple of flashes in the scans through saying with 45 seconds on the clock. G2 though, ain't no amateurs, Tim. They're going to hold these cross angles. They'll wait for it to push on forward. There'll be a 2v1 swing, and that'll be the end of it.
Yeah, it's going to be hands-off keyboards at this point. Absolutely no need to be pushing forward, taking a swing or changing your angles. Just wait for them to come to you. Saying that, Jude does manage to hit Lyra in behind that soft wall. Knows that there's one on the default plant spot, but the cross is there. Blaz manages to pick it up. Doki had him supported as well. G2 take the round, and just like it did 28 days ago, the first half on Chalet between G2 and Secret finishes 3-3.
Yes, we've got a really weird way of following history, haven't we? It's, again, another one of those rounds. It's the same thing that decided the game for them back in the previous one, was that first time that G2 broke that curse, lost the entry, still won the round. They've done it here to close out the half. Could we be looking at a 1-round difference here that sees G2 walking over the line? Because if we do, that could be one of those rounds that we look back on and say, man, that was one of the times that the trend was broken and things turned around. Into our bans, though, there's Army going to follow through first and foremost. No surprise to anybody. Still one of our most banned operators in the game. Grim, a very popular operator for a hell of a lot of teams. It's also worth emphasizing. Might look weird as a ban sometimes, but a lot of teams do utilize it, and it's a good one to take away. And then Clash, no surprise. Ying, no surprise.
You've spoken about G2 and their attacking prowess, 62.71%. So, you know, let's call it 63% between friends. If they can continue that trend, it gets them the win, because they should take 4 out of the 6 rounds. But Secret were unable, near 60% as well, they were unable to do so. It's now up to G2 to see if they can step up and get this one done, take the opportunity. First attack is going to be on to Bar and Gaming, so let's see how much... I don't feel Secret were ever particularly close on these, anywhere other than basement, to getting a plant down realistically. I think, you know, get them on this Bar and Gaming, get them on Dining Kitchen. It was about fighting for those kills. I'd like to see now G2 come in here and maybe play a slightly different game. We've seen them with a 25% plant rate so far, which isn't bad. It's, you know, it's not the best, but it's getting up there. Looking at Virtus Pro at 33%, that's the highest in the league. So, you know, it's pretty good. I'd like to see G2 continue that here. Get a hold of Library, get a hold of Mezzanine, use that verticality, get in and put the diffuser down.
We'll see, that's what the focus is going to be. I mean, with how things are setting up, it looks like an execute is planned, otherwise you wouldn't have the Glaz on side. Very rarely you see teams picking this operator just to waddle in, drop down a couple of independent smokes and hope to get a couple of kills through that. No, normally it's part of an execute of some kind. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Alamar, of course, the ones to keep your eyes closest on. And that Blackbeard, that shield, of course, going to help us getting the plant down too. But I imagine for now it's rover hunting, Tim, and they want to try and find some of these players on the secret side and force them off this top floor.
Yeah, Doki on the Twitch drones as well needs to make sure he's getting in there, taking out utility like that bulletproof camera we've just seen. There's a second one as well, so they're both still online at the minute. Gonna lose a Twitch drone there. Really need to be thinking about that intel because, of course, we know in this game that intel is so important. G2 are definitely lined up around Library, though. We can see their silhouettes. They are there in position. Are they able to do a more efficient job than Secret were when it came to clearing Lair out of this position?
The problem is Adrian is inside of stocks. When they even do want to pull the trigger and say, let's go, they've got to find a way to deal with him at this point. Getting in above is certainly one thing and forcing him away. But now he moves towards the soft wall. He's got a C4 in hand if he needs to make use of it as well. They can try and pressure onto him, but at this point, Alamal's control is very flimsy because they've still got two players up on top floor here trying to pressure back onto G2 as they try and assume a little bit of control. See Lair just took in a couple down as well. Now got to try and force these players away from Mez, and as of now, that hasn't happened just yet. You can see that he's raring to go, but they need Doki to line up on the office window. There we go. Now they can start putting some pressure on. And he's dead.
Not ideal as Noah steps out, manages to get that peak. Alamau does find Doom, though, and can continue to mount the pressure with the Blackbeard. 3 versus 3 as we get 2 kills come in, and it is again a little bit of a lull in the round. We've had that bit of a bloodbath, and now both teams sit back and just try to take stock of what they've gained and what they've lost.
I mean, you're talking about taking stock, Tim. That's probably quite literally what G2 need to do here is put some pressure on towards Adrian because he's still unmoved. I say that, it's not really the end of the world now. All the smokes have been used. They were in the back pockets of the dead players, in the glass and the Twitch. So it's certainly not the end of the world, but that's still a great position for him to be in. No C4 to play behind, but it is still a power spot they need to remove him from.
They do have the top floor control here, but they don't really have too much ability to do a lot with it. They've got the soft breach charges of Stomping. He's the one up there at the minute, so can open up some verticals to try and pressure these defenders. I'm not sure they're aware of this position of Savage, though, and if not, he's going to cut through them like a hot knife through butter. Des, he's let him slip by. That could be a bit of a mistake, but no, Mowgli has the cover. Savage, Adrian, one apiece, and Secret, in a matter of heartbeats, get the job done on their first defense.
Yeah, really well played by Savage there. Incredibly patient because it would have been so easy to go and pressure onto that player inside of Mud and think, nah, I'll force him back. I'll win this 1v1. I'll clear out our backline. It's not a problem. The fact that he holds himself so patient there is what rewards him. I thought surely for a second he'd also find the player on the stairs to his right, but it was a teammate that secured that one. Just a really good closing passage of play coming out from Secret. G2 very, very thin on options due to a lack of utility. Some really smart stuff. Secret certainly not wanting to let G2 pull themselves ahead here. Instead, it's them to take the lead.
Another round that goes in favour of the team that got the entry kill. Only 2 overall across Consulate and Chalet have done otherwise. Only 1 of them on Chalet, and that was round 6 G2, both times being able to be the team that overturns that entry death and turns it into a round win. So moving on, Secret will be in round 8 going to Dining and Kitchen. Going to be much the same as it was last time around. This time they will give up Library rather than Solarium. They're going to be trying to hold on to Master and Office and try to keep that verticality.
All right. CSG can pull themselves up to 5 and 3 because we were having that whole conversation about round 9. Obviously, we're in round 8 now, but we're going to round 9. We'll have that conversation again. Can Secret pull themselves up to 6-3, or does G2 close that gap once more and find ourselves staying nice and close? You'd hope to God it goes pretty close because I'd love to see that third map and see who really comes out as the Titan, at least for now, the upper bracket. Still every chance that the team battles their way through the upper bracket and manages to bring you down, because the downside really of this game, you come into the final cold, you won't have played a game yet, whereas the team coming in probably will have on that last day. That's the other consideration you've got to bring to it. No way he finds that as well. Alamar had no idea it was coming, but a Yellow Ping certainly gave the assist. June with the entry, and that's your Ash offline.
Yeah, not a big loss necessarily. Alamau as your RGL is now able to focus on the round, focus on everybody's POVs and try and pull all those separate threads together. But it is not ideal losing the manpower, if nothing else. No essential utility or anything has gone by the wayside. They will still be able to get done what they need to get done. Any electrification they can get through with the Mavericks, so it's kind of all good. But G2 need to do two things. They need to open up this office wall so that they can force Doom away from this position on half wall, because whilst he's there, he is just a constant threat. He's going to swing this office door, and if he gets one, they are in big trouble. Nitro goes out,
no.
just catches the joist running across the top there and won't find its mark.
Would have been a very dead Lair otherwise. Yeah, not the end of the world as well, because of course they've got Blaz also on the hard breach in this round. They know they want this wall open, and they've got just that. Now we'll have to drop away and focus on getting the main wall open downstairs, because of course we aren't attacking on the upstairs. It's just to try and force these roamers back away from playing on the vertical spots that will stop G2 from getting the plant down.
Yeah, exactly that. They want to go in behind that bomb chassis and look at getting the case down. An active Doom with another in the round. That's going to take down Doki. 5 versus 3 now, and Secret looks super comfortable on this defense. I've got to say, Des, G2 really not disrupting them very much. They've opened the wall, which has forced them back out of office, but you're expecting that as a defender. Doom has got 3 kills now, despite being forced back. He's just absolutely unstoppable. Flawless round for Secret, and they seem to be finding that extra 5, extra 10% when they need it most. That is a big advantage they've got on Chalet now. 5-3. It was their map pick. We know G2 like it, but Secret have certainly come to play on the defense.
What I like is, for the most part, obviously it was a bit different with LMR in that round, but the prior round, our entry didn't come until there were like 75 seconds remaining. Secret aren't feeling the need to play like G2 did in the first half, where it's about being aggressive at windows and doorways and trying to shut down players before they're even inside the building. They're actually more letting G2 get in and are confident in their own ability to beat them when it comes down to a straight up 5 versus 5 sort of execute-esque scenario. And that obviously wasn't an execute in towards site itself, but it was G2 positioning to try and get control of that top floor. I just think Secret, as you said, look really comfortable right now. Don't look particularly phased by what G2 are throwing at them. They are the brick wall that G2 seemingly cannot get through, and that's exactly why we have this tack timeout, because they can feel the game slipping away from them, Tim. And in their mind, they want this done in 2. They do not want to be going to that 3rd map.
It's just looking to solidify, just make sure that they can secure that showdown on Lair, which, to be honest, would be absolutely beautiful opener from Doom there. Just like I say, that bit just shows the value of intel. You know, that good drone use, just getting that accurate ping as well, and it's perfect for Doom to get that one going. But yeah, I think when it comes to Lair, this game could be absolutely anybody's. I really don't know who takes the advantage there. We've seen both of them play it. We've seen both of them win it tonight. It really is 50-50 coming into that one. G2 just want to get this done inside of 2, but it's a big ask for them now.
And one thing worth pulling up while we're in our little break here as well, I believe we're just going to get ourselves into a rehost. Doki's off for a little sip. Is how the entry battle has been going. There's only one player on the side of G2 that's currently positive on entry across the series, and that is Blaz at 2-0. Loira is 1-5. Doki's 3-4. Stompin's 1-2. They're not having the best time of things today so far. They're -4 overall. And I think you're seeing it build up more and more, especially on this map here, where we're really starting to see Secret gain steam and momentum, not letting G2 back into things. But across the series, that has been the narrative, is that generally we've seen Secret be the stronger team in the early round.
And when that is combined with stats that we keep talking about, whereby all but 2 of these rounds have been converted by the team that gets that entry kill, you start to see why that mounts up so much. You know, G2 struggling in that area. The last 4 rounds have been Mowgli, 2 for Noah, 1 for Doom. So Secret have had the 4 rounds back to back to take them to this point, and they're now 2 rounds up. G2 have got to find a way to get themselves involved in that early round, whatever it is. They've got to find something that gives them an edge and start winning those gunfights.
Absolutely. Well, here we are in a little tech pause, as mentioned, to get ourselves back into game in just a moment. Tim, I'll ask the inevitable question again. Are we seeing more garden work going on this week, or what are we saying?
You're obsessed with the garden, Des.
At this point, I'm resigned to the law. I feel like I've got to get myself signed in. Like, when are you hoping to have it done by?
Feels like a group project. Honestly, it's probably... There's still a serious amount of work to be done yet. It's probably going to be, I think, maybe early to mid-August. I think another 3 or 4 weeks.
I was going to say it's set to rain like non-stop for the next week or so as well.
That's part of the problem. Northern England always adds a little premium on when you're thinking about how long something outdoors is going to take. Because, yeah, rain will definitely have an impact. But, yeah, I've nearly got kind of 50% of it done. But the problem is the other 50% of it is putting an entire decking in. And it's going to be quite a big decking with 2 levels. So that's going to take me a good while and a good bit of woodworking to get all that in and get it done. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a good few weeks before it's done yet, but I'm really hoping, because I've been sort of, you know, like there's a few memes that, you know, sort of sat looking out of the like raining window. I've been sort of sat there looking out of the sunny window thinking, oh, I wish I could go and sit out and like have a pizza or, you know, actually enjoy this weather we've been having. So I really want to get it done in time. So I'm going to be back on it tomorrow and out there grafting.
Well, we'll see how much graft you can do when it... I was about to say, if it's absolutely pissing it down, I don't think you'll be out there doing too much.
Rain or shine, I'll be out there doing something.
The blessing is, I'm actually up north for the next few days. I'm in Liverpool for the next 3 days. So if it starts raining near me, I'll be like, yeah, sound okay. We know what's going on now. Oh, no, Tim's also enjoying this right now. Or maybe I can send you weather warnings, actually. I can just be in the old WhatsApp group chat being like, Tim, you got 20 minutes, mate. Get back inside.
Yeah, I'm actually in Liverpool on Friday as well. So
yeah, what are you in Liverpool for, mate?
I'm involved in it just ends up a little live.
Here we go, more lore.
No, I'm involved in quite a few different sort of panels and boards and advisory things for stroke care and stroke research. So I've got a little thing going on with one of those.
I got a stroke, Tim. You never said.
No, don't mention it often. I try to avoid it where I can.
No, fair play, mate. Fair play. Fair play. Fair play. Where is Dez's cat? I actually don't know. I think they're both asleep. They're probably chilling. They get active during the day, but then around this time of night, they're normally asleep on the sofa, like above my missus, because she'll sit downstairs and watch TV, play PlayStation, whatever. One of them, like, just sleeps above her. The other one will go and lie. This is the crazy thing. We have our like dining table with our 4 chairs, and the cat will just go and sleep in this one chair non-stop. Like very rarely the other 3, just this one chair that he really loves. So we go to sit down in it, and obviously you pull it out, and it's no longer a grey chair. It is a white chair because there is that much fluff on it that you feel like you're sitting on a fluffy cushion. It's ridiculous. But they won't come and see me. No, they'll be too busy saying hello to her, I think. I just say that. I'm gonna check if he's at the top of the stairs because sometimes he does sit in the middle. I'll be back in a sec.
It does sound very similar to me in an evening, to be fair. You know, get a bit active through the day and then fall asleep on the sofa in the evening. Does sound very, very similar to my general process through a daytime. But I don't know if Des is going to reappear with a cat.
Production,
or not
I've got the cat.
There we go. We've got a cat.
Here's the cat. This is Yuna. She's very sleepy. She was sat outside our bedroom door wanting to go in and be cuddled by my partner, but she don't want none of it. I don't think she really wants me right now either.
I was going to say, she doesn't look too keen on being
she didn't look too happy about that, did she?
No.
See, with cats, the thing is, it's not like a dog where like you can go and get them excited and play with them whenever you want. You kind of have to do it on their terms.
Oh,
they
cats
don't want to be
100%,
there.
yeah.
They don't want to be there.
Yeah, cats are 100% very, very picky like that. Whereas, like you say, a dog, like any time, you know, you go and stroke its ears and
she's purring now. She's happy now. She's sat and purring. She's happy now. There we go.
Maybe she just didn't want to be on the broadcast.
Maybe not. I don't blame her, to be fair either. And she's left a whole lot of fur on my lap as well, which is always good to know. Wonderful. Thank you. Right, we're back into game. Let's get on with it then, shall we? This is that critical round 9 that we so often speak about. If they win this one, they're up 6-3, a 3-round difference to G2 and a single round win to get them over the line. That was really all they needed to get it done. But G2 could bring this a little bit closer by winning this round, sending us up to just a 1-round difference. At that point, it becomes a real race towards 7. And honestly, at that stage, just starting to think maybe overtime is abound. Maybe G2 pick themselves up, not forgetting we had attack timeout before we had the tech pause. This could be their time to turn things around.
Let's see if we can. It's again one of them situations. I spoke about it last time out on Consular. You know, minimum 1 to 2 rounds now for G2. They don't want to let Secret get on to 6 this soon. It starts asking. It's not impossible, but it just starts asking too much of you realistically. You know, to get those 3 rounds back to back without mistakes. So they just need to try their best here, get this one done, get back within touching distance, and just again put Secret under a bit of pressure. I don't feel like Secret have been under a lot of pressure in the last few rounds.
Senior, I was going to say, does he spin his drone there and catch out Doom? Yes, he does. And the pre-fire comes on through. He just knows Alamau all too well at this point. In his head, rent-free. The Dockerby is gone. The dream operator to catch out. He didn't even have a chance to use a single phone call.
Oh, it's an absolute bloodbath at the minute. Okay. Doom is the final kill to come into Stomping as we see Alamau, Blaz and Stomping all taken out for G2. Lair as well and Secret. They're no bloods in the water here, Des. They're starting to run away with their map pick. They're looking more and more impressive as this one goes on. Just like G2 looked great on Consulate, Secret are absolutely dominating Chalet now. And it is looking like we are going to get that third map of Lair.
Yep, unless we can see G2 pull out some magic across these next 3 rounds. And again, given for that round, it was after attack timeout, after a bit of a pause, a little bit of a momentum breaker. Secret has still come out and won it anyway. It looks like this is definitely going to be their map, and it's all going to get decided on Lair. I hearted it the way you did then, Lair. Because you make it sound like you're saying the word layer. You say L-A-Y-E-R. Layer.
Lair.
Going to layer, Des. Layer. That sounds so weird.
I had syllables where I want theirs. Nobody's going to stop me.
How do you live sounding like this every day?
Nobody's going to hold me down. Well, everybody sounds the same where I'm from, so it just sounds normal, doesn't it?
It applies to all of you. It's a question of asking for the collective, not just the one person.
The thing is, it just means that we're very smart people, Des. It's just contextual. You know, if you say to me, if you come in and say to me, I'm recognising context without even thinking about it. You come in and you say, oh, they're going to play Lair. I don't think that you're talking about the layers of a cake. You know, I know that you mean Lair, as you might say. But, you know, if you say to me, oh, that cake's got a couple of layers, you know, it's just contextual to me, Des. I know what's going on.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think that was the win you thought it was, buddy.
5 seconds to go.
I knew as I was saying it that it wasn't.
You knew you were digging yourself down a dark end and just like, I've got to finish this out now, haven't I? I've got to go all the way.
I'll see it through.
Absolutely.
I've told you before, my accent is actually quite soft compared to a lot of people. That I purposefully, over years, have softened it a bit for the broadcast. So there's lots of things that I don't say that are really common around here that would absolutely blow your mind.
Oh, 100%. I've got zero doubt. Anyway, let's see if G2 can blow some minds. 3 rounds is what they've got to win, and they're coming in with a set-piece play. We spoke about this earlier on when you see a Glaz on side. Rarely is it to be an independent... Oh, my God. I just said rarely. Oh, no. It's so baked in. I'm so screwed. Oh, no. It's like a virus. Help me. But yes, with the Glaz on side, you're rarely going to do this to try and play like an individual player by yourself. You want to try and make a set-piece player work around a team. That said, of course, they've got the smokes in the back pocket of Doki and those smoke bolts, and the 2 in the back pocket of Alamau. 2 sets in and Doki's gone, so now they've lost that key utility from the Capital. The round's already looking chalked.
Just looking to try and get something here, Lair. Get them back into things. But not able to find anybody. Again, Secret, I feel, have done that really well. They've got the opening kills in now the last 6 rounds in a row, and they've managed the round really well from that point onwards. However, as I say that, inevitably the caster curse strikes. G2 get 2. Noah and Doom off the board. 4 versus 3.
Surely this is not what starts the avalanche of a comeback for G2. Surely not when they've got rid of Doki. Taking away some of the most critical pieces of utility that this lineup relied on. They've managed to get those 2 kills, as you say. The last call coming on through there from the Dockerby of Stomping. That's all they can really rely on. Still half a round to play with, though, Tim. And they probably feel like they've forced everyone back, but there is a player inside of Mud. They're going to find him here. Steps out now, going for a swing at the same time. Takes 2 quick peeks out there. They know that he's here. And Mowgli still beats Stomping. He really ain't him today, Tim. But Mowgli, he's just starting to cook.
Sends the nitro up. It is going to be shot out mid-air, so that leaves give G2 something. Alamau manages to pick up Adrian with the Glaz. 3 versus 2. Exothermic is going to open the hatch. 50 seconds left to go, so G2 have got plenty of time, and they've got the utility. They've still got some smoke canisters in hand, so Alamau can put that thermal scope to use and protect anybody that goes in looking for the plant. Blaz currently with diffuser in hand.
Mo probably not aware that Alamau's racing around right now on a drone trying to figure out what's going on. If he went aggressive, maybe able to find him, but also probably at risk there of being caught out himself. G2, it's a case of sniffing out where the 2 players are. There's only 2 of them to deal with, but they can't find Mowgli. He could be a bit of an X-factor for them here, and sure enough, start stepping on forward. All's nice and close here, and Alamau might be about to expose himself. There we go. slip the net. C4 over the top. Mowgli gets 2, makes it 3 in the round, and might be about to win this one for Secret. Lair, with it all to do, he's got an Angel of Death above him and a player on side with him. This one ain't winnable. Secret are going to take the map 7 and 3, and we're going to map 3 to see who makes it into the final.
Absolutely beautiful play from Mowgli there to punish G2 for not fully droning that site. They needed that. They were running out of time. I know why they didn't, but they needed to make sure that they had checked everywhere. They knew that there was one man unaccounted for. You can't then be running around corners, not ready for a fight, and they were punished. Mowgli did that brilliantly. The one shot onto Alamo, then the nitro over the top onto the breach. Beautiful stuff.
Well, Secret and G2 are both definitely warmed up now, Tim. No more excuses going into map 3. We'll see who walks away and the winner on Lair back in just a few minutes.
Our upper bracket final here is certainly delivering. Obviously, us going 1-1 in map right now. It's the first time we're seeing that in playoffs as well. I was really hoping we were going to see a competitive game in playoffs because obviously, you know, it's good to see teams really dominate, but we want to see these close matches. I'm so glad Secret bounced back on Chalet, a map they previously lost to G2. Now they were able to find the upper hand.
And once again, I know this was one-sided, but that was a map full of bangers. The fact that LMO stayed there, by the way, and got another kill.
Yeah, crazy.
So many kills there was so intense. The gunfights were intense, but I will say this, Secret came in with the right plan. They followed what you said, Jack. They didn't ban the Legion and Ella.
We were maybe a bit exotic with those predictions, weren't we?
But the way they played the attacks, that kill was also insane.
It wasn't bulletproof, was it?
Yeah, it was a bulletproof gold and yellow ping. So small team plays from both teams were on point, by the way. The one thing that Falcons miss is the quick synergy between teammates and the aligning of what's the win condition. Okay, let's do this 3-2-1. Here's the utility. That's what we saw. Both teams do great on both maps. The real thing that we changed here, Secret on attack looked as one team, five players clearing one area and going for the bomb site. And then when they moved to defense, what did we see here, Jack? An absolute lockdown, 4 wins in a row because they locked down the bomb site, played wall denial, played the 1i. They forced G2 to problem solve and go in the late round.
2 words, pace and space. Secret controlled both of them ultimately. G2 did give it a go. G2 controlled the pace, Secret controlled the pace. Like you said, on their attack, with their Monty, with the blitz, they were forcing the pace, but also the space that they were going into. We asked them to basically identify the roamers, clear them, and go through. They only got a 3-3 attack split, like you say. When they got onto the defense, that's when we were seeing Tuberals, Cades, late round, you know, Legions, Mutes, all these types of things to play for the late round, controlling how slow, especially that entry engagement was being, bringing it to the late rounds, and then getting G2 in the end there, you know, especially in that very final round as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when we do talk about that final round, I mean, we talk about June being really the MVP of this match, but Mowgli having an amazing play in that final round to really turn things.
He was sensational, and what he does here, so he picks up a couple of really, really important kills on the SMG-11 at long range. That's just the talent that he's got. When he goes here, he forces Alamau to make a mistake. So Alamau completely misdrones him because Mowgli tucks up on the stairs, and Alamau does a little bit of a lazy drone down the hatch and doesn't see him. Gets a freebie onto Alamau, throws the C4 instinctively, 2v3, bam, 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 round done, game done.
So when you pick the Tuberao, when you pick the Mute here, when you pick the, you know, the wall denial as well on the Kite, what you're trying to do basically is you're trying to push G2 to problem solve all those layers of utility so that in the end, in the late round, you have 20-25 seconds, you get lazy on the drone.
Yeah.
Because you need to quickly drone, you need to quickly coordinate execute, and that's when Rats plays like this are the best, because then you don't have time to clear everything or have all the information on your anchors, and even at a good man advantage like this, which was a 4v3, then a 3v2, look at Mowgli, he can just lurk around, no info on him, get a first pick in that long, get a second one in that stairs.
And this comes back to what Savage was saying, was the team that wins will be the one that doesn't stray too far from their identity. Secret kind of, they did stray from their identity by changing the dynamic of how Chalet was played, but that was to force G2 into late round executes to play quote unquote default. They weren't allowing G2 to have their chaotic style, and it allowed them to make the mistake.
But obviously, this is great momentum for Secret, talking about how they're sticking to the playstyle and making sure they bounce back in these maps. The decider for this matchup will be Lair, and when we talked about it initially with the map veto, you two were really excited about it, so to come back on that, obviously, we'll leave you on a bit of a cliffhanger for now, because we're going to set you up about the final map of the series, Lair, after the break.
Easy, teammate.
Oh, Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left. I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need.
Got it.
All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1. Cover front of me. Jack. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, call! Get off your cams. We need help. Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me.
Shut the fuck up, Jack.
What?
Is he okay?
I've been worse.
It is time for the deciding map in our upper bracket final between G2 and Secret. And we talked about why this map Lair is so exciting for these two teams as a decider, because both these teams have already played it today, obviously. And we're going to throw it back to an interview with Elamau, where he talked about how good Lair really is for G2.
I mean, Lair is just maybe our best map. I don't know, like, I think we are 9-1 on Lair. I think we only
win streak right now, I think.
10 wins, 1 lost, and I think the only lost was to ITB, I think, like last year, to Kendrew. I'm not sure, but like I think the only time we lost Lair was against Kendrew, and after that we just beat every team on Lair. So we're happy to play at least they don't ban it.
It's amazing stuff for them, really. I mean, if we're looking at the match summary from G2 playing Lair earlier today against Virtus.pro, we're looking at a 7-4 score here. Amazing performance from Stomp, and Blaz really stepping up as well. It showed how confident G2 really is on this map.
Yeah, really locking it down in defense once again. A halfway split on attack, but then really the defense showing up. I think the backline showing up as well in Blaz, especially even Stomping, I guess, in the defense here. We're seeing a team in G2 that loves Lair, right? But then you look at Secret, they just 7-2'd Falcons on that map. It was not even close. And they did so in attack mostly. They had a 5-1 split in attack. And so we might just be looking at Secret right now. They're going to start in attack, which was their best side against Falcons.
Yep.
And then G2 are going to start in defense, which was their best side against VP. So not only are we seeing G2 on a 10-win streak, Secret are on a 4-win streak on that map. So both teams are on a crazy win streak, okay? They've both looked amazing on their own map picks, obviously. Today Secret was amazing on Chalet, G2 was amazing on Control It. So in the decider, both win streaks, both on their favorite sides.
Yep.
We're here for a banger.
I think it's harder, potentially, for G2 to adapt to Secret's playstyle after playing VP than it is for Secret to adapt to G2's playstyle after playing Falcons.
Wow, it's getting too late to follow you, Jack.
Yeah. Because VP play slow, methodical, a little bit more scripted, a little bit on the, the far end of the spectrum, whereas Falcons are a little bit closer to the other two teams. So I would say G2 slightly have a harder task.
But obviously, though, they played against two big opponents today. I think that's definitely a thing we have to keep in mind. They've already put a great result on this map against big opponents earlier today, and now it is just one map that determines who is making it into the grand final of the EML. Obviously, 100 SI points are on the line. This is absolutely huge. Please, Ace and Des, take us to Lair.
We shall do, and thank you very much. And Tim, what a map to end things off on. You've heard the guys there waxing lyrical about both teams and what they can do. What are you going off camera? What did you do? Did you get your microphone?
Definitely forgot to unmute.
That's a throwback to the VUL studios of 2 or 3 years ago when I was constantly turning your microphone off.
At least I remembered.
That is true. That is true. But like we say, massive map, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, winner takes all at this point, goes into the grand final, secures a minimum of an additional 100 SI points. It is a big, big deal for both of these, as Leo has said. 4-win streak for Secret, 10-win streak for G2. Both won it today. Surely this one's going to deliver an all-timer of a matchup.
Sure. Bans coming through first and foremost. Second ones to follow are going to be a double hard breach ban again coming out. I forget if this was on our last map or the one prior, but I know that we've seen a double hard breach ban of this ilk coming out earlier on, but in fact, I believe it was the Ace and the Thermite that came out, trying to force the other side in towards playing a lot of the banner and, of course, Maverick. It's interesting how we see the variety of bans that have come out. Yeah, one thing worth reflecting on real quick, Tim, is that new ban system. We've heard a lot of players speak about it. It sounds like the whole reaction overall has been very, very positive, and I've really enjoyed seeing the variety of bans that we're now getting, rather than seeing the same 3 or 4 operators banned away nearly all the time.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think the way that teams can focus in on specific areas, so, they can focus in on the shields or the hard breach or the trap operators, and they can really kind of, pinpoint a team's strength and then damage that and then weaken that. I think it's been fantastic. I love it, and I love the 4th round ban and being able to maybe adapt to what's going on in front of you, and that might go in a different way to what you originally think it's going to. Yeah, I think it's all great stuff. It's just added another layer of strategic depth.
I love these bans, by the way. It's just worth noting. They're basically target banning Adrian because his 2 most played operators are hard breachers, Havana and Thermite. After that, it's like a Ram, for example, and we start stepping down through the tracks then into what else he might play. But obviously a little bit of a target in towards that. Part of it is 100% going to be map dependent. You won't see every team banning, for example, these 2 operators way against Adrian on every single map. But here on Lair, it makes a lot of sense when you've got, for example, Ops wall to contend with on that top floor, Mass wall that you want to try and get opened up as well. It will force you in towards a Maverick, which is exactly what Adrian is playing with. But given there are no C4s on the side of G2, there's no real strong intent here by the looks of it to try and kill him while he's on this wall. It's more about forcing them to have to slow things down that little bit more.
Doki is holding an advanced position here, looking to play behind Mask Wall, but if they do start breaching this, I think he's looking to just get aggressive on it.
He's just going to spray through it when it falls away, maybe.
I was going to say, it could be very dangerous here for Secret, because as they open this up and take it away, he's just taking a little pot shot through there. Sending out the impact nades as well, just trying to do any damage. He's taken a little bit off Adrian. He might have actually been better waiting for that reinforcement to drop away and then swinging and just spraying through the soft wall.
Looking like a risk if he needs to try and get that corner away. He'll try and do his very best, but you can see the challenge coming on through. You and I speak a lot about who the Picassos of Siege are, Tim, and whether or not they can get this done in a nice, clean, straight line. And with that not being done, this is all time being chewed away by Secret. Half the round's now gone, and they haven't got the wall open yet.
It is, and if you go, as I've said countless times, if you are going to be relying on Maverick for opening walls at any point, and I'm not saying they haven't, but you got to make sure that you get to a point that you can do it first time, every time, because otherwise you end up in this kind of situation, and they might yet end up losing somebody over it.
They really want to try and protect Doki here so you can keep on challenging on towards Mask, and it's the right idea. I mean, there's two players from G2 that are looking to support him here while he's got this main focus going onto the wall itself. They just don't want him to get pushed and shot in the back or anything too crazy. So for now, G2 are holding on, and Secret very laboriously, very slowly are starting to get some way into this round, but without that Mask wall being opened up, they probably realise that they're cooked. They're going to have to go and force their way into ops, and that is not the way you want this to go.
No, not at all. It's not going to be easy for them now. It's going to be very, very one-sided, one-dimensional. They know that Stomping's getting chased down by Savage, though. If they can get this opening kill, maybe they can build from there. But no, he's got Doki holding his back. Manages to find Mowgli. That's the entry. 30 seconds left to go. And Secret have got to get moving. G2 have been able to dip back. They've been able to hold the distance so that the Blitz can't have that big impact, so they can't just flash everybody out. Adrian does manage to find Blaz, but it's likely too little too late. 15 seconds left to go. Stomp and Lyra one apiece, and G2 look very solid on that first defense.
Yeah, Secret really trying to make the best of a bad situation there. Again, forcing 4 players in towards ops. Never really going to end up too pretty for you. But the way they played it wasn't bad. They had the smoke coming down and didn't expect Doki to be able to challenge them as they went charging on past the Blitz, being that spearhead, trying to force Stomp him back. But they realized that once he got down the corridor, you're looking then at 2 or 3 different angles that you can get swung from. It's never going to be a safe spot to be in, even with a player coming back up Rocket Stairs, for example. Like, G2 knew that without Mass Wall being opened up, that was going to be their main point of ingress, and they set themselves up to deal with it really well. So great adaptation by G2 there when they realized they got the checkmate on Secret. They're the ones who need to do a little bit better. You know, eyes will naturally fall towards Adrian here, and how the hell he managed to make Swiss cheese out of that breach.
Bomb located by attackers.
I think we do expect the defenders, of course, to be having a bit of an advantage here on Lair, especially when it's teams who are very good on this map, like G2 and Secret as well. But as much as Secret can kind of rely on a good second half, you feel, I think it's just mentally very important that they don't allow themselves to get too far behind. I think 2-4 is a minimum for them here. That's going to be the scoreline they have to chase, and getting those 2 rounds as soon as possible then gives them the opportunity to maybe grab an extra one and give themselves that advantage into the second half. So they need to be careful. I think, you know, losing, say, the first 3 defenses, G2 going an entire rotation, big problem for Secret.
Sure, but we'll put that one down to a bad bit of hard breach being done and see how things get reset here going into round 2. G2, yes, they look comfortable, but it was largely Secret's own fault for why they couldn't get their way through that round. Let's start the way up on the top floor here and get themselves cleared on through. First and foremost, be wary of any would-be roamers trying to cause a bit of bother for them. There are a bunch of players, as you can see in the bottom left corner of your screen. There's 5 players from G2 all hovering on this top floor right now, looking to basically ask questions of the side of Secret, force them to have to come in and clear them out before they even start thinking about the site.
Barbed wire getting knocked is going to tell G2 that somebody is looking at that ops door. They're going to be ready for the challenge. The drone will tell them it'll be coming soon. Lyra knows that he's going to be peeking out from behind that reinforcement pretty soon to take a fight on. One underneath, just trying to clear him out, make it difficult for him to play in that position for the time being. Lyra is holding on. He's taking shots from absolutely everywhere and decides, you know what, enough's enough. He's going to live to fight another day. Dips himself away.
Sure, and that's all you need to do at this point, Tim, because they're burning through things like the Dockery calls, they're burning through drones, they're demanding utility out of Secret to get control of parts of the map that, although, yes, they enable the execute, aren't actually the execute itself, so this is certainly not a bad spot to be in. They'll be happy they managed to shoot through a call as well, and for now, every player is still on this top floor. Half the round has gone, and Secret haven't made the move.
Yeah, this is good from G2, like you say, just burning a lot of time, burning a lot of utility. That next Dockery call is online, is going to go out. We'll tell them that there's plenty of G2 defenders up on this top floor for them to fight with, but question is, can they find any? Lair thought he'd missed his shots, manages to pick up 2. That is big for G2. 4 versus 3. June does take him down, but the damage is done. And now they've got to rely on the Grim to get that execute done.
Very critically, no utility left. And look at this from Mowgli. He's stacked up. He's waiting to find one, but no! Stomping into the little dip down to the left knee and a 1 pump to the chest. Down goes Mowgli. A 4v2. G2 in full control here and really making Secret sweat.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them in this round, just as it didn't in the last. G2 in full control of this site. Like you said, they held on to top floor for the longest time. Now, Secret are able to start doing a little bit of verticality, but look at G2's players, Stomping, Storage Hall, Alamo, Skybridge. They're still up on that second floor, and they're just waiting. They're just waiting for the time to tick down, and then they're going to run back in and retake it. Secret have never had confident control over the top floor, and that's what happens. Great play from G2. Understanding with that man advantage that they can afford to leave 2 up there for the retake, that Secret will have no choice but to both drop down realistically. And even if they don't, even if one stays up there, Stompin and Alamo have still got the 2v1 on them, and they're likely to win it and then be able to use the verticality anyway. Great stuff from G2.
It's a really good round there, I think, showing the power of holding on the vertical, of the closing kills that came in. They had about 10 different directions to try and challenge onto there, did Secret. Never going to be pretty for them. But then the retake also upstairs was the key one. Like, in this moment here, if Mowgli gets a kill there and starts putting pressure on towards those who are upstairs, different conversation we might start having. But I just think that once he fell down, Secret knew that they were short on players. They had no real hope of getting that one back over the line. And looking at it, Tim, that trend of whoever gets the entry comes out on top continues. There's only been 1 round per map so far, but when a team doesn't get the entry, that they then go on to win the round. G2 have got both entries so far, won 2 rounds, and in pretty dominant fashion as well. Only 4 players have died across those 2 rounds. Secret have got to put their ideas up here. Otherwise, we could be looking down the barrel of a 4-0, a 5-0, or dare I say, a 6-0 if we carry on at this pace.
It's starting to run away from them quickly, as I said. And as much as they're going to have a good defense, they need to not give themselves a mountain to climb. This, for me, really important round. Secret win this. It's okay. It doesn't. There's no panic required. They're 2-1. They do the same again. 4-2, and they're going to be confident that they can match that in their half. If G2 can get this one on the basement lockdown, it starts to become a big problem for Secret. I'm just looking. G2 have got 3 players up above the site at the moment, playing in and around that mid floor, including the clash of Stomping. They are making this as difficult as possible for Secret to take anything. They are pausing them challenges, pausing them problems everywhere that they want to come into the building. They have to do something, clear somebody, use utility in order to do so.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. Let's see if they can move a little bit quicker in this round. It's the key one I'm looking for, because we've got to about, what, about a minute remaining in the round before we've seen kills come through across the last 2. It's been very, very slow going from Secret. Certainly, I'd say by the part of G2 being willing to waste the time, use a lot of utility in which to do so, but also a degree where Secret have got a little bit hung up at points as well. So I want to see them being willing to get up in G2 spaces, take some fights a little bit earlier on, give themselves more space to then reset and start thinking about the execute rather than trying to make it work in a 5 versus 5.
Whoop. Just taking little pop shots out of that Maverick call. See whether Savage can get the job done at this time that Adrian couldn't up on that top floor, and they can get the reinforcement off and give themselves access. There's no other hard breach options for them realistically, so they are very reliant on that Maverick getting anything done that they want. G2 still able to keep a player upstairs. Blaz just hiding himself away in Rocket at the minute. Just keep that in the back of your mind. He could well have a big impact as this round continues if he holds on to that vertical.
Look at that.
There we go, clash in position, and we've seen how often a clash is an absolute nightmare to deal with. Especially when you start running out of utility towards the back end of the round, it can make life really tough. Take, for example, how Mowgli has got no grenades left here. They don't have an easy way of getting through this clash, so at this point, Thomas is going to stand here and wait for him to push and to step out, get a quick peek and get a kill. Saying that, up top, June's got 2. That's certainly a way to get the round moving. 2 players, Ford and Blaz and Lair are both gone. A lot of work to be done by these final few players, and yes, forced away by the vertical. Good play by Secret here too. Like I say, getting those kills earlier has given them more time here to work with.
Yeah, I said to keep your eye on Blaz. He was an important factor, and Secret have dealt with him well. They've recognised his presence above and the threat that it posed. They've neutralised that, and now they've been able to use the vertical. G2 are fighting back. Will it be enough, though? 1 versus 3 now. It's all up to Stomping, and he's on the clash, so doesn't even have a main primary. This is going to be a big ask, especially with that diffuser going down as well. He manages to find one.
Ooh,
Cannot find the second. Mowgli with the kill, and Secret get themselves... I can't overstate the importance of that round. Getting 2-1, they can now not relax, but just sit back and take the pressure off a little bit. Do the same again. They've got their 4-2 half, and then they worry about it on their defense. It gives them something to build from.
Sure, having our bands come out here as well. Wonder what we'll see. Maybe an Azami coming out from the attacking side. Maybe the Bandit, interestingly. They only saw that, of course, in that very last round, but early enough to put the fright up them when it's taken offline, taken away from them. These things like the Azami that we've seen in 2 of those 3 rounds will continue to be prevalent. But I agree with you, Tim. Winning those offsites, I think, will be enough for them if they get to that second half of the 4-2. Secret taking an attack timeout because actually they're saying, no, we don't want the 4-2. We want to be winning one of those primary sides as well. We want to come out of this at least at 3-3.
Yeah, I mean, 2 more rounds for them would be phenomenal, really, if they can get that to a point where they are taking an even share. 4-2, you know, in their favour would be an absolute dream. But the way G2 have been playing, I don't think that a 4-2 for Secret is likely. I think a 3-3 is doable. And yeah, I think avoiding the 5-1 is the real key at this point, because G2 have looked very good so far. But Secret definitely woke up on Lair in that last round. I like I said, the attention to detail. They didn't let Blaz slip through the net. He was hiding himself away up there in Rocket. If he gets onto the flank and gets the kill onto the Buck, you've got big problems. But they were well aware of that potential, and they got it over the line, got the kill, kept control of the site. They knew everything that was going on in that round.
Absolutely. All right, let's see exactly what this timeout does for them and how it gets things moving. So we'll straight back into things in just a second. Maybe a quick tech pause first and foremost, Tim. Right, garden time. Let's have another conversation. What else can I ask you about a garden? Avastria has been going. Avastria, when you expect to finish? What else would you like to tell us about your garden, Tim? I'm sure you've got many things you want to say. What's been the most surprising part of it so far?
Most surprising part?
Yeah.
What's been the most surprising part? I don't know about surprise. I've been reading a bit about vegetables, and I found out that I believe I'm right in saying this. If you grow carrots, you have to change your soil if you want to grow anything else, because once you've grown carrots in it, nothing else will grow in it.
Are they just like nutrient vacuums or something?
I don't. Well, I assume that more carrots will grow, so I don't know whether it's maybe something that they put into the soil or I don't know. I need to do further reading, really. But that was a bit of a surprise to me. Yeah, I was. Okay. Yeah, I was a little bit surprised by that. I didn't know that. So I think I'm going to go garlic and potatoes. You know, maybe get some ingredients, you know, so go a few ingredients of a nice stew going in there. But we won't be getting anything out of the ground until next year now.
All right, fair enough.
I haven't got any ground yet. It's still an empty planter at the minute. I've no soil and compost in there. But garlic you can plant. If you can get these vegetable calendars, Des, and I think they're quite cool actually. And it tells
calendars.
You, it's color coded. So you've got all the months of the year, and then you've got all these different vegetables down the side, right? And they're color coded as to like whatever colours you want. Let's use siege colours. So you'd have like blue would say this is the time that you can plant. So next to garlic it might say it'd have a blue line across like October and November, and then March and April, because they're the 2 times a year that you can plant garlic. And then it'd have an orange line for the time of year you can get stuff out of the ground. And they make these calendars, and it'll have like broccoli and carrots and potatoes and garlic and everything on there. It tells you when you can plant stuff and when it'll be ready. So I'm going to get one. I'm going to put it on the wall.
You know what I think it is, mate? I think
cool like
all those months of the talent stack playing Farming Sim has just got you so ready for this.
I genuinely, on the back of that, I find farming very fascinating. If you look into it, like, you know, it's obviously the absolute lifeblood of any country, really. You know, is putting food on people's tables and having it available. So yeah, you know, like I find it. We were out recently, and around me, there's been a lot of harvesting going on, which I thought was quite early. Like, we're in July, usually it'd be more like August, September, but it's because of the weather. They're just taking advantage of it, because if they now get a lot of rain and the moisture gets too high in the crops, they might never be able to get them out of the ground. You see, certain crops, they'll just spoil because they've got to be at the right moisture level to come out. So yeah, they've been working through the night around me to try and get everything out of the ground. I find it fascinating.
Anyway, well, I know that one day I'm going to come on to yours at some point, mate, and you'll have about 3 tractors lined up on your front drive. Now, I don't know where the size this front drive is going to come from, but you will have a driver that size. You'll have all the utilities, you'll have everything ready to go, and I'll be like, oh my god, Farmer Tim's on the go.
I genuinely looked into it last week to see if you could do, like, you know, an experience day, but drive tractors. I'd love it. It'd be so much fun.
Most of it be like a Formula car or something. You're like, nah, tractor, brilliant.
Get me in a I think it'd be so much fun getting in the old tractor. It'd be well good. Anyway.
Yes. Speaking of tractors and charging on through, Tim, it might be time for Savage to try and plow him down with this blitz. Of course, we've seen him do a lot of work with shields previously, not really had the success they're looking for across those first few rounds, so want to see if they can do something a little bit different here. They've stepped away from playing on the Maverick as well, just the ace of Mola coming along, but instead saying no Swiss cheese on the walls, thank you very much. We'll stick to opening up walls the more conventional way.
Rotero drone, the little hole has been made for it. Good teamwork. Going to send it in, get rid of the barbed wire. That will open up the sky bridge approach. Doesn't get the Vulcan canister. That's pretty big for G2, actually. It gives them something to work with unless the next Rotero is going to go in and clear it out. It gives them something to at least hold that push back. Cleaner breach. They are going to get mask wall this time. The Maverick's been taken away by G2 on the ban as well, so they didn't have a choice but to go for the ace. Mowgli is going to get that opener onto Doki as well. Nice kill for Secret, just aggressing in through the breach, and that is a really good first step for them. That's the Vulcan canister gun that I picked out.
Absolutely. Again, that's trend of watching the entries. For those who are being keen, you're looking at this already and putting your feet up and going, I ain't gonna watch the rest of this round. I know that Secret are winning it. We've seen how it's gone all series long. Unless it's one of those rare rounds where things do get twisted on their head, as we've seen G2 do twice throughout the series so far. Still, good pressure being shown here. 2 minutes have gone through, and at this point, he was looking the wrong way! Alamau surprises Savage, yes, gets traded out just after. I see that side swipe come in from Moby, but the damage has been done. The spearhead, the Savage on that blitz is gone.
You got to wonder if Alamai might have been better flipping to the shotgun rather than trying to reload the secondary there. He gets caught out and taken down. That loses them the smoke and kill. After kill comes in from Secret Adrian with the last, and that levels things up 2-2, and G2 now find themselves with a little bit of backs to the wall going on here. Secret looking better on the attack after that tack timeout that they've had, and that for me secures the minimum that they require on this attack of Lair. That's the 2 rounds they needed, and what a position to be in. They've got it done with 2 to spare. They can now go for the bonuses.
And what a great attack as well, Tim. To begin with, again, it's Mowgli. I speak about this guy all the bloody time. It feels like he was the driving force in this round for his team. Got the entry, got this second kill, was in spot to try and put pressure on the third as well. He really has started to make a lot happen for his team in that round. And then it's been about the rest of them all gathering around and kind of like just crushing G2 in the middle of all 4 or 5 of them that's led to that outcome. There's not a lot you can do when you're being shot at from 2 or 3 different angles at the same time. So it was a really good, well-formulated round by Secret. Trying that same site again, G2 aren't ready to leave this top floor yet. They feel they know what went wrong in that last round and feel they can course correct, because Tim, looking at it, they'll probably say, all right, Mowgli's had a bit of a god round there. That doesn't happen twice in a row.
I know. I mean, I'm not putting it all onto Alamau. There were other things that happened there. Alamau was on the smoke, and if he's in a tight engagement, he knows if they're going to push him from door or they're going to push him from the rotate over his left shoulder. And look, it's easy to say, sat here, you know, when you're not in the heat of the moment. He gets a great kill onto the blitz. You feel if he just flips to the shotgun, he wins that next fight easily. One blast at that range is going to be a definite down, probably a direct kill, and that leaves Alamau alive with smoke canisters in hand. G2 have man advantage. and maybe it just changes the trajectory of that round. But Secret, they took advantage of the situation, rushed him quickly, made him think, you know, too fast, and he wasn't able to get that switch done, and they took advantage of that, got the ground, got the kill, and worked very well forward from there. So G2, I think they need 2 rounds here back to back.
We'd hope to see that, but I'm sure Secret have other ideas in mind. Again, looking for that 4-2 is now what they're pushing for. It's no longer about maybe coming out of this down with only 2 rounds on side. Now it's about the opportunity cost of taking those extra 2 rounds away here when they have the opportunity to do just that. As at least for now, digging in, expecting something from below. Maybe, of course, nades can come sailing up through that hatch if they're not too careful. Now that certainly isn't the case. Secret once again taking that slow and steady approach to rounds. Don't feel the need to go crazy explosive forward inside 60 seconds like we saw quite a lot on Chalet, and a little bit back on that first map of Consulate 2. Lair has shown a much slower pace of them, which I think many wouldn't have expected. G2 certainly did, and Salamal said they're a little bit more aggressive, a bit more pacey as a team.
Twitch Drone is going to have a job ahead of it to go in and take out those Vulcan canisters. 1 minute 20 left on the clock, so if there's enough of them left, it could be a real sticking point for Team Secret here to be able to get in and get aggressive enough. We see Capitão's utility being used to just force Stompin away from that corner that he was holding, but they don't force him far enough away as he takes down Mowgli. Does get dropped down to down, but not out himself, but picked up pretty quickly as well. 5 versus 4. G2, a minute to hold on.
All right, then. It's that entry that we were looking for, though, right? Same again here. Doom, he gets the air quotes trade onto Lair. He's down as a result, but will be recoverable. So a 4 versus 4. Things are still on for Secret here. Start burning our way through time. Alamal gets another of those shuts down. Noah, not the best, as they try and push into this top floor, Tim, but they're getting shut down at every single turn. G2, they put up that iron wall. They force back Secret. You can't find anything here. Doom with 1 HP to his name and 4 players to kill. G2 stand tall, and they move back up in the lead again.
Yeah, they went back to that top floor, obviously confident that they could get it done. They do exactly that. Secret unable to get anywhere near site this time, realistically. You know, last time we saw them getting mask wall open, getting the kill onto Dorky, pushing in from the sky bridge, finding kills onto Alamau, and then sweeping through site. Just unable to get anywhere near this time. And G2 get the first of what I think is 2 very important rounds for them. They want the 4-2 half on defense here, because we know that they may struggle a little bit more on the attack, because Secret are a very good Lair team despite G2's performance in attack so far. It's not going to be easy to find rounds in the second half. Need to get as many as they can now. So it's going to be their final defensive round. I expect a strong top floor hold from G2 again. We've seen that from them already. And when trying to hold these mid floors, they like to stack. I think they had all 5 up there at one point, actually, back in round 2 when they were holding onto this site. How are Secret going to go about breaking that down?
All right. We get that 3-3 or a dominant half for G2. We will find out now. And Tim, we've seen this site played so many times with this operator lineup now. That sends coming in from Noah. We've seen a lot of teams make strong use of that. In fact, we saw it in one of our series yesterday. And what I'd really like to believe it was coming out of Virtus Pro, their response was to bring along a lot of impact nades. And every single time we saw a Sense light screen go down, immediately we had impacts coming out. So there was never an ability for a plant to really go down. The other thing I look at on this lineup from Secret is they've got no smokes in back pocket. We've seen teams pair up the Sense light screens with smokes going down. So it's absolute chaos, and there is no easy ability for the other side to be able to respond. I'm just a little bit worried here that we don't really have those tools available to G2, and so you might find Secret able to get these light screens down relatively unimpeded.
Stompin absolutely insistent on taking that Selma charge out, and I think did probably about as much damage to the wall in doing so as the Selma itself might have done, but he got his man. He took that utility out. Look at this though, plant's already going down. They've just created a little bit of space. G2, I think they've been caught on the hop. They're unsure. June with an important kill. They did stop the plant going down. They did lose Stompin and the Warden, importantly, in the process, but 4 versus 4, and everybody just has to back off a little bit.
Normally I would say, yeah, I'd be worried about the Warden, but I'm not worried about it at all here because there's no smokes to play behind, and of course can't see through those light screens. So it's not the end of the world for them here. Normally it would be, but I think based on the gadgetry that Secret have brought along, again, no smokes, G2 won't be too worried about that. Of course, right now they don't know it. They could be expecting smokes to come on through. The most important thing for me, Tim, is we used the majority of those light walls there as a bait. So while the plant went down in one spot, the light screens are going down elsewhere as sort of a distraction, but G2 weren't falling for it. They managed to get the stop, and now Secret are sort of back to the drawing board to figure out what the hell they can do to get this round back on their side.
Well, the problem that creates you as well by using those screens as a bit of bait elsewhere is maybe they're not in the optimal position for putting a plant down. We have a direct trade as Lair picks his man around the corner. Savage does manage to return fire. That's going to be the ace gone though, so however many Selmas were used is all that will be used this time around. And as I was saying, if Noah has one more screen left, it needs to go in a very specific location if they want to use it to be able to assist in getting that plant down. Blaz, you feel he just gave himself away a little bit then, just strays into the corridor, no real need. And Secret peek around the corner and get themselves an important kill and start taking that top floor control.
Oof. Here we go, Mowgli and June, they just turn on and it's so hard to stop them. A lot of round might have been a bit short off the back of that plant attempt. They've still managed to keep themselves moving forwards, and Doki's got it all to do. A C4 to his name, a sprint across sight from Mowgli there. That was a little bit of a strange one. Gives himself up for free, gets a couple of return shots down, and now the pressure is building, but June is there for the collect, who, by the way, is having a great series, 26-20. He currently stands at top of his team for EPS.
I think Secret have just taken a reasonable advantage there, getting the 3-3 half on attack. It starts putting the pressure on G2 if they want to be the ones making it through to that grand final and securing a minimum extra of 100 SI points. It will mean whoever gets into that grand final, second place is the worst they can finish, and that is 150 SI points versus the 50 that will be earned for third, fourth, and fifth place. So G2, they've got it all to do. They're going to head on to the attack. We're going to see the bands come out. It's going to be the Electro Bros go on one side, and Secret will take out Monty and Ying, two absolutely killer operators on the attack that G2 are going to have to live without.
I still love that you're rocking the Electro Bros. Makes me so happy.
That's locked in now. That's like the salvation stations on Thunderbird.
Absolutely.
It's
they were pretty banging back then, yep. For G2, this is one of those where I'm looking at the stats on this overall. Like, their actual entry rate isn't too successful on this map overall. Their attacking win percent sits at about 60%, so a little below what we've seen from them previously. But one of those I'm looking at and thinking with a plant percentage of about 30% that you are going to see them focused on that objective more often than not. And it is a map that lends itself to it. You saw the same coming out of Secret on their attacks. There were a lot of attempts to get the diffuser down. Outside of rounds where it looked completely cooked and they had to rush, for example, through ops on towards Mez and just try and fry out and catch people out as best they can. So for G2, I think pace is be the name of the game here. They've already shown across the last two maps they can rattle Secret a little bit by moving pretty quick. And I think trying to play to the same style they saw in the first half, where things slow down a lot, probably isn't really going to be G2's style here, especially not on a map like this, where, as they say, it's probably their favorite and best map right now.
Straight away moving around the building. Default cam's taken down. Nothing too surprising there. Just looking, there's only one on drone at the minute. Just going to be Alamai. Likely having a look at a pre-placed drone that's going to allow them to head straight on into the building. He's going to sit on there, and he's actually going to be joined by Lair and Doki on the drones as well now. So G2 looked like they were getting really aggressive to begin with. Take their foot off the gas a little bit. It's going to be Doki first on into the building.
Dokara there. Honestly, the entry for his team, but alongside Lair, I think is going to be the big focus for him. Of course, he's running around on the Deimos. Pair that up with Alamar on the Blitz, and you've got a pretty lethal combination, but as we've remarked a few times, one of those key weaknesses of Deimos is that you can use him as bait, essentially. The player that gets targeted, oh no, I'm in trouble. Before you know it, you're getting stabbed in the back by someone who's waiting for you to run past, essentially, and it can be a little bit of a freebie. But now getting yourself set up below, though, of course, wants to go fishing by the looks of it, Tim, except reverse fishing. Wants to go looking in from below, start poking some bullets up through the floor with that Vendetta, and hopefully catch out one or two of these anchors on the side of Secret that are dug in.
Alamite on the blitz, looking to chase out a few of these extended hold defenders from their positions. Just try and force them away, force them back into sight. Drone will see the Tachanka. Gonna have to see. I think that Shumika launcher just coming into action pretty soon. We hear the Toxic Babes coming off to again just delay, force G2 to waste as much time as possible here. Force them to use as much utility before they get to the site. Going to be a little bit of damage done to Doki as well. This player underneath gets absolutely deleted. Doki, beautiful headshot onto Mowgli.
And that was the only real threat to them on this floor as well. That's the main player. Mowgli's been trying to stab them in the back a little bit. And as it carries on, Blaz gets nowhere. A trade between the two, in fact, as well. But this only helps G2. They've still maintained that numbers advantage. They can go 1-for-1 for the rest of the round and still come out on top at this point. Drat coming in from below from Lair as well. So they've at least got info on where one of these three players is. You can feel that pressure starting to mount, and Secret now are really going to have to pull off something special.
Yeah, they're getting sort of penned tighter and tighter into site here as the net is brought around them by G2, but 30 seconds left to go. G2 need to make sure that they don't leave this too late. Lyra is going to head up green stairs to join the push on Skybridge. Alamau takes a little tickle of damage on the blitz, but not too much. Doom is actually in a key position here. He's got the shotgun in hand and could be a real spoiler if G2 are not aware of his position. Adrian Savage, one apiece. Lyra manages to get the trade. Alamau another. It looked like Secret might hold on, but G2 get a key round, securing their first attack. They need to find 3 attacks to go to overtime, and now just 2 more out of 5 will do that job for them.
It is amazing what similarities we're seeing between the two teams on their attacking sides as well, right? Like, I think Secret very smartly read into, we have to play the stall game here. We've got to waste a lot of time. And G2 played the patience game, where we've seen them be very quick on previous maps. This one did demand that they go a hell of a lot slower. But by getting that first kill, by then slowly stepping it up from that point and ramping up the pressure, again, this was like the very passive angle from Mowgli being held, just reminding them that he was always going to be there. When that entry came on through, I was like, right, that's it now. They can play 1-for-1. They've got that man advantage. Neither team really lets those kind of rounds slip away from them. G2 have played it incredibly well, showing that, again, they can play that slower, composed style as well. Who's now going to be the one to adapt and do something a little bit different, because pressure is back on Secret.
Doki once again just hyping his team up. We've spoken about that role that he plays within the team just to make sure that that energy is up. We've often spoke about energy within teams. You've kind of got to, you know, make sure it doesn't go bubbling over the top, but you've got to have something as well. You don't want, you know, silence on the comms. You want players with a bit of adrenaline in the system. It's that confidence to run through and hit those shots, and that's what Doki's delivering for his team at the minute, really revving them up. G2 in the lead once again. I've got a feeling that we're going to see every bit of Lair. I don't think Secret are just going to roll over on the defense. G2 get themselves a good first win. They're now attacking onto basement, but I know that there's going to be opportunities for Secret along the way as well.
All right, well, hopefully June can strike a little bit of fear into the G2 side. Mowgli as well. They've been the ones that have been cooking up a bit of a storm so far. The rest need to sort of play catch up with the rest of them. All the information they need on site itself as well. Alamau in spot. Can't wait to see the set piece play coming out. We speak about the Row every time we see it. And okay, what ideas have the team got here? What are they trying to lock in? Not an awful lot by the looks of it. Tim is already, they've lost their 2. Make it 3, make it 4. They've just crumbled. Forget about it.
Yeah, Mowgli has dealt with that. It's going to be nowhere to pick up the last. Secret get a flawless round, and as I said, coming into the round, Secret have the ability 100% to really put G2 to the test here. They get themselves, it's an important response. G2 come in with the opening attack and think, right, you know, yeah, we're on the road here. We just need 2 more to guarantee us overtime. 3 more will get us the win, and Secret come in and say, that's fine, but we're going to take one of those 5 chances that you've got away. So now, what does it look like for G2? They need 2 out of 4. That's the situation to get them to overtime. 3 out of 4. 75% of the rounds remaining. G2 need to win if they want to win this in regulation time. Secret on the defense. We would expect that to be more of a possibility for them.
Yeah, G2 kind of showing there as well why going fast probably isn't always the play. Again, whenever I see a Raura, I'm always really interested to see what teams have got in mind, because I shared this stat last week. Right now, Raura has the lowest, and of course not helped by G2 in this game, the lowest operator round win rate of any operator in the game. Like, doesn't matter who you can imagine, pick your fringe operators if you want. Raura is currently the absolute lowest. We have seen some really cool executes. I think about the real nice one that Leo's illustrated on the basement of Nighthaven Labs about a week or so ago. Really, really cool to see. but those are more the exception than the rule. And so I'm still waiting to see teams really get into the groove of making use of Rara in effective ways. Trying to rush in like they did last round, certainly not a way to make the Rara too effective.
No, you're not going to be, having an opportunity to close off those doorways and get those barricades up and to your advantage if you're going to play it like that. So on to round 9 we go. Secret will continue their defenses. It was emphatic, flawless victory last time around, and they're going to be looking to double down on that. They are in the mid floor this time, just going to close off ops, and they can kind of not forget about that, but they know when the pressure is coming from there. They don't now have to leave a body in there to be watching that specifically. As soon as that barricade gets opened up, then they know they need to start paying attention to that area.
One thing you've heard a few pros speak about a few times is just say, don't sleep on barricades being on doors. Like you said there, the sound that they create, it's almost like having like a leaving view mine roll down a certain place and giving away the sound cues and anything else. Here we go though, Tim, the press on 4 begins. Blitz in and charging, but he hasn't managed to win this out. What is going on? Just looking the wrong way there for a second, expecting to get pressure while the one behind him was flashed out. And that would have been the case, but Blaz is there for the assist. G2 putting in a lot of pressure, but the Diffuser is down. They've lost Lair and they've lost Oki. And now they've got to fight over top floor where there are 2 players waiting for them.
Yeah, they tried to make a plant there in all of that chaos, but Secret stood tall and they were composed, managed to see the man and shut that chance down. And now Alamau's got a problem. He's coming up against the Warden, but he manages to win the fight, gets himself a triple on the Blitz. Unbelievable performance, and this might be what G2 needs. Somebody to step up and have those big rounds that we've seen from players like Doki, like Stompin so far through this stage, and this time it's Alamau's turn. 3 huge kills on the Blitz gets G2 their second attacking round. I said they needed half of the remaining rounds on attack to guarantee overtime, and they've just got one of them. One more guarantees at least overtime for them. They might even have an opportunity to close this out and get that grand final spot.
I so often say that it makes me nervous when teams rely on individuals to go big to win a round, but to be fair to Alamau, we've seen 3 of those from Secret already throughout this game. June 3k in round 3, a 3k in round 6, a Mowgli 3k in round 8. They've had their moments as well, so it was time that someone on G2 donned the hero's cape and got them through a particularly sticky situation. This was really smart for him, by the way, knowing that he's kind of like stalled out for a second, being able to spin away, hoping to get pushed by someone, well, not really hoping, but expecting to get pushed by someone from behind there. Just very, very quick in the moment reaction from Alamau. 2 great kills off the back of a pistol, realizing that he couldn't flash out the Warden, so instead had to rely on a bit of a 2 versus 1 being forced, and the instant spin onto the 3rd man. Real great moment there from him, and it keeps G2 in the lead for now, 5-4.
One of them situations from Alamau, isn't it, where he was kind of like back to the wall and you have absolutely no option other than to put your foot on the wall and just push back. And that's what Alamau did. He just thought, there's nothing else to do here other than take the fights. And he came away with wins. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And it's magical moments like that that make those top names in the game of Siege. So G2 continue attacking. They've gone 2-1 in the first quarter of this second half, if I want to confuse you. But they go for the top floor again. One more gets them onto map point, and then the pressure really starts to mount on Secret.
Absolutely. All right. Let's see if they can get it, or a Secret bring things all the way back up to 5-5, and then we have ourselves seeing all 12 rounds of regulation here on map 3. It'd be a bit of a Designates classic to see it go all the way to OT, and all 15 rounds here on map 3. Sadly, there's no bingo card for this one, so nothing to strike off. But it does feel like for these 2 teams, they are neck and neck between the 2 of them as to who comes out on top. Lair certainly making a bid, though, to put G2 in the lead here. Adrian going down early, and it's the Warden that falls quickly.
Yeah, G2 definitely just picking up a bit of momentum over the last round or 2, you feel. I think that play from Alamau definitely sending a bit of a message to his teammates, firing them up. And he'll just be pressuring from bathroom window there. Lair not wanting to overcommit himself, just going to hold the angle while the rest of his team now get into position. But it does mean Secret need to be careful about any rotations around that area. They don't want to be losing another life here. That could be catastrophic for them, given that they are 5-4 down and they've lost the Warden again, Des.
Yeah, this time it actually matters as well because there's smokes to play through, right? There's Doki's Capitao, there's Stompin's back pocket smokes. And the flashes, of course, that can rain over from Lair. There's just a number of things here that would have really benefited to have Warden outside that little bit longer. But the pre-fire comes on through, and Lair is down. They couldn't see him, but they've still got the kill regardless. Great play by Joom again. carrying on shining throughout the series.
Who needs a warden? I love that from Doom. As soon as the flashbang came in, he just started firing at the right place. He knew that the jump was going to come through the window. Gets forced out, not ready for the fight. Donkey's going to have to run away here. Manages to spin on his heel just as he gets to the door and cuts down Doom with a headshot. 4 versus 2. G2 4 versus 1. They're going to get themselves onto map point. They've come alive on the attack, Des.
Captain Savage has really got to do some magic, but his team's keeper barriers are being used against him. Alamau gets it. G2 a single round away from being our first team in the grand final.
You can see now they know how close this is. G2 carrying some serious momentum through into these last rounds. Secret are going to need 2 back-to-back. They've done it against G2 before. It was on Chalet, not Lair. When we saw them play earlier in EML, they were 6-4 down. They took it to overtime. G2 won anyway, 8-6. But they have shown Secret the resilience needed over the stage to get themselves through difficult moments, to get themselves out of trouble. And the time is now or never. It doesn't completely count them out of the playoffs, of course. It will just drop them down to the lower bracket. They may still end up in that grand final, but they're just going to have a couple more wins needed in order to do so.
Absolutely. Secret really got to buckle down. And this is where G2 might run out something a little bit crazy, a little bit different. And once again, Tim, we're seeing that Raura make a return alongside potentially the Fuse coming out from Alamau as well. We spoke a lot about Fuse yesterday when we were casting Virtus Pro's game, that of course we see always running the living death out of that. And it really forces teams into a difficult position because you can't really ban away the Fuse because you know they'll just go back to running something like a Blitz. So you know that Fuse is always going to be available to you. So there's very, very low risk in setting up a bunch of strats that employ Fuse as one of the linchpins of that. Whether it's more having the shield on side or having the gadgets, or better yet, both of them, you can pretty much always plan that it's going to be available.
Yeah, I think Fuse is a great operator. I won't say that he's underpicked because I don't think that's quite the case. I think he's still quite niche, but I think he's very valuable. We talk about his gadget particularly and its ability to clear out a lot of utility. If you send that in or around site, you can easily pick up 3 or 4 pieces of utility with it. But it's also great for moving players around, and that's why we see this Fuse being brought along. Clear out utility, move people around, create space. Talking of creating space, Noah creates a little bit of safety as he manages to take down Lair, and that's the Dockerby calls that are gone, Des.
Again, that crucial pairing, the Dockerby as well as the Deimos. Now you've only got one available to you. It certainly diminishes the effectiveness of Doki in the round, of watching get a 3K now as soon as I've said that. But I like how it was aggression coming out of Secret. They aren't willing to sit back and wait for G2 to come to them. They're taking the fight to G2. That's the crucial thing here. They're looking to do the same again here. I think Doki knows, but he's tried to go near left and no. Savage a little bit closer to home than maybe expected. A second kill might make it a third here, but has got a shield bearing down on the window. A good trade coming on through. A stomping finds him at long range.
Secret do find themselves losing one body, but it's not going to matter as Mowgli picks up one and he's looking for more. Plays a beautiful Kiba barricade actually just to buy himself a little bit of time there. Laz tries to get tricky, but is going to be taken down by Mowgli. It's all up for the last kill. Noah is the one to secure it. Alamau taken down, and G2, the Fuse shield not working out for them, and we go to 12.
Alrighty. Overtime could be inbound as long as Secret can pull off a similar round to that one again. And for me, the winning formula was the aggression they were showing. Yes, they lost a player to Stomp in there in the middle. The damage had kind of already been done. They'd put G2 on high alert. They were still stuck outside the building for the most part. It was the early kill that came out of nowhere. This one here that really started to set things wrong, because without the Dockerby, it became very, very difficult for them to hunt down all the roamers. Like you could see a track on towards the right-hand side. Don't get the right idea. There'll be a second player here looking to use that track as bait, but just goes a little bit too close to home and ultimately pays the price for it. And Mowgli does Mowgli things as we've seen a million times over by now. Nice little flourish to close things off. Secret with a solid round there, and G2, you've got to be so careful in that early round. That is where Secret are trying to trip. That's where they're trying to disrupt the plan and the flow for the rest of the round. Can't let that happen again.
Big risk for Secret coming up now. They've won 2 rounds on the defense, and both of those have been down in the basement. They've tried to defend this top floor site twice, and they've lost it twice. G2 successful on attack in both rounds 7 and 10 up here on the top floor. It has come with the blitz being used in both of those rounds, which is now banned out. So, G2, are you able to get this done without a shield? That is going to be the big question that we have to ask. In both of those rounds, G2 got the opening kill. Doki in 7, Lair in 10. So again, something else that they're going to be looking to replicate.
Drone ready.
All right. Trying to find a spot to get this wall opened up. Of course, the jammer is down and impeding him for now. You see this every single time you see players trying to open this wall, by the way. You saw Mowgli doing it back in the first half. You're wondering why? It's pretty obvious. There's a window there. Someone runs into that long, like highway, as some teams call it. They come onto that window, they spray you down, your hard breach is dead. You can't get mass wall opened up. So you've got to be so careful about what's going on inside of there, which is often why you'll then see, at least in the mid-round, attacking teams try and get control of that highway to ensure that it stays secure, and you can use it for an execute point if you want to.
Alamau's going to head underneath with the Ash, I think, just to try and use that Ash charge to clear out the mute jammers and give access to that mask wall. So G2 not giving up on that breach. I think that information there has probably been relayed. Stompen's applying the exothermic to the wall. Oh no, he hasn't. He's actually pulled away again. So still don't think that this area is clear for him. But there we go.
There we go.
We're going to get the job done. And we should see that wall getting opened up.
Pop it. Just leave it and wait. Obviously, it'd be kind of crazy to think you'd expect to see another mute jammer going down. There we go, now being opened up, but at the same time, so is Doki. Mowgli tearing into shreds. Not the ideal start that you're looking for, given that trajectory we've seen of entry kills leading to round wins. Secret might be able to battle us back to overtime here, Tim.
Mowgli and Juma really fighting their way through this one. 23 kills between the two of them. Doki, a little bit of a quiet game, but the Deimos could be a big loss. A lot of vertical opportunities here on this top floor. If you can get your Deimos in underneath, you can really start to bully those players that are wanting to defend around desk. Alamau manages to find Mowgli. Big loss for Team Secret. He has really been powering them through this with his kills. 4 versus 4. 50 seconds left to go. Vulcan canisters being popped. G2 do not have all the time in the world, and they certainly don't have all the control that they need.
Have some meds control here, though. It's a really good spot to find Lair inside of. Like, he gives them a lot of power from that spot. But now it's about pushing onto the rest of the players. It's all well and good controlling most of the top floor. Now you've got to step on forward and be able to bring down those that are still holding around site itself. Juma's not got a C4 in back pocket, so can't do much from below. Adrian does still, but he is upstairs, so it's about holding down that location, really, and dealing with the onslaught of smokes and flashes that are coming his way. There we go. That's what you want. Finds one and finds two. Adrian might have just kept Secret in this one. Alamau makes it into a double. Not quite down, but it's down to Stompen as the last man to bring down 3. Will find 1 for himself, but with 5 seconds on the clock, Tim, I think it's about time that you stay the line.
We're going to overtime, Des. I think everybody wanted it, and we're going to get it. 3 more rounds between these two on Lair. Neither of them able to find separation from the other, and this is turning out to be an all-timer as we expected. We've seen some great siege from both teams through Consulate, Chalet, and now on Lair. And honestly, this is anybody's. I'm not sure who is starting on which side, but there is no real advantage. Each half has been 3-3. They've both had good defenses, good attacks. It feels like G2 had some real momentum on that attacking half through the second half of that game, but it just didn't pan out for them in the end.
Didn't probably enough for there, of course, to be this tech pause that we're into now. It's all to every single player in the lobby, as well as probably the backroom staff, a chance to pause, reflect, think about what happens across these next 3 rounds. Right, it doesn't sound like a big deal right now when you're thinking, okay, it's a spot in the final, another team can still make it there. It's more the case, as you said at the start of the series, Tim, the one that makes it to the final guarantees at least 150 SI points. Between this, the stage, and of course the major, that will determine whether or not you get to go to Paris in February to try and lift the hammer. And in the form that G2 are in right now especially, I'm pretty sure they fancy the chance at a second hammer. And Secret, after a couple of rocky years, started to hit form last year. And of course, with the change of Mowgli coming in, we've seen them hit a bit of a new high here. That's why they're here as one of our top 2 teams. And for them to go on and have a big performance in Paris would mean a hell of a lot.
Just everybody now with the opportunity to spend a few minutes with their thoughts. Try and keep their focus.
And their water bottle, apparently.
And their water bottle, absolutely. Got to keep hydrated. Got to keep hydrated, Des. Two most important things.
I'm going to have a little sip myself as well.
Keep yourself hydrated. Keep that breath nice, clean and easy, Des. Nice, clean and easy breathing.
reckon they find a way to shut them up the nose to keep it nice and open. It'll help, I promise.
Oh, right. Well, as soon as we get back onto this one, whoever comes out on the defense, whoever comes out
I've
on the
got a question
attack.
for you, Tim.
Go on.
You can keep talking about Siege, or I can ask you. Of all the players that you're seeing flash across your screen right now, who do you think would be the best co-gardener?
The best co-gardener.
You wanted an assistant and you had to pick someone from G2 or from Secret. Who would you pick and why?
I think Lair might be quite a good gardener. I think we can't really see too much of Lair, but he's pretty trim. Is Lair? He looks after himself. So yeah, I think that Lair could probably put a shift in. When it comes to guard, I'm thinking of maybe who would be like. Would anybody be particularly creative? Maybe rather than. On the tools, is anybody going to be good with the ideas, coming in with some sort of design methodology for me?
I don't know what the youth of today think about garden design. I'd be curious to know what Stomping's ideas would be. Doki, I think there's a fair reason you swerved Doki. I don't think he'd be the gardening type.
No, I don't think so.
I'll give him 10 minutes to be thinking about his first beer.
Yeah, well, maybe that could be some encouragement, though. Maybe.
Hey, Doki, if you spend half an hour in the garden, I'll get you a beer, and then another one after an hour, another after an hour and a half.
If we get this finished, we can sit down and have a beer in the sun. Maybe that'd do the job.
But when we finished, Tim, 8 hours. What?
What?
Nah, he couldn't hack it.
No.
It'd be great entertainment, I'm sure, but I just imagine him moaning the whole 8 hours in the garden.
Hydrating, very important, as we've said. Make sure that you keep on top of that.
Well,
yeah,
I think could be good. I reckon Savage would be pretty good in the garden,
You think?
I reckon he would.
I mean, hang on a minute. Hang on, I need to get my right screen up. Nobody's going to have the stats for me, are they?
What stats you after? Oh, stats, Tim. You're asking the right guy. What do you want?
No, it's not. I've got the stats, but I don't think anybody's.
You're trying
really
to find somebody that's got a lot of plants, right?
Blaz would be great. He's got 6 plants.
There we go. Come from a mile away, honestly. Pitiful.
I don't think it was.
The thing is, though, Tim, I've got a question for you because I want to make sure that You've
got lots of questions for me tonight, Des.
Yeah,
and they all revolve around gardening. I feel like it's you that wants to take it up.
No, this is a really profound question for you now because I'm obviously wanting to make sure that you're always happy and motivated. What comes after gardening?
I've got quite a lot of jobs on at the minute.
What else is on the list of Tim?
I can't keep going over, Des. I cannot keep talking about my DIY jobs.
Tim, this is critical Siege lore. We need to know what's on Tim's DIY list.
I'm enjoying learning about all this stuff is the thing as well. This is why I love doing it because I'm very hands-on and I like to be creative. I said this on the other day. I like seeing things change and progress and I like learning things. So like relaying my patio, I've learned how to make cement properly and I've learned how to get it level and do what I like learning the process as well. It's not just about getting the job done. After the garden, I've got a few boring jobs that need doing, just kind of tidying bits up. But the next major project is going to be, it's not really a media wall, but doing kind of similar to a media wall in my living room. So I don't want an actual media wall. I'm not going to put the TV on the wall or anything like that. But I've got some alcoves and I want to put some shelving and cupboards in there. So it's going to be a lot of woodwork again. So I'm hoping the decking's going to kind of prime me for that. And then I can get that in and get some storage because I'm kind of an old media kind of guy, so I've got a lot of DVDs and Blu-rays and stuff.
Oh God!
A few in the chat might have to Google what DVDs are now. To be fair,
don't say the phrase VCR and we'll be all right.
No, we'll be fine. But I've got quite a big collection of DVDs and Blu-rays, and I love my films on.
Can I just stress, by the way, we were talking about the game still, and someone in chat popped up. Obviously, we're 4 minutes because of the delay. But Idaho Potato said, "STFU, tell me about your garden." I didn't want to hear about Siege anymore. As soon as we're into a pause, it was
let's go. Yeah, so I've got loads of films and series that you just can't you can't, like, they maybe just not available on streaming services or whatever. So that's why I keep hold of them. Until we get to a point where, you know, everything in the world is magically available. So I keep hold of them, and I kind of want somewhere to store them because they're just up in the attic at the minute. So I end up kind of not watching them because they're out of the way. So that's going to be our next. So the garden is an ongoing group project for the Siege community. I feel that it has now been adopted, and our next group project is going to be adding shelving and cupboard storage into my alcoves in my living room.
I see. Lots on the list there, mate. The thing is that what you learn is when you get a house is you'll do what you assume is everything, and then before you know it, there's always something else that comes up that you think, oh, I should do something about that. We've just had our garden done. My garage is next. That should be done in about a month and a half's time. And then yesterday, my missus was like, this part of the kitchen looks a little bit like barren. We should put some shelves there. And I was just like, oh, okay, all right, here we go.
Yeah. There's always something. It's just a treadmill, Des.
You know what I did buy recently, and this is the most Tory thing in the world I'm ever going to share. You've seen it in the group chat, to be fair. A robo vacuum. It is amazing.
I've never.
It is amazing.
Has it been efficient?
It's actually very good, right? So you can set up a schedule and a timer, and you can say what you want it to do at different times of the day. So what I do is Tuesday morning, 7:30 a.m. Don't ask me why this day in particular. It does a sweep and a mop. All well and good. Monday night, I make sure it mops. Mate, we are talking serious business here. It's well good.
I'd have always been worried about them, like getting into the corners and stuff, because they're all circle. So
they're genius. Trust me, they're genius. Because what it does on its front right-hand side of the, it's not really
You're
a front
getting
right-hand
as
side.
excited as me about my garden.
Yeah. No. Listen. You don't understand how important this is. It has like a little like three-prong like brush on its far right-hand side. If it can't get into a corner, it spins itself round to get that bit in the corner, so all the stuff gets brought out. And I thought to myself, oh, it's going to struggle at some point here. It's going to run over a cat toy and break. Which, to be fair, it kind of did yesterday. It tried to eat Snow's favourite little like starfish toy. And when I came down, the red lights were flashing. I was like, what's happened? Looked underneath, and the starfish toy was half lodged inside of the vacuum. And I was like, right, fair enough then. We'll make sure the floor is clear before we go to bed. No problem. But it's done a really good job of being able to drive over, like, you know, like the little scratching post you get for cats that have got like a solid base at the bottom. It can drive over that. I tell you what, you could put this out there on a dirt riding track, and I'm pretty sure it'd be able to get round. Yeah, it's really impressive.
I've seen those that send like a notification to your phone if they get stuck. So like yours, that when it's got the red lights of doom, it'll like send you a notification saying I'm in peril, so you can like go and find it to assist.
Oh, but it's brilliant. Like every single day at 7:30 a.m. it goes around the living room. It takes about half an hour, and I get downstairs just after 8 o'clock. I've had a shower, making the coffee ready for work, all the rest of it. It's nice and clean because our cats, as you can imagine, they go to the bathroom, and no matter how much we've tried changing the angle of them and everything, they still manage to kick cat litter like everywhere. And so this being able to run around just on coming downstairs and have it all tidy is like absolutely banging. Cannot stress enough how much of a life changer it is.
For anybody joining us and wondering why Des and I are going on a home care podcast at the minute, we just have a slight tech pause going on. The current situation is G2 versus Secret in our upper bracket final. One map apiece. G2 won Consulate and Secret won Chalet. They have come together on Lair. We are now heading into overtime. It is 6 apiece. We haven't played any of overtime yet. And just as I say that, as if by magic, we're going to head back on into the game. So tech pause over. I am sure there will be future opportunities for Des and I to discuss our ongoing home projects and gardens, and then throw you all with the details.
You know what? Someone in chat just said Tim should look into ant colony structure and strategies that they use. It's really interesting. That'll be your next research project.
I'll have a read when I go to bed. I did find a couple of ants nests and colonies as I was lifting the patio, but that's a story for another day. Because this one, I can feel now, is going to go clean through to the end for the next 3 rounds, or maybe 2, who knows. G2 are on the defense, so we have had the sides flipped. How do the bans work, you might ask? Well, it just applies the applicable bans from the last time G2 were on defense. So their full 3 bans are automatically chosen based on what their bans were during their last defensive phase. Same for Secret, and they will flip when the sides flip each round as well. So G2, they kick off on the defense. It's been 3-3 on both halves. There's no real advantage for either of these two. It's going to be top floor for G2. Secret actually attacked this a lot better last time, if you remember, Des. They got the wall open a lot easier. They've got the fuse this time, so there's not going to be any playing for Doki alongside this wall, they should have no problem getting this open safely.
Shouldn't have any problem with it, Tim, but very much could. And what I like about the lineup, though, is they very much replicated the sort of thing that we saw from G2 back in the first half. A nice read here on what might be coming, but they cannot stop this wall being opened up. Absolutely spot on. Even though we only had one thing come on through, it was great. But Juma's gone down in the book. Not the end of the world, but he now can't get them below and look to do work a little bit later on. They're really trying to deal with all of these huge charges here. Not let a single one rain on through and clear out things like the Vulcan canisters and the barbed wire that's down, the bulletproofs. They don't want it to go through and destroy that utility, which is why G2 are playing so aggressively onto this breach. And Tim, looking at it, it's not even a complete breach. That's heartbreaking.
Yeah, that's not great. Doki's played that pretty well. His part of it, shooting out the fuse charge. He heard that being applied. He was ready for it coming through, and he's made life difficult for Secret there. So they've definitely got challenges to overcome, especially losing Doom as well. Vulcan canister is going to be popped now. Then pressure mounts as the shield manages to get inside. Stomping does take down Mowgli in a trade. G2 look like they might be able to lock out this first defense. They do still have Savage on that fuse shield. He can start taking a little bit of ground and a little bit of utility away from G2, but he's got fire and flame to work through here as the Secret as a whole, if they want to get this round back out of the window, and a little bit of a rethink.
It's again just excellent aggression from G2. Well timed, well understood what you might see from the other side, and they have dealt with everything coming at them. Savage can do nothing but stand there and inhale as fumes from the smoke grenades as G2 go to match and series point.
Let's not forget, though, G2 have already had 2 of those. They've had 2 opportunities, and Secret were able to fight their way back in. G2 now get 2 more opportunities, of course. If they win the next round, they win the whole thing. If they win the round after that, they win the whole thing. So they've given themselves a little bit of breathing space here. Secret, the difference is, last time around, they had to win 2 defenses. They were 6-4 down, and they won 2 defenses. This time, they have to win a defense, but they also have to win an attack. And that could be the problem for them. They're going to have to do it on both sides of the coin if they want that grand final spot. G2, I like what they did there. They controlled the breach well. They then adapted. They knew that they weren't going to push through there, so then it moves on. Where's the next pressure point going to be? Where's the next point of ingress going to be? They were ready for the challenge. Stomping onto that bathroom window, recognized the danger and got the kill. It wasn't onto the shield, but it was on to the support for the shield, and it meant that that fuse was just left all alone in there to be bullied by the rest of G2. So again, it was a great trade from Stomping to give his life to take Mowgli out. 7-6, G2 have the advantage, and we go into round 14.
I think, again, the fact that he's coming out with the trade in what was essentially a 3 versus 1 again just shows how good of a player he is. And it's so easy these days to play Stomp, and it's free love in chat, right? It's whatever. But I think more than anything else, again, just showing that a rookie can do this inside his first stage and be playing at this level. In that interview with you, he said, you know, he's got nothing more in his mind than wanting to play on the stage. He's absolutely gagging for it. You're seeing him rise to the occasion here. It's not like he's being carried by his team. He's been doing a wonderful job and been a really big contributor to this team. But I think you can say that about every player on G2. They've all had a wonderful stage overall. And we'll, of course, see if it is what gets them over the line here or not. Running that mirror window still in place. Holds on for now by dear life, quite literally. And no! Not like this! How has that happened?
That looks like was it Savage who got? I was going to say it looks like a shotgun blast, but given that he's on the Goyo, it's unlikely. Doki just rubbing salt in the wound in the old chat as well. Sometimes it's just those mind games that can throw a game one way or another. 5 versus 4. I don't know how that works on the stats, Des. We've spoken so much about the entry kill ending up the team who wins the round, but does it count if it's a team kill? I don't know how that's going to affect things. Secret 4 versus 5, and they've not helped themselves here. They're going to have to hold on.
That just starts to break the game, doesn't it, when you get a team kill entry? It's like, how does it work out? Well, I guess we'll find out when it comes to the end of this round. Vocal coming on through, no mute jammers in which to block those away. G2 can start their move on forward from this one. Another one available in just a few seconds too. They start to kind of set that net around Secret here, Tim. We've got to see them fight back here and push in one direction and get rid of 1 or 2 of these G2 players. Almost managed to get rid of 1, but no. It's Adrian that falls. A 5v3, and surely G2 get us over the line.
Yeah, that's the Warden gone. There is one more Toxic Babe canister left. Savage steps up, manages to get one, gets Secret back into the fight. 3 versus 4. Alamo and Stomping, both low health. Something they need to be aware of. But Lair, he's going to get inside of the smoke and try to put the diffuser down. And without the Warden, Secret might just have a job stopping this. And they do. It's going to be successful. Lair, he dips away, gets himself out of there. Stomping taken out by Mowgli. 3 versus 3, but Secret's biggest enemy now. It's the clock, Des.
Feels like the map a little bit as well, Tim. They're literally on the wrong side of things here. The plant has gone down. They've got to scramble to get to it. G2 can afford to sit and wait because by the time Secret even get anywhere near the diffuser, most of this timer is going to have expired. They're in the little rat spots. They're waiting to see where they step across here. They haven't even got time to sit and clear this out. There's players above, there's players outside. It is not looking good. Try as they might. Down on towards Laura, but the kills from the backside. All Mowgli can do here is go for kills to help out his KD. But G2 are not going to give anything to Secret here in overtime. They take the win, take the series, and they move into our grand final.
Seriously hard-fought win from G2. That match was nothing short of what we would have expected from our top 2 teams here in EML. G2 go through into the grand final, guarantee themselves a minimum of an extra 100 SI points, meaning at least 150 in total. And Secret, they drop to the lower bracket to continue fighting another day.
They do, and with how they're playing, Tim, I've got every confidence we could very well see a rematch between these two teams. But for now, we'll go to a break. When we come back, our Des are going to wrap it all up for you.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gifro. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blackout.
G2 take the decider and get this final victory on the board. A 2-1 for them to keep the win streak on Lair alive as well. And honestly, what an exciting map this was. I feel like sometimes in the green room it sounded like there was just a bunch of wolves. The way we were like howling at some of these kills that are being done by the players. Just absolute mechanical skill for you know, neutral siege viewers. This was an amazing game. And I guess if you're a G2 fan, it was probably even better given they came out victorious.
Yeah, I think it's a testament of every big team that faces each other. I think you see some amazing rounds, you see some amazing clips, some late rounds like this that were extremely close. Some rushes as well with the blitz and the fast execute on here. This double flick from Alema was absolutely crazy, by the way. That round from him on blitz was insane. We saw some great individual moments. I think overall, that 6-6 split is exactly what we expected. We expected G2 to come in, you know, strong with that 10-win streak. Expected Secret also to be extremely strong after that tough, really big victory over Falcons. And then in the end, what made the difference? In the OT, I think huge individual moments on the side of G2. Huge moments for Alemao, for something, but most importantly, I will say Alemao was the IGL that really made the difference in the very last rounds against Secret.
Yeah, he's been the one that's maybe been, I suppose, statistically lagging behind the rest of his team across the stage. He's not going to worry about that, but today he really did come to the forefront, and especially on this map, he clearly absolutely loves this map in terms of Lair, and it was almost poetic to see these two teams be so intertwined on a map that we said they're both so good on, you know, in terms of going to overtime.
Wow, this is some of the I guess the more amazing clips that we see from the whole matchup.
Yeah.
You try and rewind a little bit, you look at Chalet and you're like, this is the frag movie you expected. You know what throwbacks I'm getting right now? I'm getting throwbacks from WSN and Furia.
Yeah.
The BO1 that we saw from South America League with such high quality players that every single kill is almost like a frag movie.
Yeah.
And you could clip it and have like an incredible show reel of every single of these players. This rushes from movie, by the way, the triple kill. I mean, honestly, such a good match.
These two teams just keep teasing me. Like when they played the best of one in the group stage, I just went, I want more of this. I want to see a best of three. They've played a best of three. It's gone all the way to overtime in map 3. They're teasing me. I'm now like, I want to see a best of 5 between these two teams. Obviously, we'd have to wait for final of an international event to get to that point. But it's just so close, and that's a real testament to the growth of both of these teams, I think. Because realistically, we're talking about an upper bracket final in EML here, without probably the two better teams over the course of, certainly Falcons, over the course of the last 18 months. In reality, this is our new normal now, that G2 are the top place team, that Secret are still challenging and are there or thereabouts. You know, a couple of rounds go differently inside of this entire best of 3, Secret winning this.
It's nice to see that change on the top as well, obviously, because both the stages, stage 1 and stage 2 for last year, went in favor of Falcons. They were at the top of their game in those two stages, and to see new teams come in, especially with this upper bracket final as well, it being so close between these two, and these two now really stepping up and taking those top 2 spots is something that we just love to see.
Yeah, it's the development of Secret throughout the years. We've seen Secret as a top 2 team for the entirety of 2024.
Yeah.
Unlucky when Falcons drops the ball, well, a new one takes the top 1 and is still stuck at top 2. And I think we see exactly what I said, I think just before the match. I said, we're looking at 2 teams that have developed, but we still think, looking at the talent on G2, that there's a little bit of a higher ceiling that right now is placing them above Secret. Now, by no means is that definitive. We can still see Secret evolve. They took down Falcons in an easy fashion today. So let's just,
and they
zoom
put
back.
up a great fight against G2.
And great fight against G2.
They were a very worthy opponent.
Goes to a third map, extremely close in overtime. But G2 is just looking so damn good right now. It's the quality of the team, it's the quality of the players, it's the quality of the teamwork, the quality of the leadership as well from Alemao. And I think it was the big man that stepped up today and made the difference once again for G2 to take that.
Yeah, he's generally had actually, like I said, he's had quite a quiet stage in terms of Alemao. A lot of other players have been taking the spotlight, Doki particularly, but also Lair as well. And in reality, he was confident, he was aggressive, he was really smart. Got a huge clutch even in the earlier series today in terms of the game on Lair that he got earlier on against VP to win it all out. And then today, he was once again incredible. When he played this blitz play was so good. Flashed the guy, looked for the cover, then killed the guy after he realized there was no cover, walked back in the site later on. 1, turns around, 2. Honestly, on his day, Alemao is one of the smartest players individually. He is phenomenal. and on top of that, he IGLs this G2 team to such a level of consistency. You've really got to praise that.
One thing you guys should realize here, he's got almost 1 kill per round across 3 maps. 34 kills across 3 maps. One more thing you guys should worry about here. What was LMO playing on all of these clips? You saw him on Jäger, you saw him on Valkyrie, you see him on Warden, you see him in attack on Blitz, then on Ashe. He's playing everything. He also played Ela, by the way. But it's not only about the operator versatility, it's the roles and the impact he has. He was the spearhead with the Blitz, but then he was the roamer with the Warden, and then he was the roamer with the Ela, but then he was playing Turtle on the smoke. He plays every single role and position and every single operators for his team and calls everything from there. And that's what's making him right now the most impactful player on that team in that matchup, but maybe in general across the stage, even if the stats were low, I think he was extremely impactful.
I was just about to say, that's what probably statistically messes him up a little bit, is that he's doing absolutely everything and calling, but today he was incredible on top of that, and that just shows his personal value that he can add to the team.
Yeah, it really shows that. Obviously, we're super happy to see that for LMAO here. But obviously, after this victory for G2, I'm glad we get to speak to them as well. We're speaking to some of the brains behind this team here as we get cameramen to join us for the interview. Good evening and a massive congratulations on an amazing day today with 2 best of 3s won. How are you feeling?
Good evening, everyone. I'm feeling great. Yeah, it was a great match, a great day from us, and I'm very happy. We qualified for WC and now we secured the top 2 spot. So yeah.
Cameraman, I need to ask you, because we don't get to see you too often now. How has it been joining this team, and what exactly is your role in the team as a staff shared with Ramalho?
I mean, like, the job is so much easier when you have a team like this, you know, like, I couldn't ask for a better team, to be honest. Like, when even after the Stompin joined the roster, like, we just skyrocketed, you know. It was so good, and the way he plays, the way he comes today, like, his comms is also really good in clutch moments, like, not clutch situations, but like in important moments like this, you know, like a tough match. Like, he's very secure and confident on what he knows is gonna work, and everyone trusts on him, and this works for everyone on the team. But today especially, like, this perk, let's say, from him showed up really good.
How much has the team changed since you joined it, cameraman? Because obviously you joined it ahead of the 6th Invitational, right? After retiring as a player. But the team has improved significantly over that period of time.
Yeah, when I joined the team, I have to be honest, like, we were in the trenches, like, we was really bad. And after that, like, we qualified to SI, so that gave us kind of like the last breath, you know, so we knew what we were capable of, and we just had to get our trust back and, you know, like, have good vibes on the team, and yeah, like, just work hard as we've been doing. And yeah, like, it didn't change much, to be honest, but more the mindset, you know, and of course the Stompin edition just skyrocketed us, like I said.
With you, Ramalho, then Lair, and LMO, that's 4 Brazilians on that European roster. Do you think that has a lot of influence on the playstyle of the team?
Yeah, 100%. Like, I think we are, to be honest, the guys that most affect the team play, you know, like how we're gonna do stuff, you know, like it's either one of us speaking. So yeah, the Brazilians are in charge of this.
Hey, do you think that's the reason you guys are dominating Europe right now?
Probably, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, there's a serious chance for you to really dominate Europe if you win that grand final, obviously, that you've got in just over a week for now. There's a lot of time to prepare, and there's a lot of teams that you can still face against. Who do you think will take that spot in the grand final with you together?
I think Secret again, to be honest. Like I said, like to my teammates, like Falcons have a really good team. Like they always are the top team, but I think like the siege that they are showing this stage is not like what they used to do. And now they're winning, like they rely a lot of winning clutches, you know, like tough situations. And when the other team knows how to play and doesn't give these situations like for them, for Falcons, I mean, it doesn't go their way. So I think Secret again.
All right, well, we would love to see a rematch between you and Secret, obviously, given how close and good this match was today. Thank you so much for your time, cameraman. Of course, best of luck to you and the team for the grand final next week.
Thank you. Good night.
good insights, obviously, on basically like his whole path of since joining G2 and how the team has fought their way back from the trenches. So
we don't see him often, so when we see him, we actually get the most out of him.
Yeah, it's good. It's nice to get that kind of behind the scenes insight as well, because we don't always get it. Obviously, it's nice to speak with the players and have like the adrenaline of a specific game. Like, you know, we really wanted to take down this team because they've always been gatekeeping us from specific events, but it's also nice to speak to the teams that go behind it.
I think especially from the coaching staff point of view, I'm not going to say they do the hardest work, because Leo, you as a player, and you'll say it's actually harder, especially on game day and pressure.
It depends. Coach do a lot of work, and most of the time they work harder than players.
I think hours-wise, coaches and support staff generally put a lot of hours into the game that goes very, very unseen. I know Doki actually went on socials to praise his coaches, Romalio and cameraman today, to say actually they do so much off doesn't get spoken about, but it helps us so much. Doki actually told me a term in 6th Invitational in Boston, and I've forgotten what he said, but cameraman has these funny little things that he sees, and he's like, Doki, do this, it will get you a kill against this team. It's a specific thing that they call it. I can't remember the name of it. I'll have to find out for next week.
It's really funny that Brazil takes over.
Yeah.
You haven't admitted it. Like, the 4 Brazilians are the one that make the calls, and it's the best team right now in Europe, so...
It's funny. I mean, Brazil obviously is a very strong region. I mean, you know, the recent event winners are coming from that region, so it's not a surprise that they're doing really well with that kind of vision in their mind. But once again, with that G2 support staff, it shows that they've been thriving with it, because when we look at the bracket, they will be playing that grand final next week on Tuesday. But it is really starting to fill in nicely, this graphic. And obviously, the bracket, if we're looking at it for the playoffs so far, we've had all the upper bracket games. We've qualified one team to the grand final. And then next week, we'll be looking at that lower bracket. Things are going to get spicy, obviously. We'll have our games to determine more teams that will get that invite to EWC. Obviously, the SI points will be on stake as well for our team. So let's have a look at the schedule then for next week and for Monday, because again, it is going to be a busier day. 3 best of 3s once again, and looking at these matchups, which one are we in particular excited for?
The third one. And I'll say this because, and I'm just going to be a little bit blunt about this, I thought it was 4 plus the rest in EU. Yeah. It's actually become 2, 2, and 2, especially with the way the playoffs have been going. G2 and Secret look miles ahead of Falcons and VP, who look miles ahead of Matchco and Gen.G. Now, of course, that can change. There's a whole week of scrims, there's a whole week of practice, but as at right now, based on the last 2 days of play, I would expect Falcons and VP both to win their games somewhat comfortably and then play it out against each other to continue through the bracket.
I will say this, what we saw from Matchco yesterday was really far from what we saw from Gen.G. I think the quality of Gen.G on that first map against Falcons is what I want to see against versus VP. Out of VP and Falcons, both teams honestly looked kind of weak today, but I'm thinking maybe Gen.G is the kind of team that can take Falcon, at least VP, to another time, make it a little bit harder for them. You know, as a reminder, I think Gen.G did have a pretty good map, a 7-4 against Falcons. So
how did the second map go?
It was absolutely smashed. They got absolutely smashed. But I will say this, I think in general they've looked a little bit better. So I'm hoping at least we get an interesting matchup.
It's okay. It'll be about a week until you get to praise the Frenchmen again when we get back on Monday
here. At least the
here.
French team come.
This was not biased. This was objective.
No,
was
it's fine. It's fine.
Really? It was.
Sure?
It was.
You'll have some time to think about that.
You know what? We'll just say the results will back up what I say, okay? And I'm not tutoring myself.
I was about to say, you're going to put a tattoo on the left arm on me.
I'm not doing that anymore.
No, we're not. Okay.
I guess we're going to find out next week, though, if those results really will be speaking for themselves when our playoffs bracket will continue. Of course, a lot is on the line for the teams you mentioned, the prize money, the SI points, the invites to EWC, but that will all continue next week on Monday. Once again, with an earlier start, 3 p.m. CEST. Make sure you set your alarms for that. And for now, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you again next week.
Alright, Joker, do you have the data from Rio in here somewhere?
Yeah, look, it's all there.
Ah, okay. So when it comes to the future... Hey, Joker?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about the past.
Did you see that?
What? No. No, I don't see anything. Besides, we're supposed to be the only people here right now. Hello? Anybody out there? Yeah, this time I hear that. We need to go. Right now.
Wait, what is this doing here?
It's not a big deal. I mean, someone's just playing games with us. Like, this doesn't belong here. Whoa, look at this.
Whoa.
Come over here.
Wait.
Come over here. This is awesome. Now, I love this.
This is a privilege to be here. They are the best of the best.
I wonder what it's like to be so good at your name, your jersey up on this wall. I mean, you gotta be the GOAT.
You have to be, but we should get back to work.
Whoa, what the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Where?
Look sharp, the emotion is here. Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Guys, wait. Can't take this anymore. I'm tired.
Damn it, Jess. He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
Okay, Pengu, stop.
I have
We
to
can't
go.
save him anymore. Pengu! Oh.
You're already dead.
There's no escaping now.